Spellcraft Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 801 The Endless Stream. Fun? As I watched Naren and listened to all he said, I wasn't even sure what to think or believe anymore. It all sounded too good to be true. However, when he quoted me and gave me that confident smile, I instantly knew he was up to something. But what exactly? Ether, can he achieve it? I asked her. No. Even with this phenomenal amount of power, he doesn't have nearly enough to reach the very dawn of time. That would make his power almost equivalent to ours. Then how was he planning on achieving it? There is more than one way to do something. When you do not have enough power for a spell, what do you use? Ether asked. Spellcraft. I slowly answered. But, if that was the case, and Naren used spellcraft, would he still be able to obtain the energy he needed? Wouldn't that mean he'd have to suck all the ether around him dry, adversely affecting the universe itself? The surrounding ether of one universe isn't nearly enough to accomplish this feat. Besides, he already has a universe's worth of energy at his fingertips. There's also the fact that Naren can't contain all that energy. The more I conversed with ether, the more I realized how absurd this venture of his sounded. I mean, Naren was phenomenally stronger than anything I could have imagined. However, he wasn't enough. Even he couldn't defy the laws of equivalent exchange, and he needed the right amount of energy to effect the right amount of change. I don't have enough energy. I can't do it. I am limited. Naren's voice echoed in my ears as he made a mockery of our concerns. Those are all valid concerns. However, Naren wasn't stopping. Light from his universal construct shot towards the nether, shrouding it in its light. At this point, Naren was in control of his body. If I am limited by my amount of energy, all I have to do is ensure I don't run out. If I am limited by the durability of my frame, all I have to do is ensure I never perish. In essence, I could simply loop it all. My eyes bulged once I heard this. Indeed. His plan relies on that. The fact that he can simply reset his body to ensure he never takes damage while still churning out a stable supply of energy without running out. What sort of loophole was that? How come I never thought of this? If Naren was able to achieve this feat, and constantly pour out infinite ether, with no limits, then he had far transcended what I currently thought of him. He was quite literally unlimited. Asterisk. 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 Let us begin. Naren spoke softly, allowing himself to be completely plunged into the stream of time. However, it wasn't his time but the Nether's time. The stream appeared more like a raging sea, deep, dark, and murky. Naren felt like he could get lost in its depths if he wasn't careful, and the moment he ran out of energy, he would drown. However, how could he stop now that he had come so far? Everything had been for this moment. And so, he initiated the backward swim against the forward movements of the tides of time. In one fell swoop, a massive chunk of his ether was consumed, not only because he was using time in such a way, but because Nether constantly ate through his energy. As a result, he was burning through way more power than normal. But so what? In an instant, his power was restored. It was taken away, then restored. Over and over again, this process continued near infinitely. Thanks to the power provided to him by the constellations, his frame was able to handle the strain, and the power he had access to radically increased. All the cards were on the table, and he just had to keep playing. Everything depended on his will, as well as strong determination. I started all of this. I have more than enough. The stream was long, far longer than anything that should have been allowed to exist. Even though he kept at it for a very long period, he could not see the end of the stream. It seemed like an infinite eternity. Yet, he kept up with the flow, pushing the flow downwards, and erasing anything that existed from that point onward. By pushing the flow past the border of time, he would achieve his desire. The extermination of the Nether. forever. Asterisk. 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 Finally, after pushing for so long, he reached it. The dawn of time itself, when all that existed and didn't exist began. It was a wall, one that seemed like complete emptiness. Beyond it would be the world before anything. Before even nothing. Beyond this place was origin. With the flow concentrated at this very point, all he required was one final push, and his goal would be complete. However, Naren felt drawn towards the realm that existed out of the bounds of everything that could be known. All things waited for him beyond this juncture. No. He whispered, closing his eyes slowly. No more. Hardening his heart and giving one final push with everything he had, he sent the flow beyond the wall and used the clog of time to ensure this process was never initiated. This loop will constantly ensure this process stops at this point and reverts every single time. This was the hallmark of his plan. The work is done. He sighed, smiling softly, his eyes still closed. Memories of his past, and the origin of his path, flooded his mind. The mistakes he had made to get to this point, and the errors he'd committed, which caused the ruin of everything. He could only atone for everything by doing this. You were right, Sarah. He smiled, remembering the woman he loved with his whole heart. We won. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 802. Congratulations, Jared. Naren succeeded. The dark mist parted right before my eyes, and I could no longer sense any aura of nether around me. Everything that existed, that I could feel and sense, in the vast expanse of space, was pure ether. He really achieved it. I muttered. The nether was gone and the threat he could ever pose to this reality and others was removed completely. Naren really did it. I wanted to be the one to end the nether, but after looking at all the conditions, I realized that it could have only been achieved by Naren. I was simply a cog in the machine, a piece in the puzzle to put all the necessary conditions in place. Surprisingly, I wasn't frustrated. A strange sense of satisfaction washed over me as I looked towards my world from the distance where I stood. It looked so small, yet so vast. Thanks to Spellcraft and Ether's presence within me, I could feel everything there. I could see my allies all safe, their faces displaying relief. Seal had already been defeated as well. My gaze trailed away from them and went in the direction of the Eastern Kingdom. All the denizens were safely there, but my focus was more on one girl in particular. Maria. I whispered in relief. She didn't seem to be harmed in any way. That was more than enough to soothe my heart. However, it didn't change the fact that so many people had lost their lives. It was beyond tragic to see the after effects of the war on a global scale. As I took in everything at once, the satisfaction I once felt began to dissipate. So much death. So much carnage. So much chaos. Ether, these people, is it possible to? Their souls aren't with me. My eyes widened in shock as I heard this. What are you talking about? All souls belong to Ether. Once people died, they became one with her. Yet, how could I forget the corrosive effects of Nether? Were their souls destroyed before they could make it to her? No, that's not it. Ether's voice interrupted my thoughts, sending me into more confusion. If it wasn't due to Ether or Nether, then what could have happened? I can explain. A voice suddenly appeared behind me, as a warm touch tingled my shoulders. I swiftly turned back and much to my relief, it was Naren. You're back. You did it. It was all part of the plan, Jared. I apologize for using you as a pawn. It is understandable if you despise me for deceiving you for so long. It was all to ensure that everything went according to plan. Even though Naren was shrouded with such unfathomable power, one that dwarfed even the one I had access to, he was still the same person I remembered. His gentle face never changed and a warm smile spread across his face. It's as you said before. I was necessary. That's all there was to it. I returned his words with mine. I knew exactly what I would have done in his position. I knew what I would sacrifice for the greater good. It was well worth it, but, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Ether seemed to be aware of the current issue that plagued my thoughts, and so did Naren. It had to do with those who had perished as a result of the chaos. I suppose it's time you received the memory that was taken from you, Jared. Once you remember, it'll all make sense. Naren spoke, coursing energy through my body. In an instant, everything turned blank. And then deep within the recesses of a seemingly endless pit, a new light emerged. Asterisk. 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 I saw it all. The plan that I had devised with Naren, about how the war would play out and how we could achieve victory. Use your time immersion to flow upstream into the flow of time and see all the casualties. That way, we'll know the ones that will die and the ones that won't. I had said. Since it was impossible to cater for the souls of everyone in the Alliance and to form soul brands with everyone, this was the best I could have done. We'll use soul brands on them to siphon portions of their souls. I'll preserve them in the soul container in my possession. That way, even if their souls were completely corroded by nether, there would be backup souls left to rely on. Afterwards, use the Fool to erase the memories of all the candidates whose souls we will be storing. That way, the future won't be changed. I had even asked him to erase my memory, just in case. Only Naren remembered this task, so that when the time came, we would return all of the dead back to life. Asterisk. 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 That time has arrived, Jared. Would you like to do the honors? Naren nodded in encouragement. I understood what his gesture meant. Even though I wasn't able to deal the final attack on the enemy, I could still help all the dead beings who required revival. With the power I currently possessed with Ether, it was possible. This will be the last thing we do together, won't it? I smiled, preparing myself to unleash the swelling power within me. Indeed. This was only a temporary arrangement, after all. I couldn't deny how much I was going to miss the feeling that currently swirled within me. Being one with the world around me and being capable of so much power. It was amazing beyond words. Very well. I'll do it. Once I made up my mind, I summoned my soul container and poured out all the stored fragments back into the world. Once I did, I initiated the process of the Hanged Man, which was stored in my great sage's memoir. Back in the world, bodies began to form, and life swiftly became restored. Thanks to Ether's help and spellcraft, the process was swifter than I expected. In no time at all, everyone was revived. And so, as the world was renewed and a new aftermath greeted me, I felt Ether leaving my body while her final words soothed my heart. You did it, Jared. You saved the world. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 803. In a desolate corner of the world, a being could be seen running desperately. Her legs were shriveled up and they shook so much with every step that it seemed like she would fall at any moment, but... She kept running. Her disheveled white hair and tired-looking eyes spoke well of her exhaustion. Her pale skin and her emaciated figure clearly displayed her lack of nutrition or perhaps the deprivation of the energy she desired for sustenance. Her bulging eyes took in everything in front of her as she kept running desperately, sweeping through the dark forest that surrounded her. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry. A man's voice suddenly echoed through the vast sea of dark vines. The disheveled woman instantly froze dead in her tracks. She recognized the voice that spoke to her and it caused her to instantly turn around. Her eyes bulged the moment she saw the man who stood in front of her. My, how the mighty has fallen. You're a sight for sore eyes. Seal. He spoke to her in a very arrogant manner. One would think of this person as impudent, but he had a very good point. This old, disheveled, ugly, and drained hag before him had once been the beautiful and pure Seal that ruled the Nether cult from the background. Yet, one look at her current state would make that past reality seem like a lie. Perhaps it was because she recognized the terrible position she was in that she did not complain about the man's gaze on her. Or perhaps... Legres. I thought you perished. She understood the kind of person who was speaking to her. That's impossible. I did suffer a great deal of damage from Naren, though. A great deal of my plans will suffer a huge hit as a result of it, as well. He smiled, taking a step forward. Seal took a step back almost instantly. She had lost a great deal of her power in the earlier conflict, and it was only thanks to her backup plan that she'd been able to transfer a portion of her soul to the current pseudo-body that housed her. Not only did she have no internal nether left, but she was in a race against time. If she didn't hurry and make a better body, then this one would eventually perish and fade away. I refuse to die. Not yet. Not while my master needs me. Yes, her plan had failed thanks to the constant interference of her enemies, but how could she allow that to stop her? Even though her son had perished, and even though the Nether had been banished from the world once more, she was never going to give up. Scratch. I'll start from scratch. Her thoughts kept echoing as she glared at Legris. Don't bother, Seal. The Nether isn't coming back, not after Naren executed whatever plan he had in mind. What are you? I know Naren well enough to know that he's thorough. I'm even amazed that I escaped from his grasp. It makes me wonder if... No, it can't be. In any case, you failed me, Seal. We had an arrangement. I fulfilled my end of the deal. If anything, you're the one who failed to get rid of Naren. Seal barked with frustration and anger. Welp. Fair point. Guess we both flopped this time. Seal heaved a sigh of relief once she heard this. Legris had been about to heap the burden of failure on her, but how was it her fault? It was all due to the bastards that kept getting in her way. It's not too late. Our goals still align. We can start over. We can do it if we work together. She desperately smiled at her longtime collaborator. Oh, I don't know. Seal's face paled even more when Legris shrugged in disinterest. You think I don't know what you want to do? I know you possess a fraction of Nether essence. You intend to cultivate it so you can have access to him, don't you? How do you? Well, I'm not interested in your crazy love drama. I'm not even interested in this short-sighted goal of destroying this world, or whatever notion you have of my intentions. Seal's eyes were bloodshot at this point. Legris had always been strange and mysterious, but she'd always been able to count on him as one of her pawns due to their joint ambition. She wanted the Nether to return, and he had a twisted ideology of chaos. Together, they could achieve their goals. That was what she'd thought. Yet. Then, what do you want? Even with his arrogance, Legris was still useful. She didn't know how he knew so much, but he had always been very perceptive and knowledgeable about many things. As long as he is on my side, then. It's presumptuous of you to think you can use me, Seal. Legris's voice interrupted her thoughts. Before she could properly respond to him, Legris moved like a blur and grabbed her by her face. He easily raised her up, smiling so menacingly that she thought she would die from his look alone. Her bloodshot eyes widened further, revealing veins, while her lips leaked out helpless whimpers. You're still useful to me, Seal, so I won't be killing you. Legris spoke calmly. Your original magic. I'll require it for the next phase of my plan. Seal could feel such an insurmountable amount of pressure from Legris that she didn't know what to think. The intensity of his Nether made her frightened beyond description. The only reason you were able to escape their perception is because of me. It's also the reason they can't spot us now. You owe me your life, Seal. She couldn't help but whimper in submission. Don't worry. If you're good, I'll take you to where your master most likely is. However, first, we need to achieve the first phase of the plan. What could that be? What sort of atrocity was Legris planning? You should have realized it by now, how annoying Naren and his allies are. Legris's twisted smile widened as he spoke. Well, it's time to get rid of them. A wave of dark mist swept around them, swallowing the two into a brand new realm of darkness. It will take some time, but I suppose it's time for me to make my move. And then, everything faded to black. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 804. 3 months later. A lot had happened, hadn't it? The deaths and destruction that rained down on the world, threatening to end all of it in one fierce blow. The malevolent being that emerged from the darkness, seeking to consume all that breathed in this world and beyond. However, that time had long passed. At this moment, all of the evils of the past had been forgotten. Instead, joy, peace, and celebration filled the air. After all, whoa, it was Naren and Sarah's wedding. Asterisk. 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 This event was held at Anslark Academy's Grand Auditorium, and it was chock full of guests from all over the world. Thanks to magic, the massive Colosseum was retrofitted to fit the wedding atmosphere, making enough room for the kind of proceeding that was to take place soon. The seats were arranged like pews, and they stretched as far as the eyes could see. The pews circled the altar, with the exception of the red carpet that stretched from the entrance of the venue to the stage. Magic screens floated in the air, projecting the event as it occurred in real time. This allowed everyone to get a piece of the action, seeing the couple get joined in sacred matrimony. Do you, Naren Khalid, take this wonderful lady to be your lawfully wedded wife? For as long as you remain conscious and breathe, bound by your souls in this union. A feminine voice echoed throughout the massive hall. Naren and Sarah stood opposite each other, each in their respective formal wear. Naren donned an all-black suit, and they complemented his eyes and wavy hair. As for Sarah, her pure white gown sharply contrasted the dark hue he donned. Sarah's long crimson hair flowed well below her back but was covered by the white veil on her head. They stood opposite each other, smiling and chuckling like little kids. Right in front of them, at the very center, was the supposed priest meant to join them together. She floated in the air, like a ghost, but she had a brilliant smile that clearly displayed her excitement. She had white hair, clear skin, and green eyes. The dark spot under her eyes and lips were evident as she stared at the married couple, remembering her past. I do. Naren snapped her out of her thoughts, and she proceeded to look at the bride to say her vows. This type of wedding was new to the Eastern Kingdom, and it only existed in the past when one of the Apostles of Ether developed it. I sure wish you could see this, Gus. The new Pope Kazan smiled as she watched the scene play out. Thanks to Jared and Naren's resurrection effect, even she didn't perish in the fight against the Nether. They created a new body for her, and she was now able to live a new life in this reality. It was both an exciting and also sometimes lonely experience. Thankfully, with the people that now surrounded her, there didn't seem to be a dull moment. While they could never replace the friends she'd had in the past, she wasn't alone anymore. That was what mattered. Do you, Sarah Crimson, take this wonderful man to be your lawfully wedded husband? For as long as you remain conscious and breathe, bound by your souls in this union. I do. Sarah responded almost instantly. Kazan smiled, happy beyond compare. And she wasn't the only one. The entire hall, now shaped like a cathedral, was bustling with excited noises and epic screams. It was just an awesome sight to behold. Is there anyone who would like to object to this union? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. The couple instantly cast their gaze on the audience. With Naren's intense gaze, though accompanied by his slight smile, no one dared to say a peep, or so one would think. MMPHHHH. A muscular beast folk by the name of Gerard, also known as the Beast King, tried to protest, but he was easily subdued by the audience around him. Anyone at all? Kazan asked, trailing her eyes through the crowd. mmphhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh proceed with the nuptials. And everyone knew what was coming next. Then they all smiled as they watched this particular part. I hereby declare you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Everyone's cheers made the hall vibrate with excited tremors. Naren and Sarah could be seen blushing as they drew closer to each other. Everyone's eyes widened as they awaited the public display of affection. Even the little ones wanted to see this epic sight. However, timeless world. Everyone stood still and only Naren remained in this completely silent world. He cast his gaze upon his bride, and a wide smile crept up on his face as he stared into her adorable eyes. Within this moment, he could feel his heart race and his cheeks burn. This moment, one which they had discussed so many times in the past, both in this reality and the one that no longer was, now unfolded before his eyes. I love you, Sarah. He whispered as he drew closer to her and planted his lips upon her. Instantly, she moved, wrapping her arms around him, as she passionately returned his kiss. They remained like this for as long as they wanted, unfazed by the several frozen eyes that watched them. I love you too, Naren. She whispered, before burying her lips in his once more. The wedding ceremony was officially kick-started by the exchange of oaths, but that was only the first part of the entire event. After the couple enjoyed their kiss, though no one was able to see it, the real ceremony began. The party. Music blared across the reception hall, as tables were set for the respective guests, almost instantly, using magic. Food, drinks, and souvenirs were passed around to everyone, and they all enjoyed themselves by having a good time. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 805. I guess everything worked out. Maria and I were currently walking around the banquet. We could see many groups clustered together, and even pairs discussing. However, we didn't care much for anyone but each other. Naren and Sarah were busy attending to guests and discussing with the important folks around, so I didn't want to concern him with any distractions so far. Besides, we would eventually have a little after-party between our small circle, so it was all good. I finally made up with Anna, and just recently, Laimi too. After telling her all about my experience in the route, and about what ultimately happened to Emilia, my daughter was finally willing to give our relationship a shot. I'll try to start out as friends, and see if we can progress from there. Speaking of Emilia, after my entire death experience, I realized that there was no longer any reason to hang on to the past or cling unto all that my previous life had been in order to live a new one. I've chosen to spend the rest of my life with Maria. That's all that matters. I smiled at her clueless face as we kept walking and discussing. There was one thing, though. I am still worried about Carla. It's been 3 months and we're yet to find any way to reach her in the Nether Realm. Utilizing all the arcanas, I could most likely use the world to travel to the Nether Realm, but with Carla's current trajectory unknown, it would take forever to sort through the nigh infinite realms that existed there. The automatons you sent there as probes completely lost contact with you, right? You're trying your hardest. Maria tried to soothe my heart. However, despite how much she tried to encourage me, the thought still ate at me. I haven't tried my hardest. Not yet. If I were really desperate, I would have plunged myself into the Nether Realm while damning the consequences, in order to find Carla. But could I really do it? Could I throw everyone and everything I currently knew just so I could go on a search that could ultimately yield fruitlessness? Not even Ether knew what would await me in the Nether Realm, and its infinite branches. I can't abandon Maria and everyone here, neither can I put them in danger. As a result, I was stuck. I'm not giving up, though. I smiled at Maria, feeling her soft hands nudge me on my shoulder. That's the spirit. Hee hee. Her short laugh tickled my heart, and the heaviness within me slowly dissipated. So, are you ready now? She was referring to what we had already discussed beforehand, the thing I was going to do at this wedding. Of course. I'm still quite nervous. I responded, a bead of sweat forming on my forehead. Don't worry. It won't be that scary. Based on my last experience, I knew her statement was utterly false. Still, I had to put my trust in the girl I had chosen for myself, right? Plus, who could resist her adorable face, especially when she let out that soft smile? All right, then. Let's go. Asterisk. 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 Just as Jared and Maria moved to their respective destinations, several other people were engaged in discussions. One of these conversations was between two fairies. They stood in a corner, speaking in an obviously secretive fashion as they discussed out of sight. Thanks to their minuscule height, this wasn't a very difficult feat to accomplish. Still, who would have thought that these two would be discussing alone? Jane, Ursula and Biruel. So, what do you say? I really need your assistance with this project. If I had your expertise, as my assistant, we can do many amazing things. Jane was currently smiling broadly at the white-haired, male fairy. Biruel wore a neat suit, a mix of white and gold, while Jane's outfit had a dazzling splendor of silver. Sequins and glitters were dusted all over the dress, making it exquisite. Honestly, it had been imposed on her by her female acquaintances. For you to request my help, you must be quite desperate. How important is this project of yours? No, it's not only about its importance. It must be something very complex and technical. Why else would you require assistance? Biruel's whisper was well expressed by his facial expression. While he rubbed his bare chin, he looked at Jane's restless expression. Why me? Don't you think you should let Jared know about THI? No. Jared can't know. Why? It's a surprise. Yes. It's a surprise project. But I'm a blabbermouth. Why would you trust me to keep my mouth shut if it's that secretive? I'll make you keep your mouth shut. Biruel instantly gulped. He knew Jane wasn't bluffing about this, and there were also many ways she could actualize her words. I am choosing you because you've managed to convince me that you're not scum. At least, not anymore. I didn't want to believe it before, but perhaps I'm willing to give you another chance. A chance to prove yourself. Biruel's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart raced, and his cheeks reddened instantly. He never could have imagined that he would hear Jane utter those words to him. It felt like a dream. So? What do you say? She smiled, stretching her hand as she awaited his sure answer. I'm sorry, I can't. Jane's expression instantly devolved into shock and her eyes widened beyond their usual size. Biruel had refused her offer, though his expression showed that he didn't want to. May I ask why? I made an earlier commitment to Anna and I intend to make good on it. He finally spoke in a murmur. His head was hung low and his cheeks were still flushed with embarrassment. He really wanted to go along with Jane, but how could he give in to his selfishness and go back on his promise? You really have changed. Jane suddenly gave a different smile as she stared at Biruel. How interesting. Biruel felt a rush of warmth in his heart and he felt like bursting with such great excitement when he received her compliment. Jane actually thought he was interesting. How awesome. I understand. It's very understandable. She nodded slightly and began to fly away. There's no need to feel bad, Biruel. It's fine. I hope you find satisfaction with Anna. She's a brilliant girl, so support her well. Biruel felt his heart drop as Jane flew off. He wanted to say something, but a lump was stuck in his throat. He couldn't find the right words to utter. Will you be okay? Who will you ask to help you out with it, with the project? Jane paused in her flight and gave him a confident look. Her eyes were gleaming with such energy that he found himself unable to look away. As her peach-colored hair danced in the wind, Beruel was reminded why he found Jane Ursula so captivating and absolutely enthralling. "I'll just have to do it myself." With that fine statement of finality, she zoomed off and Beruel watched her in a daze. Ha! He could only sigh in wonder. She really is amazing. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 806. Come on, you can't be serious. FR, FR. I'm not joking. Ha ha ha. Stop it. Two people were shamelessly enjoying each other's company. Even in this loud and active ceremony, they seemed to be in a world of their own. They laughed and spoke intimately, as they enjoyed each other's company. These two were none other than Kuzan and Anna. "When will I be meeting your parents, though? Are they still busy? Come on, I'm not emotionally prepared yet." Anna covered her face, blushing as she squealed. Kuzan couldn't help but poke at her little body, causing her to burst out in laughter as he tickled her. Stop, people are watching, haha. Even though she said that, Anna made no move to halt his advances. What could she do with her tiny body, though? Hee, maybe I should search for the Frederick family among the guests. Stop, no. It shouldn't be too hard. I'll just look for any woman who looks like you, but is a little taller. Kuzan. Ha ha ha. At this point, Kuzan fled and Anna chased him with her little legs, both of them laughing and yelling at the same time. A couple of weirdos, they were. Asterisk. P alpha and D alpha no 10 asterisk. Asterisk. Jerry, where are you? Sierra Epelson was faced with a major problem. She couldn't find Jerry, who had promised to be her date for today's event. Ever since the opening ceremony, she hadn't laid eyes on him. Why does he keep avoiding me? This is so not fair. Ever since the war ended, they hadn't had much time together. It hurt her and she didn't know how else to deal with it. He promised to tell me something after we ended the war. And he still hasn't. Jerry, that jerk. Could it be, that there's another girl? A murderous aura instantly took over Sierra and her eyes shone with violence as she activated her sensory magic to search every nook and cranny of the massive hall to find him as well as whichever whore he was with. Jerry is mine and mine alone. Her thoughts rang as she walked with climbing rage. Searching and looking around proved futile, so she decided to ask the people she met on her way. Her first target was Yvonne, who was talking with Freya. Sierra didn't know, neither did she care what they were discussing, but Yvonne was swirling the wine in his cup and smirking weirdly as he spoke. In return, Freya was giggling. The fact that they even stood close to each other while speaking also sent a special message. "Hey, have any of you seen Jerry?" She interrupted their moment with no remorse. No. Yvonne said, clearly annoyed. "Are you sure?" Sierra narrowed her eyes and more of her intimidating aura leaked out. Instantly, Yvonne corrected his glare and beads of sweat formed on his face. He once again realized his place in the hierarchy, especially where Sierra was concerned. I am, sure." Freya simply watched in silence, wondering what the big deal was. I see." Sierra narrowed her eyes further, and then after a few seconds of tense silence, she left the both of them alone, although, she decided to leave a passing comment before completely walking away. "You both like each other, don't you?" With that, she skittered off, leaving the two acquaintances blushing hard. Sierra continued her search and saw Edward and Lamy being stupid, as usual. Edward was blushing hard and laughing, while Lamy was busy regaling him with whatever thrilling tale she had. It was mostly stuff about her research, but Edward seemed to dig the stuff. He didn't even appear to be pretending. It felt like he genuinely liked hearing her talk about magic technology and experiments. Considering he was best friends with Anna, though, that wasn't a surprise. TCH. Sierra ignored the two, proceeding to look elsewhere for a more productive answer. To be frank, the atmosphere was getting to her. Everywhere she looked, she would either see couples or potential couples talking and enjoying themselves. It made her very salty. Where was her date? Where was Jerry in this obviously magical moment? She missed him, and she so desperately wanted him to be by her side. So much so that she was slowly going crazy. Jerry. 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 Asterisk. 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 Meanwhile. I bet you're wondering what I'm doing here. Jerry's voice was a bit hollow and soft, and he was speaking to the being that sat beside him. Not really. Gawain was the one beside him, an automaton who was rather sentient but was also not as interested in humans and their events. Everyone is out there enjoying the party, but here I am, hiding. Dude. I don't really. I need to let this out, man. I hope I'm not bothering you too much. To be frank, Jerry was indeed bothering Gawain. The automaton came to this place, the storage area, to have some alone time since many people kept looking at him and asking him questions. He was a sentient automaton, but that didn't mean he was a very social one. Not long after he found his solitary paradise, this human walked in and practically began to pour out unnecessary information. I'm actually hiding from someone. She's a close friend. We've known each other since we were kids. Is he talking about Sierra Epilson? No shit. Gawain nearly let out an external sigh. Information on Jared's teammates were already among his memory files, and he knew all about Sierra and Jerry's very odd relationship, though even he didn't understand what the heck was going on. Well, if Jared couldn't comprehend it, who was he to get what they were all about? I promised we could hang out today, but I can't bring myself to face her. It's been this way for 3 months now. I just... These feelings swirling within him, was it finally time to let them out? Jerry could think of no better time and no better person to talk to. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 807. It all started to feel weird after that kiss we had that one time. And then as time went on, especially after the war, this strong emotion within me seemed to increase. I can't control it. Jerry clutched his chest as he spoke with a blushing face. His heart always raced whenever he thought of Sierra, and he couldn't spend too long in her presence because he always ended up having dirty thoughts about his own friend. He felt extremely guilty about that. I think I have feelings for her. No kidding. Gawain once again rolled his eyes. He didn't have emotions like humans did, but he could analyze behavioral data and deduce it to mean a particular thing. Jerry indeed seemed to display all the symptoms. Then, why not confess to her? Gawain finally spoke up, giving the most optimal answer to the dilemma Jerry currently faced. But what if she doesn't like me back? It'll make things weird between us. Jerry protested in worry. Things are already pretty weird between you guys, though. I just don't want to ruin our friendship. Sierra is, she's too precious for me to lose. He muttered. Gawain was really uncomfortable now. He truly wanted to help the kid, but what could he say? If you don't do anything, you just might lose your friendship, and her. Once Gawain's voice sunk into Jerry's head, his eyes widened and his blushing face took on a brighter shade of red. Why you think she'll leave me for someone else? Gawain never said that, nor did he intend for his words to be construed in such a way. However, the very thought seemed to drive the young boy in front of him. After calculating the probabilities in his head and weighing the chances of success, Gawain finally settled on the perfect solution. That's right. You need to be upfront about your emotion before it's too late. This is a wedding, you know? Lots of candidates for Sierra. If you don't make your move quickly, then... Gawain narrowed his metallic eyes as he stared at Jerry. You could lose her forever. Those words heavily resonated with Jerry as his eyes nearly popped with fear and his heart burned with pain. Will you allow that to happen? The automaton's voice echoed in the storage room. And no. I see can't. I can't hear you. And no, I can't hear you. No, I won't allow Sierra to be taken away by another man. Jerry raised his voice in determination. Now go, young lad. Go and claim your woman. Yes sir. Jerry, pumped to the brim, rushed out of the storage area to face his destiny. No more running away. No more hiding. He was going to confront it all. Whew, took him long enough to leave. Gawain smiled in satisfaction. He could finally rest without interruptions. Creak. Suddenly, the door creaked slightly open and Jerry returned, poking his head into the storage hall. But, what if she doesn't like me back? His tone was sullen, and Gawain could see signs of fear and anxiety on his face. Have faith. The worst she can tell you is no. With a smile on the automaton's face, accompanied by a mutual nod, these two understood each other perfectly. They felt their emotions resonate with each other, a good consensus between man and machine. Thank you, friend. You're welcome, friend. Thus, the doors closed once more, and Jerry left Gawain in peace. This time, however, the automaton wasn't just happy that he was left in peace. The smile on his face did not dissipate and his thoughts remained on the brave young chap. Go get her. Asterisk. 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 Hick, hick. I wanted to marry her. Gerard was drowning himself in booze as he spoke with a slur. He appeared to be tipsy and his face was bright red, but he kept consuming the alcohol in his massive jug. P alpha and D alpha no 10 I can't bear this. The grown beast folk, a king in his own right, began to wail and cry. He was most likely the only one in the entire event who was resorting to tears in a negative way, for that matter. Dad, calm yourself. Don't you have tons of wives already? Asa sighed as he stared at his drunk dad. You wouldn't understand, kid. When you grow older. Gerard gulped more alcohol and drowned himself in his sorrows. Asa clicked his tongue and left his father. Instead of hanging around a complaining man, he went to a more interesting scene. Aloe and Morrow, all alone. Hee hee. So it's finally happening, eh? Asa grinned devilishly, deciding to sneak up on the two in order to hear what they were talking about. Just looking at them, he could tell they had gotten much closer compared to a few months ago. It feels funny, seeing Kazan floating around. She used to be in my body, you know. Aloe laughed with Morrow. They had talked about many things thus far and this comment of hers was only a way to slow things down. Small talk was always appreciated among good friends. Yet, you never talk about that. How did it feel? I really can't describe it. But I felt everything she felt and I knew she wasn't evil. She simply wanted to do the right thing. After the entire saga, when Jared resurrected everyone, Aloe and Kazan had a long talk. The latter apologized to her and they even made up. Considering how long they had spent together back when she was unconscious and how much Kazan taught Aloe about ether among other things, there was no way they would just drift like that. Kazan's apology and Aloe's forgiveness brought them much closer to each other. In the end, they settled as friends. Morrow allowed her to narrate and describe her experience in full before he spoke again. Well, I'm glad I get to talk with the actual Aloe. True. I'm glad that I get to talk to you with my body and soul intact too. They clinked their glasses and would have talked even further. However, the most unexpected occurred. And it would forever change their line of conversation. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 808. Ilrich Lendertwal enjoyed himself as the moderator of the entire wedding ceremony. From the exchange of oaths to the reception, he was also in charge of organizing the programs, ensuring the event went as planned and that there was absolutely nothing wrong with anything. Of course, that also meant protocol and security officers. It felt good to be busy, to be relevant. Sure, the stakes weren't as high as saving the world, but just for today, he was the hero. And now, it's time for the magic toss, Ulrich declared with great pleasure. The reception was swelling with so much excitement that not everyone picked up on his words and the consequences until it was too late. Naren and Sarah, who had returned to the stage, after spending so long greeting guests and having a generally good time, now had a purposeful look in their eyes. The magic toss was something they couldn't forego. "You ready?" Naren asked Sarah with a knowing smile. The whole thing was riding on her, so it was only a matter of course to ask her. "Definitely." She returned his grin. In one swift motion, she turned her back to her audience and generated a small flaming spell on her hand. It wasn't powerful enough to seriously harm anyone, but it was concentrated with enough energy that dodging it was impossible. This ball of flames burst into a bouquet-like structure, and as soon as it did, Sarah lifted it above her head. "Red-eye-yi-eye? Goo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo." Ulrich's voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly prompting Sarah to launch the flaming bouquet. Like an unstoppable rocket, the projectile ascended into the air and shot through the sky, finally descending upon the anticipating audience. The pressure was on and the flaming construct was descending in a particular direction towards an unsuspecting target. The moment the bouquet hit the target, it burst into sparkles of amber light. Like glitters, the bright fragments of light showered her body. "Wah!" the shocked lady muttered, glancing at the man she had been speaking to and then at the entire crowd that had their gaze fixated on her. As her blonde hair danced and her innocent eyes searched for an answer, she quickly realized what was going on. She had been chosen. Wait a second. Even before her thoughts could completely process how she ought to respond, a loud shout rang through the air, sealing the deal for her completely. "Alovita is going to get married next. And her suitor is right beside here." The voice came from a rather young boy who excitedly jumped out of his place of hiding. He had scaly skin on some parts of his body, an obvious sign of being a beast folk. This was Asa, and his mischievously bright smile said everything that needed to be understood. "And no way." Before Alo and Maro could contest Asa's sudden announcement, a loud roar pierced the air. It was the deafening sound of victory, surging from the crowd. They had all seen the bouquet descend on her like a comet, and they all knew what the magic toss meant. At least, it had been explained in their invitation cards. The toss was meant to choose the next person in the audience who would get married. Not only did it fall on Alo, but she'd also been having a very engaging conversation with a man when it happened. These were signs that were too clear to refute. Alovita and Maro Smith, those two had to be getting married soon. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The audience drowned Alo's protests and Maro's awkward laughter with their cheers. The supposed couple clearly had no say in their union. It was fate. It was destiny. It was love. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The audience cheered even more. As they all cried in happiness and excitement, plunging the bashful duo into a tumultuous sea of unwanted attention, Naren and Sarah were grinning. "You did well to aim at her." Naren grinned with mischief. "Come on. I know you improved the speed of the spell with your magic." They never stood a chance. These two had clearly planned it out. Why they would do such a thing remained a mystery. However, they were clearly having the most fun. Hee hee hee, hee 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 hee. Thus, the party continued in even higher spirits than before, with everyone drowning themselves in the joy that filled their hearts. Well, not that everyone was in that festive state. A particular group seemed to be in a more serious mood compared to everyone else. It consisted of a mature and important couple, and a young one. Asterisk. 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 Why did they have to do the magic toss now? Things just got even more awkward. I was standing right in front of the Helmsworths, Maria's parents. Their cold gazes were more than enough to make me uncomfortable, but now the joyful mood increased the tension in the air. Frankly speaking, it was overwhelming. "I have come to greet you both," as the parents of the woman I love, as well as my future in-laws. I managed to squeeze out a statement. I spotted my father making a wry smile while my mother cringed a little. Was I so stiff in my statement that it fell completely flat? You have done well, Jared. Fortunately, Maria's father didn't seem to think that way. What Franklin says is true. We appreciate your efforts to greet us and even planning for our families to meet like this. You have my appreciation. As I had already noticed before, the Helmsworths really didn't show any emotions when they spoke. It unnerved me at first, but it seemed I was getting used to it. Your compliments are too much. I have not forgotten the agreement we made in the royal palace. Once I am of age, I will officially visit your estate with my family and declare my intentions to the entire Helmsworth household. The two nodded in agreement and it seemed like they leaked out a small smile. It could have just been my imagination, but I could have sworn I saw it. We anticipate your presence. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 809. After our mild introductions and brief complimentary greetings, I began to talk to Maria's parents. Surprisingly, they weren't as bad as I imagined. Duke Franklin was a charming man, who cared for his daughter much more than his expression allowed him to show. I somehow got the vibe of my father when I spoke to him. A man who was quite busy, but loved her more than words could tell. As for Maria's mother Lilia, she was someone who had a jumpy body and a very active personality. It just felt odd that she remained stoic the whole time. If she could change expressions the slightest bit, I could peg her as a very playful woman. Fortunately, it didn't really bother me after talking to both of them for some time. They're really good people. I concluded within myself. I honestly couldn't wait till we officially sealed the deal between our families. PSST. Hey, Jared. A voice suddenly called out of nowhere, interrupting the small talk that was going on between both of our families. I immediately recognized the voice, as well as the presence that approached us. It was Alphonse, in the flesh. Dad, where have you been? My mother was the first to speak. You won't even greet your daughter. Keek. You should know how it is by now. You're a big girl now, and yet you want some pampering every now and then? No way. Alphonse fumed, walking towards me as his wrinkly face formed a smile. Gotta sec, kid. He whispered in my ear. He didn't even give me any time to respond before he began drawing me away from the discussion. What the? His face was particularly excited, and it seemed like he was about to burst just by holding whatever he was keeping inside. I was curious but also hesitant. Can I just leave the discussion like this? I wondered to myself. However, after looking at the Helmsworths and getting their nods of consent, I decided to go with the flow. Maria also didn't seem to mind, and I could now tell if she was upset or not, thanks to the time we had been spending together. Since no one was against it, I went along with him. Well, it's always a pleasure, Alphonse. My father chuckled as he watched Alphonse drag me off. Yet. Take better care of my daughter, will you? She's been craving an adventure for some time now. My grandfather waved nonchalantly, not even bothering to look back at the two. What? Stop it. My mother whispered, blushing as she looked away. That was the last scene I witnessed before I was completely carted away by the overexcited Alphonse. He had better have a good reason for this. I found myself thinking. Asterisk. 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 I overheard Ilrich and Naren just now. They were discussing it so passionately. Apparently, it's the king's decision and everyone in the inner circle unanimously agreed. Alphonse regaled me of the highly improbable tale of his espionage. There was no way my grandfather, despite how skilled he was, could sneak up on Naren and Ilrich. And if it was something as important as the king's command, then that made it all the more secretive. Unless, they wanted him to hear it. Maybe. I still hadn't heard what this amazing news was. Anytime I asked, Alphonse used a roundabout tactic to keep talking about how important the whole thing was and how this would be the very first time something like it would occur in the kingdom. I was just about fed up at this point. Fortunately, Alphonse finally decided to fess up. "You've been chosen as the new Grand Mage, Jared." The moment I heard those words, my mind shut down. And then, after a few seconds, my mind slowly began to recover. It returned to the past, to my first life. Back when I had been an ambitious child. "I will be the greatest Grand Mage of the kingdom," I had often told myself and the many others around me. I worked hard and studied even harder. I did all of those things, only to be told that I was inept. Back then, that path became completely closed to me. Yet. Really? I muttered, surprised to hear my voice tremble. The title of Grand Mage wasn't supposed to mean much to me at this point. I had already surpassed the kingdom's current Grand Mages, and the most powerful person in the kingdom wasn't even a Grand Mage. Naren had shown me that one didn't need a title to be recognized as the most powerful. It should have been hollow to me. Despite that, I found my heart racing and a smile forming on my face. It was almost like I had become a child once again. "Are you sure you heard it right, though?" I tried to shut down the welling excitement that seemed about to devour me whole. "Come on, Jared. Don't you trust me? I wouldn't lie to you about something this important." If Alphonse was sure, then how could I try to deny it? Still, it sounded unbelievable. Granting such a title to someone who hadn't come of age yet, wasn't that too absurd? Well, I've done absurd things, so I guess it's understandable. This kingdom and the other nations had been through a lot. We had endured and overcome the literal end of the world together. We won. There are still a few important things to address, most importantly, Carla. However, isn't this what I wanted? I was surrounded by friends, family, a lover, a purpose, and a place in this new world. I could change this world even further and we could all grow together. This is all I've ever wanted. Suddenly, even before I could properly respond to it, a dark swirling blot appeared in the sky. It contained sheer darkness, and within it emerged two individuals. A man and a woman. And the most shocking part was that I recognized them both. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 810. A tense silence filled the hall as we watched both man and woman appear above us. Everyone was either shell-shocked or cautious, and with due reason. Silence and preparation to strike pervaded the hall as we readied ourselves for instant battle. "Why, hello everyone!" The very familiar man spoke, his eyes gleaming with delight and his grin widening for all to see. My eyes widened in shock as I stood, almost paralyzed beneath his malevolent smile and oddly friendly demeanor. There was no way I, or many of the people present here, could forget this man. Legris Damien. What the hell was he doing here? My eyes went to the woman who floated beside him. She was covered in white and she had clear skin, like a being of purity, though I knew better than to judge her based on her appearance. Seal was a very cruel woman, and her selfish desires nearly brought the world to ruin. Seeing these two side by side, my mind processed a few things in a flash. Naren did say that Legris escaped, but why is Seal still here? She should be dead. And why do they look so healthy? Naren said he'd badly injured Legris, and even if he was alive, he would still be badly affected. There was a lot I didn't know about magic, like how they were able to escape our supervision for this long, and how they were able to interrupt the wedding, despite the defensive measures already in place. "Why are you all looking at me this way? I came to give my congratulations to you, Naren. Ah, and to the lovely Sarah as well. You both look so happy. What a lovely wedding." Legris began talking so casually, almost as if nothing was wrong. "Ah, I'm so jealous." "What do you want, Legris?" For the first time since this bizarre halting of the event, Naren finally spoke. Come on, Naren! Stop the act already! You must have already known this whole thing wasn't over. Haven't you been expecting me? I don't know what you're talking about. Instantly, Naren's hair turned white and currents of power flowed from his body. I followed his lead and took on my most powerful transformation. Grand Fusion Mode, with Mage Mode and Elemental Chamber. Unfortunately, it was all mana-based. Without the Arcanas, I couldn't use Ether. Plus, I hadn't gotten around to forming an Ether core yet. Naren was different, however. He was pulsating with the stuff and he seemed completely infuriated by Legris' return. Things have deviated so much from the original timeline, Naren, but that doesn't mean I've lost. I admit that you caught me off guard with the Nether, and how you resolved that, but... Legris' eyes narrowed and his grin formed a sadistic curve. It appeared he was enjoying every second of this moment. Keep talking. You won't escape this place. Naren spoke calmly. Ah, so you've trapped me in this place. You've also activated your time magic. Whatever shall I do? I wonder. Something told me that there was something not right about this whole thing. Legris was the most cunning person I had ever met. I doubted he would be foolish enough to challenge Naren during his wedding, with only the strongest of people gathered in the same location. Or perhaps, was this exactly what he wanted? As I pondered this, I maintained my guard and made sure to prepare my original magic in case of any emergencies. My family was in sight, same as my friends and family. Let's see. My eyes instantly bulged when I watched the manifestation in the air. 21 cards circled him and one hovered above his head. Those were the Arcanas. Of course. Seal can manufacture more Arcanas, as long as she has enough energy. How Legris was able to survive the aftermath, or how Seal had enough energy to manufacture all 21 Arcanas in order to produce the world which hovered above both she and Legris' head. How in the world? Unfortunately, there was no time to process all of this. Not while we were in this kind of danger. Spellcraft. The world. Displacement. A bright light suddenly engulfed the whole room, overwhelming all my senses in a flash. It was so much that I was instantly paralyzed. It felt like I was being pushed away, yet I remained completely still, unaware of what was happening around me. Asterisk. 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 Legris and Seal watched the now empty hall in silence. There was no one in sight, despite the hundreds and thousands of people that had occupied it just moments earlier. I could only get 6 of them. How disappointing. He sighed. Naren Khalid. Jared Leonard. Kuzan Midas. Sierra Epelson. Alovita. Edward Carl Leon. I wanted to capture the others, especially Sarah Crimson. They're still very troublesome, especially considering the long run. But, it seemed despite all the Arcanas in his possession, he couldn't outmaneuver Naren's impeccable defense. He must have teleported everyone to safety. Perhaps a joint effort between him and Jared? Well, if 6 of the major players are gone, then the mission is just about done, right? With a shrug, Legris caused the Arcanas around him to vanish. Where did you send them to? Seal muttered softly, her gaze not daring to look in the direction of the man she spoke to. Nowhere important. Even I don't know. I just used the world to scatter them around various branches within the tree. Without Arcanas or the proper knowledge of how to cross the branches as well as the way to navigate how to get to their own branch, the victims were as good as stuck. I don't doubt their ingenuity. However, by the time they figure everything out, if they don't die first, I'll be done with all my preparations. A black void appeared behind Legris and Seal and they both ventured inside. No. I would have long won. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 811. A dark place. I found myself in an extremely dark place when I opened my eyes. What is going on? My memories of Legris, Seal, and everything that had happened instantly returned to me, and I swiftly made to observe my surroundings in response to the dread that enveloped my body. Something instantly didn't feel right. Not only could I not use spellcraft, but my surroundings felt different, like it wasn't suited for me. No, I couldn't quite explain this. It was completely weird. I heard a sound suddenly rush towards me, and I also felt strong bloodlust emanate from the person. What they? I was barely able to strengthen myself and escape their assault as I lost control of any mana that leaked out of my body. The strange sensations that invaded my body still made me completely dazed by what was going on. Whoever you are, show yourself. I took a defensive stance, making sure to properly respond in case another attack came. I mean you no harm. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. And then, no harm? You must be kidding. A familiar voice echoed in my ears, causing my eyes to bulge in shock. The dark veils were lifted and light suddenly permeated the air. The vast hall I was in became revealed, and the face of my assaulter was shown. It was none other than the woman I had been searching for all this time. Carla. The smile on my face couldn't be described, and I heaved a sigh of relief. I've been searching for you for so long. Ever since you were taken by the I stopped myself when I noticed the blood-lusted gaze she gave me. Why is she looking at me like that? The glare on her face was so extreme that it felt like she wanted me dead. It seemed like it took all of her self-control to stand still and watch me in both caution and sheer hatred. What is going on? Why is Carla? Don't be so foolish to engage yet, Carla. Another familiar voice emerged across from me, and a swordsman garbed in a kimono drew nearer. He had dark auburn hair and a blade in his hand. He looked much younger than I remembered too, but this man was firmly burned in my memory. It was the martial blade god. He's also looking at me the same way as Carla, this pure hate. Even when he had been alive, the martial blade god had wanted to kill me. However, it hadn't been like this. Damn, how do you think he found our base? Another familiar voice surged forth. Magic. Day. Yet another. I wasn't expecting this. And another. As each of the approaching individuals exposed themselves to the light, my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Biruel stepped forth. And then there was Vizer. I also spotted Stefan Netherlore beside an older fellow whom I recognized as Reed Sterling. No, what is this? What's going on here? A man with golden hair, who had to be Kido if I wasn't mistaken, also appeared. They all surrounded me, eyes filled with indignation, and their postures represented pure animosity. Damn, the Nether cult? How in the world did this happen? As I tried to contemplate my current problem and what solution I could employ, I heard the most familiar voice echo into the air. Halt! The voice resonated within me, and it seemed it did the same to everyone around me. They instantly stopped, stepping back while glaring daggers at me. Somehow, it felt like Carla's glare was the most intense. Perhaps it simply hurt more. I've told you guys already. Stop being rash. The speaker stepped into the light, revealing himself as he stood right in front of me. His dark hair complemented his pure black eyes. He had a stoic expression on his face, and a dignifying dark apparel accompanied him as he halted while gazing at me. This man, he was Naren. When confronting an enemy, always be cautious. He drew a blade, and his eyes narrowed at me. My thoughts were a mess, but I understood my situation enough to tell me how completely screwed I was. I barely had any magic to use, and my senses were constantly disturbed. Everything was a mess, and I just had to be surrounded by the strongest guys I had ever known to exist. Things couldn't get any worse. Naren is right. A melodious voice rang forth, and at her word, the people around me swiftly turned in her direction. I could see a different look, one of adoration, wash over them as they looked at her. Her pure white form and her pale skin made her look absolutely enthralling. Her clear eyes and her cute smile reminded me of the disaster that nearly plunged my world to ruin. No, she didn't just remind me of that, she was that Seal herself. We should all be cautious in the presence of an enemy. She spoke softly, her gaze on me as she smiled. Seal? Smiling at me? No, that wasn't the only strange thing about all of this. She was also very young. About 10 or 12 years old. She had Anna's height, so I could only estimate that much. It puzzled me greatly. As Seal took steps forward, I felt myself growing fearful. Not only did these extremely powerful people desire to kill me, but now the most dangerous lady in the world was with them. Naren was a member of this nether cult organization and it seemed like they all saw me as their enemy. I am Jared Leonard. I was formerly Lewis Griffith. I hope we can talk. I mean no har. Shut up, you monster! Carla yelled, pure fury raging in her eyes. The others also seemed more infuriated when I said this, but Naren's expression remained unchanged. Out of everyone here, he seemed the calmest. Oh, we know who you are. Seal smiled, drawing even nearer. Jared. Lewis. It's all the same when it comes to reincarnation. Her whispers seemed to contain more meaning than I could decipher. There was nothing I could do but powerlessly watch as these extremely powerful entities closed in on me. Naren. The martial blade god. Carla. Keto. Stefan. Reed. Vizer. And now. Seal. I didn't need anyone to interpret how messed up my situation was. Is this the end? Asterisk. 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 End of the 5th arc. Chapter 812. On a far coast, deep within a cave, a young man sat shivering. His legs were huddled together and his eyes were bulging as he trembled violently. He muttered incoherent words, a sign that he could be mad, and his face clearly told of the horrors he had seen. Everything about him, from his emaciated form to his ever-shaking body, proved to be very miserable. His dark cloak hung loosely on his body as he sat in despondency. Once or twice, he would bite his nails, but he was usually just huddled miserably in this cave, recounting the trauma of the past and the life he had lived right up to this moment. The glorious life he was meant to live. The reason it got shattered. The one who shattered it. M. Maria. J. Jared, damn it! He muttered incoherently and with a trembling tone. As he uttered these statements, 2 figures suddenly appeared within the cave. From a patch of darkness, they surged forth, looking at the young boy with contrasting expressions. The female had a look of indifference, with a hint of contempt. As for the man, he had a very wide grin on his face. It seems you've not completely lost your mind, despite the nether deprivation. He said, finally getting the young man to stop muttering. Stefan Netherlore, it's been a while. With widened eyes, he looked at his 2 visitors. Their familiar faces were deeply etched into his memory that he couldn't forget, or at least, one was. L. Legras. Damien. Asterisk. 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 Curing Stefan wasn't too difficult a task. By providing some nether to soothe his needy body, he became stabilized. Still, however, he wasn't completely cured of the trauma. Despite the constant ringing in his head, though, he was still capable of telling his tale and conversing with his former colleagues. Apparently, a special magic tool activated right when his arcana got taken from him and he was forcibly teleported to a safe zone, this cave. The cave had special properties, considering it was within a monodense territory. It would easily mask his weak presence, especially when he got stripped of his nether. But now, I feel much better. Thank you, Legras. Stefan sighed, clutching his head and wincing at the pain. He would have surely died in this cave if no one had intervened. After fighting Maria, he had completely lost his will. Somehow, Legras had changed that. You don't need to thank me, Stefan. I came here with a proposition for you. If you'd like to show your gratitude, then maybe you should join me. The fact that the cult leader's maiden was now working for Legris based on the little he saw, could he assume that the cult leader was dead? Or perhaps they defected from the Nether cult. The Nether cult is no more. Its members are gone too. Seal and I are the only ones left. And yet, we're no longer the Nether cult. We have a new goal and you can join us. Hearing all this new information fazed Stefan a little. It was bittersweet to hear that he wasn't the only one who failed in the cult. It seemed none of them had been able to stop Jared and his allies. It could have been self-patronizing, but he felt less of a loser now. Why go out of your way to seek me? I don't understand. Am I integral to your goals? Stefan asked earnestly, wincing slightly once more. Not really. Without you, I think I'd do just fine. However, I just thought it would be fun to have you along. Besides, it's not a bad deal for you, right? Stefan heaved a sigh. Legris had always been like this since they had known each other. He just wished he'd known how powerful, or rather, skillful this man was while they had been in the Nether cult. What is your goal exactly? He asked. Everything. I want to obtain everything. If you join me, I can give you a good portion of that. You can have power that defies anything you've ever dreamed of. A power that trumps Maria's or Jared's. Upon hearing Legris's offer, Stefan sighed heavily and slightly shook his head. He knew Legris had perfectly hit the nail on the head, but there was something fundamentally different now. He was different. Back then, I thought of myself as special, deserving of power. I thought it was my right. When I was compatible with the Nether element, I was overjoyed, because I thought I was special. However, after his defeat at the hands of Maria, Stefan was ready to face the ugly truth. I'm not special. I never was. I really have nothing going for me, and I don't consider myself gifted in any way. Everything I had built up for myself turned out to be a lie. Legris and Seal patiently watched as Stefan rose to his feet, on his still trembling legs. His slightly bulging eyes displayed a kind of light that hadn't been present there before. I would simply like to find a new purpose for my life. Whether that leads to power or destruction. I want a path I can take. A path that will lead me to the answers I never knew I wanted to obtain. Power was superficial. In the end, everyone had it to a certain level. What Stefan sought was something he could call his and his alone. You sound like a greedy brat. Legris also stood on his feet, his smile broadening as he looked at Stefan. Yet. Maybe you're right. Don't worry, Stefan. You'll find that purpose you seek with us. I can guarantee that. Both individuals stared at each other in silence, and Seal simply watched them quietly, a little disturbed by their expression. But, what of Jared and the others? They'll get in the way. I'm not doubting your capabilities or plans, but Jared, Naren, and the other major threats are currently not present. I made sure of that. What? Stefan's eyes widened further than before. He didn't understand when this happened. However, if Legris was telling the truth, then this world's power to resist had just fallen to a very terrifying low. Sarah, Maria, and a few others are still present. However, they won't prove to be a threat on their own. In the end, things will proceed according to the plan. Hearing all of this made Stefan excited, though he did his best to hide it. Okay, Legris. I'm in. Where do we start? Legris grinned upon hearing those words. His dark brown hair fluttered with the air in the cave and his gleaming eyes expressed pleasure. The first order of business would have been to initiate the amalgamation process. Unfortunately, Naren badly damaged my domain, so I don't have enough power to start it. Stefan didn't understand what Legris was implying by the amalgamation process, and one look at Seal showed that even she didn't get it. We'll need a very powerful source to achieve it. Fortunately, I already have the perfect plan for obtaining it. And the best part about his plan was simple. With Jared and the other pesky pests gone, there's no one who can stop me. Asterisk. 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 The Lost Worlds arc has commenced. Chapter 813. Silence pervaded the room as my muscles ached. My heart raced faster than I could endure and I felt sweat forming all over my body. Considering my current situation, this was a well-deserved response. At the moment, I was surrounded by inconceivably powerful enemies. The Nether Cult. They looked a little different from how I remembered them. For one, Seal looked like a child, the martial blade god seemed younger and less dignified, and Carla seemed absolutely furious with me. Other than that, though, there was another main difference. Naren was a member of the cult. And he was looking at me with complete caution and utter suspicion, something that chilled me to my bones. If I was in top form, perhaps I could at least devise a method of escape. Perhaps I would have even the slightest chance, though I highly doubted it. However, things were different here. I couldn't properly use magic, and spellcraft was invalid. I couldn't even sense the energy around me, and I lost control over any energy that leaked out of my body. In essence, this was the worst possible condition. Is there even any doubt about it? I thought to myself as I stared at the people who were after my life. I'm totally screwed. All of you should stand down. This man is not our enemy. In a surprising turn of events, Seal, the one I had least expected to say such a thing, spoke up and addressed the bloodthirsty crowd. What are you talking about, Seal? This is Jared Leonard. Carla instantly protested this. She really wanted to kill me, hey? The Carla I knew was averse to violence, except when necessary. What caused her to change so much? Or rather, was this really her? Yet. We shouldn't even be wasting time deliberating this. An opportunity has presented itself to us. Stefan, who also wanted to kill me more than anyone else, spoke up. Relax. Do you think it would be that easy to kill Jared Leonard? Naren's calm voice soothed the crowd and he remained composed, despite the commotion. To be honest, even though he was my enemy, I still couldn't help but admire him. It seemed like he noticed that too. Let's hear what Lady Seal has to say, first. He added. With his voice of reason permeating the group, the members accepted it grudgingly. It seemed they respected both Naren and Seal too much to allow their personal desires take over. Thank you, Naren. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Seal shifted her gaze from each of the Nether Cult members and then stared at me. Young man, who do you think I am? She asked. Was she talking to me? Did she just call me a young man? That was a little odd, coming from a little midget like her. Well, considering how old Seal was, then I suppose it wasn't really weird. Should I play ball? Should I be honest with a conversation, or... Hey! Answer Lady Seal already! Carla yelled at me, her eyes nearly exploding in a threatening fashion. Yikes! I better just be honest here. Since she stopped everyone, then it means she at least wants a conversation, right? But this doesn't make any sense, right? All of this is so strange and weird. Fret not, Jared. Or should I call you Lewis? I am not your enemy. I simply want to confirm something. So tell me, who do you think I am? Seal was flashing me a very innocent, harmless smile. The one I knew could easily smile the same way and it wouldn't count for squat. However, I strangely felt the need to at least trust this one. Whether or not that would yield a positive result still remained uncertain. Then again, it wasn't like I had much of a choice. You're Seal. The true leader of the Nether Cult and the depraved woman who sacrificed her child just so she could bring back the Nether to destroy all that exists. I was leaving out a lot, but that was the gist of it. There was no way I could be fooled by her seemingly innocent demeanor. Underneath that facade was a monster. More importantly, didn't she appear with Legris and crash our party? Wasn't that the reason I got sent here? What of the others? Right before everything went blank, I thought I heard Naren's voice in my head. It told me something about how Maria and the others were safe. If I was to take him at his word, then I just needed to worry about how to get myself out of this mess, not that it would be possible in the slightest. Now that I had spilt the beans, there was no longer any doubt that I knew all about Seal's evil act and her grand goal. The Nether cult was evil through and through, and I knew all of that. What the hell is he talking about? Look, he's out of his mind. This is the perfect time to end his life. Looks like practicing all that dark magic has finally affected his brain. He's vulnerable now. It seemed these hungry wolves were ready to devour me. However, Seal raised her hand and stopped them. Why? I couldn't understand the reason. However, she still maintained her creepy smile and approached me without any form of ill will or caution. I knew it. She whispered and drew closer. It honestly creeped me out, but I held my ground. All of those things you said, they aren't of me. Did she really think I would buy that? But, come to think of it, it was weird that everyone around thought I was insane for saying the truth as it was. Why did it feel like I was the one who was crazy? You must be referring to a different Seal. Once she said this, my eyes widened and I suddenly realized something I had been too confused to think about. I am not the Seal you know. I nodded slowly as she spoke. She was right, after all. It was entirely possible that I was the one mistaken this whole time. This place, these people, this world. They were different from the ones I knew. You're not the Jared we know, are you? No, I'm not. I responded, now convinced that something was indeed off with everything so far. I hadn't completely figured it out, but this seemed like the most reasonable conclusion, especially after all the signs. I'm in another world. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 814. A few hours later. I sat alone, in a confined space. It felt very similar to a detention center, but considering the situation, I couldn't complain too much about anything. These people were well within their rights. According to what Seal had explained to me, after we both confirmed that our realities were indeed different from each other, they weren't the Nether cult. Their true identity was the outgroup popularly known as Outers. They were indeed perceived to be the enemies of this world and its factions, but for good reason. I had no cause to think they were evil, and after confirming that my reality was different from theirs, Seal decided to show more courtesy. At this point, I was mooching off them. I'm confused and in a strange place. I need them more than they need me. Besides, they could kill me at any moment. I was at their mercy, so it was better to cooperate. But, wow, this feels unreal. Ether did tell me about the nigh infinite branches connected to the stem and then the root. I never knew I would be crossing branches anytime soon. Is this what Legris is after? He must have done this with the world. That meant he was up to no good. If he got rid of me, he must have gotten rid of the others that would prove to be threats to him. Naren and Kuzan were a definite. If they're out of our reality, then what happens next? Who'll be able to stop Legris? I had faith in my friends, but I couldn't put them in such obvious danger, especially where Legris was concerned. I knew about Naren's history with him and how dangerous he was. We still didn't know his goals, making the threat he posed much more dangerous. I need to get back, and fast. Creak. The door to my room opened and a man entered. I apologize for the wait and the inconvenience. He gently spoke, a calm demeanor on his clear face. Naren, and he's alone. The room has a large table at the center, with my chair on one end and 2 chairs on the other. I had expected Seal to be the one here, perhaps with Naren in tow. But to think he came alone. If you're wondering about Lady Seal, then she has gone into meditation. She won't be able to attend to you now. He took his seat opposite me. I'll be representing her and the outgroup as the team leader. So Naren was the leader of the outgroup? Why wasn't I surprised? However, if he was the head, then who was Seal? What was her position in their organization? Firstly, I would like to apologize for my team's behavior. You suddenly appeared in our base and it didn't make matters better that you have the face of our enemy. When he put it that way, it was even a surprise that they didn't eliminate me quickly. Never before had I been thankful for the fact that I could communicate with them. If we spoke different languages, things would have devolved far quicker. I should be the one thanking you all. You were understanding enough to give me a chance to explain myself. Even now, I'm sure a good number of you are still suspicious of me. Thanks for giving me the benefit of the doubt. Well, we weren't really giving you a chance to explain yourself. Naren muttered, scratching his black hair a little. We were just being cautious. If we knew we could take you, we would have eliminated you as soon as you showed up. I instantly gulped at his cold statement. How lucky was I that they considered me a threat big enough to cautiously approach. Oh, of course, we're deeply sorry for how we treated you. Seal has explained the details to me, so I'll fill you in on what you want to know. Hopefully, we can share information and benefit from this conversation. Naren gave a strained smile. Clearly, he wasn't used to it. Still, even though this wasn't my world and the people here were different, Naren seemed the most similar to the original. He was just as level-headed and courteous. It would be safe to assume the same of his strength. Yet, I hope we can get along too. And I also look forward to sharing information with you. I didn't know why Seal was meditating, or what the other members were doing, but it was most likely the wisest choice for Naren to be here. He was the best person I could be comfortable around. The only issue is where to begin. I added with a sigh. I was completely lost. Based on how they sounded, and how everyone was different, I could deduce that this alternate reality had a different history from mine. The people here lived different lives too. If I was ever to comprehend this reality, then I would have to throw out any of the preconceived notions I had about my world. Why don't we start from the very beginning? The most important parts, of course, like the reason behind the ongoing war and the purpose behind our existence. It seemed there was a lot to cover. Please tell me what happened here. I bowed slowly, ready to be enlightened. Naren nodded and began to tell his tale. Believe me, I could never have imagined it being this crazy. Asterisk. 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 Everything I knew ended up being false. The Apostles of Ether, led by Merlin, were neither apostles nor were they on the side of Ether. They were the Nether cult. Or rather, they seemed to be, though the people in this world simply referred to them as the cult of darkness. Unlike the story I was told, Seal was the lone hero in this story. She sacrificed her life to stop Merlin and his comrades from bringing darkness upon the world. With her dying breath, she sent herself into the cycle of reincarnation, determined to keep protecting this world even after death. This was the catalyst of this world's history. The beginning of a very crazy story. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 815. It sounded unbelievable, but it was true. Thousands of years ago, a group widely known as the Cult of Darkness sought to dominate this world and the worlds outside it by utilizing a strange power. This power was known as dark magic. Dark magic had the power to nullify and corrode anything, making it supreme. It was a widely coveted power, but also dangerous. The Cult of Darkness sought to use this power to take over everything. However, a certain follower of good would not allow it. The Priestess of Light, also known as Seal, was chosen by the very universe to stop them. She was given the laws of nature, as well as the understanding of hidden things. Using these gifts bestowed upon her by the world's will, she was able to save everyone and defeat all those who desired world domination. In exchange for her life, of course. Unfortunately, even that hadn't been enough. Merlin, the leader of the cult, had found a way to preserve his soul using this evil magic. If she had left the world without any protection, it was bound to suffer at Merlin's hands. As a result, using the last of her power, she sent herself into the stream of time and ignited a process of reincarnation. Out of time and out of energy, she was not able to properly control the reincarnation and so ended up being born in this era, where the damage had already been done, with the world already plunged into chaos. That was the tragic history of this world. Asterisk. 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 It's totally different from my reality. That's crazy. Just how different were things in other branches? I understood that different worlds meant different events and that with small modifications, bigger changes were bound to happen, thus creating a ripple effect that would spread out and completely alter events that would have otherwise happened. As I digested everything Naren told me, more questions popped up in my mind. One of those was about the identity of my doppelganger in this world. No. Now isn't the time. I'll let Naren keep talking. After thousands of years of peace and relative progress, there finally came the dark point of humanity. Naren said, his eyes narrowed in slight hesitance. Oh? Is that why you are all on edge and? No. This happened over 500 years ago. It was the birth of the monster that would completely change this world. 500 years ago. Monster? Could he mean? My eyes widened as he stared deeply into them with his dark irises. Lewis Griffith, the deranged sage, was born. Deranged sage? That was ridiculous. Just how much history changed. We know very little about his past. We know he grew up in a rural community and he attended Inslark Academy, rapidly growing in power and influence. Even though he was inept, he kept surprising everyone with his research and scientific progress. Everything Naren said seemed to tally with my actions in the past. What exactly was so wrong with it? However, Lewis Griffith suddenly changed one day. He was discovered to be delving into dark magic, killing people and using them for research purposes. Okay, now things were getting a bit out of hand. He was so obsessed with magic that the lengths he went to had no limits. He made so many horrible creations and committed so many terrible acts. Hearing about the evils that I had wrought on this world felt strange. I knew this guy wasn't me, yet why did I feel a little pain in my chest? Seal believes that this was due to Merlin's interference. He must have come into contact with Lewis at some point and corrupted him. That's how Lewis was able to quickly develop magic, as well as propound so many magical breakthroughs. So, what happened to him? Was he stopped? Naren shook his head at my question, sighing slowly. Lewis Griffith must have known of the limits he had with an inept body. He would have eventually grown old and died, there was no way around it. As a result, he did the unthinkable in his lifetime. I suddenly felt a chill all over my body. He figured out the trick to reincarnation magic. My eyes bulged almost as instantly as Naren said it. He figured it out. That's insane. I was reincarnated due to Naren's interference in my world, but this guy actually reincarnated intentionally. The world celebrated his demise and we used what we could in his research to further improve our magic and civilization. How were we supposed to know he would return as the child of the most influential Duke household in the Eastern continent? Ah, I see. The Leonard ducal household had both magical power and political authority. They were the perfect target for a parasite like Lewis to feed on. Thus, he reincarnated as the baby, Jared Leonard, and began his rise to power. Naren further explained their history to me. As Jared increased in strength, he was able to take over the entire Eastern continent and quickly spread his influence to the other nations in the world. He took over the Western region pretty easily, considering one of his major allies was an influential figure there. She was able to swiftly launch a coup, driving the original king from the throne. Jane Ursula took over the fairy kingdom from Biruel, nearly killing him in the process. Naren told me how Biruel had managed to escape and how he found him before Jane Ursula's army caught up to him. It was shocking that Jane would turn over to the side of evil like that. Sure, this world was warped, but the only reason she performed the coup in my world was for the welfare of her people. Even that had changed. What of the Elven Kingdom? What became of it? I wanted to know if this world's version of Amelia ever had a connection with Louis or Jared. If so, what became of the whole saga? That is another tragic tale. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 816. What? The elves are no more. My eyes widened with both shock and anger as I looked at Naren. I knew this wasn't my world and my raging emotions were useless, but I couldn't help it at this point. Not after hearing what he just told me. Over 500 years ago, before Louis Griffith died, we suspect that he released some sort of magical virus on the demon race. It slowly drove them mad and they became a savage race. This eventually devolved into something else, and they ultimately sought out violence and destruction. But why? We initially thought it was just one of his evil antics, a way to spread destruction and chaos even in his absence. However, how could we have known of his future plans? The demon race went after their closest neighbors, the Elf Kingdom. Due to their sheer numbers and brutal nature, the elves didn't stand a chance. All of them without exception were wiped out. So, the demon war never happened. Instead, Jared instigated them to kill all the elves and carry out a massacre? What a monster! I had also committed mass genocide before, but that had been for many unavoidable reasons. Why would this world's version of myself go to such lengths? It was no wonder these people hated him. When this happened, the Fairy Kingdom feared they would be next, so they partnered up with the other nations, and together, the world eradicated the demon race. How did you solve the miasma problem? Miasma? Naren cocked his head in confusion when I asked the question. The energy demons emit. They emit the same kind we do. Mana. Then it all made sense. The elves only lost because they were outnumbered and outmatched. As for the demons, they lost because of the very same reason. They must have also been exhausted after fighting the elves, so the Alliance used that in their favor. The world thought demons were too dangerous, at that point, so the Alliance decided to exterminate them as well. It was no surprise considering the damage the demons had wrought. Plus, their berserk states made them unreasonable, no doubt. As a result, 2 of the world powers vanished from the face of the earth, without a trace. Carla is the only survivor. Naren added. No wonder she despised me so much. From her perspective, I was responsible for the death of her people. She's a mutant, so the virus didn't have any effect on her. She had no other choice but to watch as her people slowly descended into darkness. In the end, she couldn't save any of them. Naren went on to tell me how Louis, after reincarnating as Jared, was able to easily take over the world thanks to the lower number of nations that stood in his way. The demons and elves had some of the highest combat power thanks to their dexterity and affinity with mana. Yet, they were killed off before they even had a chance to resist him. This world's version of me is just as smart. No, he's probably smarter than I am. He could be getting help from this Merlin guy, but still. Hearing about Carla's story made me curious about the others, so I asked Naren to tell me if he wanted to, of course. Stefan Netherlore was Jared's classmate back when he attended Inslark Academy. In his words, his cousin, Maria Helmsworth, had a huge crush on Jared at the time. Unfortunately, she was killed by Jared when he took over Inslark Academy during the monster invasion on the school. In more detail, this world's Jared used some monsters to attack Inslark Academy, making it easy for him to gain complete control over the Magic Institute. Stefan saw how his cousin, and very close friend, was killed in the invasion, and when he realized that it was intentionally caused by Jared, he couldn't forgive him. Stefan is very talented, you see. He's a genius that outclasses any human I know. He resisted Jared's ascent with all his might, but even he couldn't stop that bastard from taking over the school. He would have died trying to. I was shocked to hear all of this. Stefan, Inslark, everything was so different. Reed Sterling was the headmaster back then and he was the one who led the students to try to resist Jared's uprising. Unfortunately, even he was no match for the boy. In the end, his efforts were in vain and a trap was set for the resistors. Jared slaughtered every single person who went up against him that day. Reed had contacted me earlier that day, so I went to the scene to help. I saw the carnage firsthand. Unfortunately, when I arrived, Reed and Stefan were the only ones who were still alive. Naren saved them, and they were only able to escape with his help. Reed still blames himself for the deaths of all those students and Stefan cries on some nights due to the loss of his cousin. It seemed all of them had lost one thing or the other thanks to this evil version of myself. Vizer's situation is similar to Biruel's case. They were both ousted from their kingdom as a result of Jared's quest for power. It's worse for Vizer because his wives and children were all slaughtered before his eyes by the new Beast King. Don't tell me it's Gerard. Yes. It seems you know him from your world. Gerard became Jared's loyal subordinate after being offered a cure for the beast folk's short lifespan, as well as increased power. That. I kept my lips shut this time, pretending I knew nothing about it. I was able to save Vizer since I had been monitoring the Beast Kingdom when the incident occurred. I already suspected Jared would attack the place next. Unfortunately, I was only able to save Vizer. After the beast folk conquest, Jared enslaved the dwarves as well. In essence, the deranged slave had practically conquered the world. Well, almost. There remains one powerful nation that remains standing despite all of Jared's efforts to take it down. Naren interrupted my thought, raising a finger. The Midas Empire. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 817. The Midas Empire is being ruled by Kuzan Midas, and they've taken control of the northern continent, making it their stronghold. When Naram told me this, I couldn't control the smile on my face. It seemed not everyone was a problem, after all. The Midas Empire still stands in this reality. That's amazing. Kuzan has formed an alliance with the magic beasts and they're currently warding off Jared's forces. In any case, that's the current state of this world, the Midas Empire versus Jared's United Nations. He sighed. For some reason, Naren didn't seem too happy about the resistance Kuzan made against Jared. Perhaps things weren't as simple as I thought. Why not ally yourselves with the Midas Empire and help them stop Jared? I asked. Naren sighed even more, confirming my earlier suspicions. It seemed something more was wrong with the Midas Empire and Kuzan. If only we could reason with Kuzan Midas. Unfortunately, ever since Jared killed his parents, he has been blinded by pure rage and he has led his nation into an all-out war against Jared's forces. Naren continued to tell me how much of a tyrant Kuzan was and I instantly realized that this guy was totally different from the Kuzan I remembered. Kido, his uncle, tried to knock some sense into him. He tried to let him consider a better way to win without an all-out sacrificial war, but he was shunned by Kuzan. In the end, Kido joined us so we could stop Jared before Kuzan slipped further into darkness. It seemed quite selfless for Kido to go so far for his bratty nephew. From the little I knew about him after hearing Biruel and Kuzan speak about him in my original world, the dude was an asshole. If he's kind here, then that's an improvement for sure. It seemed the situation was more dire than I thought. This world was caught between two extremely powerful factions: Jared, the world-conquering maniac, and Kuzan, the tyrannical ruler. Both sides were at loggerheads and so the world burned as they engaged in conflict. That's why we exist. As the outgroup, we take it upon ourselves to intervene in ways that Kuzan won't. We covertly attack Jared's supply points, we reduce his manpower, we set traps, and we do whatever we can to stop them or at least slow them down. To what end, though? I asked. Merlin had a plan, and it seems Jared is also following in his footsteps. Seal fears that they might be trying to rain dark magic upon this world, just like what happened those years ago. I see. The outgroup, though consisting of only a few members, seemed to be doing very important work. It was impressive that their little group had been able to hold on for so long. Or was it? This doesn't add up at all. I thought to myself. These people were equivalent to the Nether cult in my world. Those guys really caused us a lot of trouble, and in the end, they won at least, until Ether intervened. If these guys had the same roster with Carla, Naren, the martial blade god, and Kido leading the charge, what was stopping them from winning? After listening to the tales of each member and seeing how Naren intervened, it puzzled me that he couldn't do more than rescue the victims. For example, when he saved Stefan and Reed during the Inslark takeover. Why couldn't he have defeated Jared right then and there? During the Beast Folk coup, why hadn't he helped Vizer more than he did? It made no sense, considering the fact that Naren was the strongest person I knew. Unless... How powerful is this group? No, how powerful are you? What level are you at in magic? Peak? Transcendent? I didn't want to say any further, since that would be too much. Or was I looking at this wrong? Perhaps it wasn't that the outgroup was weaker than I thought, but that Jared's team was just much more superior. Maybe I already surpassed Naren in this world. We measure our magic by stars. 1 star is the weakest, and 9 stars is the highest. Naren spoke, interrupting my thoughts. Ah, so even their concept of magic is different. Still, I had no doubts that Naren would place somewhere rather high up. Those who can't practice magic don't qualify for this classification though, and I'm one of them. I am an inept. Eh? Did I just hear that right? You're inept. Suddenly, I began to piece everything together. The reason why the team didn't seem as powerful as I thought they would be, and the reason Naren hadn't solved the problem at this point. He couldn't use magic. I assume the Naren in your world could utilize magic. He smiled a little. Based on that look you're giving me. Oh boy, he had no idea just how much magic he could use. The Naren in my world was a beast on another level. Everyone knew that. I shouldn't say anything. It's better that way. I told myself, bleeding for this version of Naren as I held back my tears. Why yet? He had magic. I simply replied, stuttering for a second. I see. Was he strong? Could he have averted this crisis? He went on to ask. I shivered instantly. What was this guy's deal? How could he ask such leading questions? It seemed no matter the world, Naren was still as clever as always. Yet, most likely. The Naren in my world is strong enough to save the world many times over. I see, thanks for telling me. A sad smile formed on his face. Sometimes, I have these feelings of dissatisfaction swirl up within me. I want to do more, to be more, and it always feels like I should be able to achieve it. Yet, I could relate with Naren, considering the fact that I was inept in my past life as well. But, I've long made my peace with my lack of magical abilities. After all, there's more than one way to win a fight. I watched as Naren broke into a bright, charismatic smile. His face was shining with such blinding hope that I could only watch in awe. Rather than feel despair, or pat himself on the back in pity, Naren kept pressing forward. We will win this war, and we won't fail. It seemed no matter what reality, Naren was still the same. And I couldn't help but smile at this. That's good. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 818. Edward teaches me martial arts, so I'm pretty competent in that respect. My true strength, however, lies in developing magic items and strategies. Naren told me about how he had learned how to manipulate magic artificially by using what he called mana magnets. By using them, he made magic items as a kid, and he became better and better as time went on. He had cultivated this talent himself as well. Although he had also attended Inslark, so part of his knowledge had been gained from the school. His talent and skill had been the reason that he and Reed became close during his stay at the school, and even after that. As expected of Naren. Even if he is an inept, he still ends up being a badass. There was one thing he'd said that stood out about everything he had explained so far, though. Edward? Who exactly are you referring to? Did that mean that my Lark friends were here too? No, according to what Naren said, only Stefan and Reed were from Lark. If Edward existed in this world, he would most likely be dead. You met him earlier. That big oaf with the blade. Hold on, who exactly was he calling Edward? Was it actually the Martial Blade God? Martial Blade God? Edward? Please don't let him hear you say that. After chuckling for some time, Naren's face suddenly turned straight and he stared plainly at me. Seriously, don't. What was the problem now? Maybe, oh no, was the Martial Blade God nerfed in this world too? At this point, I could only assume that to be the current situation. Edward has been walking on the path of immortality for so many centuries that even he has lost count of how long he has lived. Unfortunately, he never had the required talent to back up all his hard work. As a result, despite all his efforts as a martial artist, he was never able to break past the 5th star of being a martial artist. Based on my calculations, that would make him close to the peak stage, but not quite there yet. That was a massive downplay of what I knew of him in my world. How is he not dead yet? I asked with a short laugh. He couldn't have possibly reached a point where he could conquer death, right? He even looked younger than he did in my world. Apparently, he met an immortal shaman by the name of Lilith. She had been the one to grant him a never-ending life since he wished to be able to practice martial arts forever. My eyes bulged the moment he mentioned that name and beads of sweat dripped down my face. Lilith? Did you just say Lilith? She really made Edward immortal. Yes. What in the world was going on? Why would she do something like that? Yes, I knew this world was different, and that this world's Lilith was different from the one I knew. But still. She would never do that. Not with the consequences that would definitely follow. Unless. Does the Martial Blade does Edward experience any sort of side effects due to his immortality? I asked Naren while trying to breathe through my sudden state of panic. No, not that I know of. He's always in healthy shape. Though, if you ask me, he takes things a little too far. Because he knows he can't die, he's always putting himself in all sorts of danger. Ah, it's no wonder, then. I smiled to myself. So, in this world, Lilith perfected it. It all made perfect sense now. Why would she make him immortal, though? Well, he grew up under her tutelage. According to him, he spent the first couple decades of his life learning martial arts from her. Ah, yes. Lilith was a monster who excelled at both martial arts and magic. I had never seen anyone surpass her in that regard in either of my lives. She told him he had no talent for it, but he kept being stubborn and determined. In the end, she allowed him to keep practicing so he could achieve his goals. Afterwards, she disappeared, and he hasn't seen her since. That's an interesting story. So, Lilith brought up the Martial Blade God in this world. She always wanted kids, but it's a shame, though. If only we could find her so she could join our cause. According to Edward, she's very powerful. Some things just never changed, I guess. So, how did you and Edward meet? I asked with a light-hearted smile. Somehow, it felt good to hear that this world's Lilith was doing just fine. I knew it didn't change what happened in my reality, but it still brought me some level of satisfaction. Perhaps I was just being self-patronizing. I stumbled upon a cave where he had been in seclusion. Apparently, he had been in the cave for so long that he didn't even know about the chaotic state of the world. I had been a teenager back then, so we sort of got along well. Edward and Naren hit it off pretty easily and they eventually became the best of friends it seems. Naren then went on to tell me about how Seal appeared in front of them and told them all about herself. After she explained the destructive events of the past and the fate of the world to come, he knew he had to create a group to help everyone. Edward had been the first member of the outgroup, and after some time, they increased in number. A good number of our comrades are dead. Damien Lawcroft had been a good man. He hadn't been as talented as Reed or Stefan, but I knew him when we had both been at Eton's Lark. We were good friends in school. Ah, to think even this would happen once again. He sacrificed himself for the cause, as did a couple of others. But, we've managed to survive this long. This world needs us and we can't give up now. I honestly felt moved by Naren's words. It was no surprise that he was the leader. Still, his ideals didn't mean much if their members were too weak to achieve their desired results. Surely, he had to be aware of that. So, tell me, what exactly is your trump card? What makes you so confident that you guys can win this war? There had to be a driving reason behind his continuous efforts. Well, we aren't very strong individually, but we work extremely well as a team. Besides, Naren's smile widened and he suddenly became even more happy. You've already met our ace. She's the very heart of this group, the one who kick-started this whole movement. Ah, yes. How could I forget her? Even in my world, she had been the one who made the Nether cult emerge victorious in the end. Seal. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 819. Seal trains us in magic and teaches us ancient spells lost to civilization. She also reveals the things that happened in the past, helping us make sense of the present. I could sense a great deal of respect in Naren's tone as he spoke. He and Seal must have really come a long way. You really trust her, hey? Naren smiled slightly and nodded. She doesn't have most of her former powers, and her connection to the world has thinned considerably. It takes a lot of time for her to gather enough power to affect the laws of this world, but without a doubt, Seal is the strongest. In essence, thanks to her abrupt and rushed reincarnation process, Seal was nerfed. Their team is obviously outgunned. I thought to myself. I had expected something more spectacular, but if this was all they could boast of, I was a bit worried about us. Even Carla and Keto, who were plenty powerful in my world, were bound to have some sort of limit in this world. I realize what you might be thinking. This seems like a losing war, doesn't it? However, we have a plan. My body twitched a little upon hearing my favorite word. Instantly, anticipation filled my eyes and I looked at Naren with expectation. What plan? By coordinating our attacks to look random on the surface, and attacking strategic sites which will definitely affect Jared's world empire. Naren began, his eyes narrowing with seriousness. We plan on launching a sting operation on one of those facilities today. It's a weapon production site. Destroying it will not be enough to stop Jared, but it'll slow the effects of his tyranny down. I liked how Naren was as pragmatic as he was hopeful. It would still take a long time to deal any damage to this evil Jared himself at their current pace, but I recognized what their efforts would achieve. That's pretty good. Thank you. I'm only telling you all of this because Seal told me not to withhold information from you. I perfectly understood this. In fact, I was already pretty excited about the whole thing that I eventually had to raise my hand to make a suggestion. Why don't I help you guys? A smile leaked from my face. Help us? How? Well, with magic. Back in my world, I'm pretty strong, you know? Not as strong as Naren, but still very powerful. Oh? Really? That's great, then. Maybe next time. I was actually offering my help just now. And Naren just politely refused it at point blank. Do not take offense at my words. It's simply because you are an unaccounted variable in the plan. I can't add you to the team so abruptly since that would mean a whole lot more planning and re-strategizing. And we're leaving today. Once he said that, I realized I was the one being inconsiderate. The more people who had to be teleported or protected, the more power one would have to expend. If they were truly trying their best to conserve energy, and they had made a perfectly functional plan without me, then I would just be a nuisance. Besides, I don't think I can help much anyway. My power is still on the fritz. I thought to myself. I need to figure out how to stabilize my power, and fast. There's also the fact that you still don't know a lot about this world, and my teammates don't wholly trust you. Naren's calm voice permeated the room. Afterwards, for a while, we both descended into silence. How about you? Do you trust me? Naren's stoic face hardly moved as he shrugged his shoulders, rising to his feet in the process. Strangely enough, I do. I don't have a particularly good reason for believing you. I guess you could call it my intuition. There's a lot more to say and I would like to hear all about your world too, but there's hardly much time left. I have to go now. Naren made for the room's exit, opening the door slowly. You should remain here until we get back. The magic barrier here gets deactivated after a day, so if we're not here by then, consider yourself free to go. So there was a magic barrier. As expected. Yet, I didn't notice it. How weak have I gotten? I understand. I'll try to figure things out on my end too. Thanks for your time. I replied with a genuine smile. It's fine. Rest well. With that, Naren exited the room and shut it behind him, leaving me alone to ponder my current predicament in this strange world. My connection to ether was severed back then, so I can only resort to mana and miasma. However, for some reason, I can't use them properly here. Why? If I had to develop a theory, it would be because of wavelength. I couldn't sense the mana here, so the wavelength of this world must be different from mine. After all, this world has its own set of rules, and as a foreigner, I would need to learn them in order to realize how to apply my abilities to them, so that they would work. In essence, I would have to build my magic from scratch. If I was to choose a method, it would begin with my mana cores. I didn't have the time, opportunity, or need to do this back in my old world, after the war, but perhaps it was finally time to begin. First, I'll compress my mana and miasma cores, purifying them to the utmost degree so I can form an active ether core. I didn't know how many cores I would need to sacrifice to achieve this feat, but it was necessary. Then, there was the other thing. I also have to figure out how to properly use magic in accordance with this world's wavelength and see if I can use spellcraft while I'm at it. With no arcana or enough magic to fuel my original magic, I was stuck in this world. I still had a lot to learn and plenty of things to do, so the sooner I got started, the better. Looks like I'll have to resume my hardcore training. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 820. So, how did it go with that shady guy? Naren had just been walking into the meeting room when he heard a voice ask him about his meeting with Jared. It came from none other than Carla, who was currently scowling while standing in a corner in the room. If you hadn't left there after 5 more minutes, I would have stormed in there and dismantled his body, pulling it apart limb by limb. She added, her sharp teeth bared, thanks to her wide, malevolent smile. Relax. He's not dangerous or evil. He seems good. Naren sighed, looking at the rest of his teammates, some of whom gave him looks of disbelief. You really trust him, Naren? Edward asked, his arms folded as he leaned against the wall while standing in a different corner of the room. His eyes were closed and he was in a cool and composed pose with his kimono. Yeah, I do. Naren ignored the swordsman's attempt to look cool and instead drew closer to Carla. At first, I only decided to give him a chance because of Lady Seal. However, after observing and having a conversation with him, I can say for sure that I trust him. Naren's statement and his soft smile shocked everyone in the room. "You're not the trusting type, Naren," Carla reminded him, placing her hands on his cheeks while staring straight into his eyes. "Really? I'm pretty sure I trusted you well enough." He said this as his smile grew wider. "Or have you forgotten?" "Perhaps I have. Care to remind me?" was the succubus reply. Everyone in the room knew what was coming, so they instantly averted their gazes from the two in front of them. Even Stefan, who was interested in the whole thing, had his eyes covered by Reed Sterling. "You're not ready for this yet," the man said to the boy. Naren and Carla ignored everyone in the room and crushed their lips on each other, enjoying a warm and loving kiss. It got rid of all the tension in the room, replacing it with a different kind. The perfect solution they needed at the moment. "You two need to get a room," Edward groaned. "I practice celibacy, so I don't think you need to rub all of this in my face, you know." "Yeah, right. You're just keeping yourself for Lilith." Hey. That's Master Lilith for you." The group burst into laughter, fully taking advantage of the brand new atmosphere that allowed them to laugh and smile so freely. Of course, even this didn't last for too long. "All right, let's get down to business," Naren began, spreading out a large map on the large table at the center of the room. Other than that, no piece of furniture existed. The whole team gathered around the very detailed map that he was showing them. "My scout golem took a live footage from above the site and I compiled it to form this." The extensive structure of the site was at least half a dozen acres of land, and the ominous-looking terrain would have been enough to intimidate anyone. But not these outers. No, they had a mission to fulfill. Lady Seal is currently gathering enough energy for the trip. Once she's done, we'll set out immediately. The longer they delayed, the less accurate this map would be. They had to strike as soon as possible. "I believe in all of us and our abilities." Naren stared at his comrades with a confident smile. Edward. His best friend. Carla. The woman he loved with all of his heart. Kido. The man he sympathized with the most. Reed. His old mentor and friend. Stefan. His adopted younger brother. Birual. His drinking partner and brother-in-arms. Vizer. His most respected comrade. These were the people he had risked his life for and with. He trusted them with everything he had, and they trusted him in return. Along with Lady Seal, who gave him a purpose, this group of people were his family. And that was never going to change. "Let's do our best." Asterisk. 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 Meanwhile, in a dark castle to the far east, there was a room that remained untouched out of the reach of many others, save for a few. Within this room were 4 individuals, all standing in the presence of a massive throne. Usually one would need to constantly bow before this throne, but things were different for these 4. The dark room was exquisitely furnished, considering this was a luxurious place to be. The chandeliers that hung from the ceiling, and the twisted murals that were illustrated on the walls, all of them depicted fine luxury. The gleaming stones that were placed strategically and the trophy of weapons across the space also told of the majesty of the man on the throne. That is, if he could be called a man. "I welcome you all, my friends." A very youthful voice surged forth from the throne and the lights all over the room instantly flashed. The brightness revealed the 4 who stood before the elevated throne and the one who sat on it. Jane, Ilrich, Gerard, and Abel Lyon. The supreme ruler spoke as he narrowed his eyes at the 4 of them. His 4 generals. Steadily drumming his fingers on the exquisite golden throne, he looked beyond the flight of stairs that separated him from the base where they stood. "It has been some time." Gerard spoke with a tone of reverence. "Indeed, I hope you have been well." Abel Lyon followed. "It is indeed an honor." Ilrich smiled. "Did you miss me?" All their eyes focused on the man worthy of their attention, loyalty, and adoration. Lord Jared. He smiled as he listened to his generals greet him. Garbed in a regal black and gold attire, with a golden crown on his head, and bleached white hair, Jared silently watched their display of reverence. It never failed to amuse him. "Now that you're all here, let us begin the meeting." He rose from his throne and his royal outfit flowed seamlessly behind him. "There's a lot to discuss. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk." Chapter 821. The planning hall was a sacred ground that only the most relevant people could venture into. However, since these people were at the top of the food chain, of course, they were granted access. With Jared leading them, they all ventured towards the moderately large hall, with murals still staining the wall, and tiles so exquisite you could see your reflection. The room also had a center table which 5 chairs gathered around. 2 chairs were to the left, 2 to the right, and a more majestic one stood firmly at the head of the table. "Have your seats." Jared smiled, moving to take his prestigious position among the others. Despite his warm invitation, no one dared to have their seat before he did. It wasn't due to anything he had imposed on them, but rather, it was simply their respect for the hierarchy. Once he sat, they followed. "All right, then. Since we're all here, let us begin." Asterisk. 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 And that concludes the report. An eerie silence followed Ulrich Lendertwal's voice. Everyone in the room sat completely still as they watched Jared nod slowly. "So, still no progress on the Midas front, eh?" He sighed. The Midas Empire had been their most challenging opponent throughout the conquest. All the other nations had fallen without much difficulty, but this group was proving to be a serious thorn in his flesh. "It's because of their pesky barrier. That's pretty much all they have going for them." Abel Lion growled. He, who had been the only demon, apart from Carla, to be spared from the massacre in exchange for betraying his own people, had sworn complete fealty to Jared or perhaps, Lewis Griffith. In any case, he was his loyal servant, and his master's desires were his as well. "Our spells can't do anything to them and our technology is also incapable of breaching it yet." Jane Ursula responded with a grin. The Midas Empire's barrier had to be the most peculiar one in existence. It pretty much nullified their spells and it was constantly active. That was the only reason why their race, as well as the magic beasts, still had any reasonable grounds. "We already have enough manpower to defeat them, do we not? It will be tough, but I can see us winning. If the Magic Technology Division could just work on something on their end, then..." "Hey, are you seriously blaming me, Gerard?" Jane's eyes flared as she glared at the Beast King. "And no, of course not. I was just saying." Like a puppy, he shamefully hung his head low and accepted his fate. "My division is working tirelessly to produce so many things at once, including the main project. The little time we have dedicated to breaking the barrier has proven futile. Yet what would you have me do?" Okay, sorry." Gerard could already see himself being backed into a corner. It was shameful that a woman was talking to him with such disrespect, yet he knew he couldn't fight back. If she had been his wife, he would have beaten her half to death for daring to speak against him. He would have shown her her place in the hierarchy. Unfortunately for him, she wasn't his to discipline. The man who claimed the title of her lover, was someone he would never wish to cross. "Relax, Jane. I'm sure Gerard meant no harm. Right, Gerard?" Jared's voice soothingly interrupted their discussion. His warm smile and understanding eyes would have given peace and comfort to Gerard, but he knew the true meaning behind them. "Shut up or die." "Why yes sir." He bowed vigorously. Jane scoffed a little, grinning afterwards. Clearly, she was looking down on him. Damn it. Gerard endured the humiliation, giving more importance to his instincts of self-preservation. "As long as we all get along well, that's fine. Thank you for the report, Ulrich." The man with flowing white hair bowed courteously without uttering a word. As Jared's top mage, he only needed to speak when he was told to. The very man who gave him the right to immortality was the one who now dictated his freedom of speech. However, Ulrich didn't mind. As long as Jared showed him more magic, and ensured he always had enough materials for his research, he was perfectly fine with being his loyal subordinate. How about you, Jane? Anything special to report? Yes. Quite important, actually. Jane rose to her feet. Unlike the miniature size that fairies usually donned, Jane had a regular human size. Of course, she had wings behind her, making it clear she was a fairy. Her pointy ears also gave it away. Our magic observatory detected some strange phenomenon that occurred some hours ago. She began, no longer smiling. What kind of strange phenomenon are we talking about here? It's difficult to explain. It's like space and time folding in on itself, and reality itself warping. I also felt a strong surge of magical energy, unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. The readings were simply off the charts. But were you able to pinpoint its exact location or range? Jared's eyes narrowed further as he heard more about this strange occurrence. Clearly, it wasn't natural. An unprecedented phenomenon, occurring at such a critical moment? No, how could it simply be overlooked? That's the problem, not at all. Jane sighed. The readings were so off the chart that we couldn't pinpoint the exact source. A magic power that was too dense to calculate and trace? How absurd was this surge? Or more importantly, who had caused it? Could this be the work of the Midas Empire again? They're relentless in their efforts and they aren't that weak either. Perhaps they've developed something formidable. Jared rubbed his chin in deep thought. Perhaps, or it could also be the work of our other opponents, the Outers. Jane added, her eyes displaying just as much concern as Jared's. The Outgroup, hey? I see. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 822. The Outgroup. Despite their small size, they continued to be a major threat to everything Jared had built. Not only were they hidden from his United Nations detection, but their assaults were also extremely thought out. This mysterious and highly competent band of outcasts always found a way to get under his skin, and he could attribute it to mainly one person. Naren. Jared gritted his teeth. Could this be the work of Naren? Has he figured something out? Did he make something else this time? Something dangerous. A bead of sweat fell from Jared's forehead as he tried to think of any possible explanation for the outgroup having such a power. What could he be up to now? Shuyu. An incorporeal figure suddenly moved close to Jared, grabbing both of his shoulders with its skinny fingers while leaning down to his ears. Don't be too sure it's Naren, the ghost-like being said. It had a nearly transparent form, with a glowing pale-like complexion, and a very distinguished robe to cover its thin skeleton-like body. Seal. This could have been the work of that wretch, Seal, the ghost added. Jared's eyes slowly trailed to the face of the one who spoke. The flowing white hair, the obsessive eyes and the cold, unfeeling face could only belong to one person. I understand the possibility, Merlin. I'll keep that in mind. Do more than that. Seal is a major threat. The most major of all the Outers, and even the Midas Empire. I won't let her get in our way. Don't worry about it. Jared sighed and shut his eyes for a few moments. At that moment, he heard a hissing sound, and the heaviness in his heart and soul slowly lifted. It seemed the ghost had vanished. Opening his eyes, he watched as his four generals watched him with expectations. None of them could see Merlin's ghost, but this was already old news. Even though he had been seeing and speaking to the spectre of the legendary mage ever since he was a mere teenager, bitter about his ineptitude in magic and inept identity. If it hadn't been for Merlin's intervention and their fated encounter with each other, he wouldn't have risen to become the man he was today. In a way, Merlin was his mentor. However, their relationship ran deeper than that. Too deep to consider at the current moment. Now, Then, where was I? Finally getting back on track with the topic, Jared decided to resort to the only thing he could at the moment. Tighten security in all our major regions. Ensure there are more than enough troops on standby. And also, prepare the big guns. We need to be more vigilant at this point in time. Without knowing what exactly caused the energy surge, they could only be as prepared as possible. Begin to make the preparations immediately. That is all. His generals instantly rose to their feet and nodded. This marked the end of their meeting, and while it had been short, the uneasy atmosphere that clung to everyone in the room made it evidently clear that they couldn't afford any errors in their duties. Something big was happening, and Jared's ever-expanding empire had to be prepared. Failure was not an option. Asterisk. 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 How do you feel? Once everyone left, only 2 people remained in the room. You look a little bothered. Jane Ursula moved close to Jared, a smile plastered on her face. Is it because of what I said? Jared, who was still seated in his chair, nodded slowly. Yet. It's a bit worrisome. I don't like the idea of someone possessing a power that even you are unable to pinpoint. Haha, you give me too much credit. Jane drew closer until she was right in front of Jared. Do I, now? Aren't you the most brilliant mind in the world? Jared smiled, gazing at her passionately. Second only to yours, I'm afraid. She returned his gaze. For a brief moment, they simply stared at each other in silence. And then... MMMPH, MMMH. It all happened in an instant, but Jared and Jane were now passionately kissing. The fairy sat on his lap, and he caressed her while they engaged in this act. No one could see the both of them like this, in this shameful state of emotional weakness and utter indulgence. Ha! Jared, I've missed you so much. Jane moaned, enjoying more of her partner's warmth. Jared was too occupied to speak, but he definitely felt the same way. No one had managed to make him feel anything remotely close to how this woman did. They were both made for each other. Their similar love for magic had evolved into an inevitable attraction that drew them closer and closer together. Jane Ursula was his best friend and best partner. They were soulmates, which made this whole venture even more worthwhile. You know, what, Jane? I'm excited. Still in each other's embrace, Jared finally halted their kissing, smiling widely at his lover. The glimmer in his golden eyes displayed the level of sincerity he had in his statement. When it came to Jane, there was no need for lies or bravado. No one understood him as much as she did. I can't wait till we conquer this world and then expand to the other ones that exist beyond this place. More kisses interrupted his words. I can't wait too, Jared. Hehe, to explore magic with you and conquer everything that exists. Ha, it's a dream come true. Their skins grew warmer, too immersed in their depravity to care about anything else. We'll let go of this small rock, and explore even far greater ones. Their passion evolved into something greater and deeper as more time passed. It was almost magical. The universe is ours. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 823. The outgroup gathered in their hall. They were all wearing resolute expressions on their faces. Silence pervaded the group, and their eyes looked over each other. They had done many operations like this before, so it wasn't a new thing. Still, there were times when they lost 1 or 2 comrades in an expedition. No one could tell for sure. We've made all the preparations possible. Right now, we can only try our best. Naren finally spoke to his team members. Almost as soon as he said this, the last member they were waiting for arrived solemnly. Lady Seal. They all beamed with a smile. Since she was now out of her meditation, it meant she had gathered enough energy to utilize her teleport spell. The time has come, dear friends. She returned their smiles with her gentle demeanor. Let us begin. All nodding, they moved close to each other, leaving Seal at the center. Battles were often unpredictable and dangerous, but they were confident in their abilities and their cause. Well, almost all of them. My intuition tells me something is off. Naren's thoughts echoed. However, when he considered just how much time and effort was put into the planning and the stakes that arose as a result of this operation, he knew he had to do more than rely on his intuition. Everyone here was willing to risk their lives for the cause, and he was no exception. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but... Tightening his fist, he looked at the only family he had. Let's all be extra careful out there. As usual, they would be split into pairs, and they would be scattered across the various regions marked on the map. The survey and investigative analysis that led to this moment played a big role in their current operation. Sure. Let's do our best, buddy. Edward grinned, smacking Naren on his back. Just like the last time, he was paired with Edward. Yet. He returned the gesture, smacking Edward at least twice as hard. Ow! That hurt. To think I held back out of consideration. They all laughed at Edward's response, enjoying the brief moment of joy before the storm. Deep in their hearts, the outgroup members knew they might not see each other again. You must all survive. Let's meet at the rendezvous point. Seal spoke, and they all nodded. Then, let's go. Asterisk. 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 Protected by a double-layered barrier, a certain factory stood tall in its massive compound. It covered over a dozen acres of land, and the eerie energy that poured out of its several chimneys showed how intense the activities within it were. One of the barriers protecting this facility handled stealth, while the other served to protect it, like armor. In addition, since it was in such a remote area, the factory was away from civilization and prying eyes. The most important thing about this factory, however, was its function. About 20% of the total manufacturing power of the magic weapons utilized by Jared's world power was made here. That didn't sound like a lot, but when compared to the other areas the outsiders alone had hit before, it added up to over 50% damage to the United Nations under Jared's banner. A perfect score. A bright beam of light suddenly surged at the northeast section of the massive factory building. The brilliant radiation pierced the darkness that shrouded the building's outer shell, and one could see other similar flashes of light from other regions representing the other teams of outers. Two men emerged from this beam of light, both shrouded in some sort of transparent aura. The security measures should kick in now, and our simultaneously divergent appearances will confuse the system for some time. Naren thought, looking up into the darkened sky. As expected, there were flying drones monitoring everything, and they would now be alerting the denizens of the factory. We're currently cloaked, thanks to the enchanted devices we have equipped ourselves with. Looks like everything is progressing considerably well. The security footage and magic sensors would only detect surges of light, but none of them would be detected. Still, by diverting the attention of this facility's security to many areas at once, they would be able to thin out their opponents, as well as cause a distraction long enough to carry out their plans. It was a plan Naren developed, the act of killing all their birds with the single stone of their appearance. Naren glanced at Edward, who already had his blade unsheathed, and they both nodded at each other. Their resonating devices allowed them to see each other. The same applied to every other member of their team. However, considering the fact that the magic power of their devices were limited, they had to hurry. A ring on Naren's hand glowed golden, and instantly a blade appeared. It had runic inscriptions, and intricate designs on it, not to mention the aura pouring out of it. All right, Ed. He smiled, no longer feeling any dread or hesitation. Let's do this. Edward's eyes turned bright blue, and his long blade glowed with azure light. He had an equally daring expression on his face. Yet. Asterisk. 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 The massive surge of energy sent metallic debris flying all over the massive factory room. Two pale silhouettes of males could be seen swiftly sending their blades dancing as they cut through the several golems that stood in their way. 9 Martial Precepts. Number 01, Rend. Moving like the breeze, Edward skillfully sliced through multiple golems at once. The precepts were his self-made martial arts 9 techniques he had mastered to their limits. They were his very best techniques. As he cut through more golems, Naren utilized one of his blade's special abilities, creating energy projectiles in the form of similar-looking blades. As he pointed them in the direction of his enemies, he went on to actualize the true aim of the mission. "I'll plant the Mana Singularity Bombs, M.S.B.S., in the strategic areas same as every other pair, and after scouring the facility for useful resources, we'll blow it all up." That was the plan. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 824. As the assault continued, the tempo slowly rose to the point of extreme difficulty. The distracted security measures were already being redirected to the inner facilities, where the outers were attacking. As a result, the time they had bought was as good as spent. Number 00, Martial Dance. Edward went into a frenzy as he destroyed a vast amount of golems in one fell swoop. His precision was extremely sharp, the result of practicing for so long. Compared to the few Naren had defeated, Edward's pile of destroyed golems was too great to begin counting. However, this wasn't a really fair assessment, especially when one compared Naren's focus on the whole operation. "I need to find building schematics and additional information concerning their operations and other chain facilities." Gathering raw materials was important, but it wasn't as if they didn't have a decent stock already. What the outgroup needed at the moment was information. As a result, Naren placed a lot of emphasis on that pursuit, only taking certain items he considered rare or useful. They swept through the northeast area, making their southern entrance the outgroup's rendezvous point. Once they all got there, they would resort to the next step of their plan. Igleznov 10. We don't need to destroy all the golems. As long as we avoid the troublesome ones and we use the tactics we already discussed, we can save them for after the M.S.B's explosion. The MSB was one of Naren's most potent inventions. By causing a chain reaction of mana explosions consisting of different frequencies, and forcing each fraction to resonate with one another, the force would be magnified, thereby creating an unstable connection. Eventually, all the energy would clash, further increasing the destructive capacity of each unit, thus forming a massive chain of explosions in the end. In essence, if they managed to make it out of the facility, and then detonate the blast, it would wipe out everything inside, golems included. Naren, a little help here. Edward's sudden yell distracted Naren in his search, causing him to swiftly press the watch on his left wrist. Instantly, a small ball-like golem appeared from it, almost like a holographic projection. Code, S43. Eliminate hostiles. He muttered, returning to his search. The spherical golem swiftly made its way towards the cluster of golems, almost 100 that surrounded Edward at this point. Whirring as it closed in on its targets, it finally stopped above Edward, sizzling with heat and glowing with brilliant light as soon as it got there. Sending a brilliant blast from the center, the floating ball destroyed itself along with all 100 golems that gave Edward trouble. Thanks to its position above Edward, the blast didn't affect the latter in the slightest, leaving him unscathed among the several defeated golems. Edward wasn't surprised, though. This was simply one of the many tricks that Naren could employ. Even without magic, he was still more than capable enough to be the leader of the outers. "Thanks, Naren!" Edward yelled, catching his breath as he made his way to his friend's location. As expected, the energy in their cloaking devices was already exhausted, so the onslaught of their enemies would be even more aggressive than they would like. "I still need to figure out how to increase the mana usage capacity of the cloak mechanism." Naren groaned internally as he observed their current predicament. He had recently hit a wall in that venture thanks to his preoccupation with other matters, as well as the lack of an assistant to help with his research. If only he had just one person. We'll keep running into all kinds of trouble if this keeps up. This is no time to complain, though. Utilizing the goggles he now donned, Naren was able to see far ahead, even further than Edward was currently capable of. Golems are heading in our direction from 3 o'clock. We'll need to take a detour, he declared to Edward, who readily agreed. Damn! So many golems! Where are the operators? Is this place merely an iron fortress? I told you already. They're not simply made of iron, but... Yeah, I get the point. Edward and Naren took their detour, avoiding the collision path they would have jumped into if they had continued their sprint in a straight line. The moment we attacked, they would have been forced to flee. Capturing one or two of them would have been nice, but they have teleportation stones. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Edward remembered their difficulty in catching a hostage despite launching many attacks on the enemy's many facilities. Usually, it would take an unbelievable amount of energy to even attempt teleportation. However, in the case of Jared's United Nations, they had found a way to solve the problem. By linking 2 points together, causing their positions to resonate, they interconnected the 2 regions, thereby acquiring the mana necessary to traverse the distance and making it smaller in comparison. The reason Seal spent so much time preparing their teleportation was due to the immense distance they had to cover, plus the 2 barriers they would need to bypass. In the end, using that kind of magic was too draining. It doesn't help that they use a special process to absorb a majority of the mana in the atmosphere. They have the advantage. Still, that changed nothing. Once they were done with this building, they would have destroyed a little over 50% of the enemy's supplies. Their efforts for so many years had not been in vain. All that's left is the Dwarven region. If we attack there, we can eliminate over 40% of their artilleries and then their technological advancements. It wouldn't be easy, but they had to do their best. Let's survive this one first. We're almost done. Naren thought of his friends and he did his best to succeed not only for them but for the world as well. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 825. Woohoo! Edward's excited voice pierced the air as he and Naren finally saw the southern gate in front of them. It was too early to celebrate, though. There were a bunch of golems charging towards them at breakneck speed. With both parties exhausted, it was only a matter of time before they became overwhelmed, even if they did manage to reach their rendezvous point. Naren! Ed yelled, glancing at his partner. I'm on it. As they both leapt through the gate, their enemies right behind them, Naren initiated his countermeasure. TMP. He muttered, tapping an emerald jewel that hung low on his neck like a pendant on a golden chain. Instantly, the technomana pulse he had been saving up all this time spread around him, halting the functionality of the golems for about 5 minutes. Their magic circuits are currently being overwhelmed. The effects should last us long enough to rejoin the others. Every team had a TMP device with them. If they both activated theirs at the right moment, then their plans would flow seamlessly. All that'll be left afterwards is the destruction of the whole building. Naren smiled, running alongside his comrade as he made his way to the rest of his allies. Asterisk. 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 Phew, you guys are late. Carla said, her brows creased in concern as she watched Naren and Edward run towards her. Keto and I were in the north and we still managed to get here faster. The 2 best buddies were already out of breath as they approached the group. Just as Naren had predicted, they were the last to join the party. Keto and Carla, Stefan and Reed, Vizer and Biruel, as well as Seal. Everyone was already waiting for them. Well, not all of us are as strong as you. Edward stuttered, pretty much worn out after using his techniques too many times in a row. His muscles ached and he was already feeling the side effects that came with overexerting himself. Aren't you meant to automatically recover or something? Keto muttered, staring at him. Edward's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth in response. That's not how it works, okay. He had lost count of how many times he'd explained this to everyone, especially Kido. His immortality didn't grant him unlimited stamina. I still feel pain and exhaustion, you know. If it had been his master, Edward knew she wouldn't have gotten tired this easily, yet he was already worn out after barely an hour of combat. Every second I spend as an immortal, I am reminded of my inadequacies. He smiled sadly. Glancing in Naren's direction, Edward hoped to find some comfort in his best friend. They always encouraged each other, despite their lack of talent in their respective fields. That was why. Gah! Edward scrunched up his face the moment he saw Naren and Carla kissing. "Gee, get a room already!" he cried out, covering his eyes as he turned away. "Maybe you should get someone you cherish." Biruel snickered in response. "Aren't you old enough?" Reed grinned. "You're very handsome, Mr. Edward. I'm sure you can find someone as well," Stefan said, innocent to the intentional mockery they were all making of him. Everyone was aware of Edward's celibacy, but such matters were perhaps too complicated for the young one to understand. Shut up." Edward's cheeks turned pink as he closed his eyes and covered his ears. La la la. Everyone often tried to get him to move on, but how could he? As long as his master was still out there. How could he desire another woman? I know they mean well, but he couldn't see himself moving on anytime soon. Unlike Naren, who had found Carla as his lover, he was alone. Asterisk. 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 All right, Seal, how much longer will it take for you to gather enough energy? Naren asked. About 10 more minutes. We still have about 3 more minutes before the TMP wears out, right? Indeed. The TMP was very effective in disrupting the magic circuit of anything around it. Unfortunately, that was also its major flaw. The bombs I placed close to the exit were affected. I'll have to wait 3 more minutes before I can detonate them. His remote detonator had also been affected by the TMP, so that was another factor to consider. They would be cutting it close, but as soon as the 3 minutes were up, he would initiate the explosion and destroy the building. The blast would be sure to attract a lot of attention, and while the escape of the workers would surely attract the appearance of reinforcements, it would take some time before a decent force was mobilized to stop them. With the destruction of the building, the resonating effect will be gone, so they'll have to consume a great deal of mana and time to reach us. They were most definitely going to be able to hold out for 10 more minutes before Seal returned them to base. At least, that was how it was supposed to go. However, in the blink of an eye, the outgroup found themselves surrounded by enemies that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The entire factory compound was covered in thousands of golems, some even flying in the air. The outers were filled with shock, and fear slowly began to creep into them. The blue glow that suddenly brought the unexpected group here had to be the work of immensely powerful magic. And worst of all, they could sense the source coming from the direction opposite their group's circle. "So, you are the outgroup, hey?" The warbling tone of the metallic figure echoed in the darkness as he approached the surrounded, flustered group. This being's platinum body radiated prestige, and his humanoid appearance complemented his armor-like body. And no, why did it have to be this one? Biruel's eyes bulged as he glanced at Naren. Everyone in the outgroup felt the same level of fear and nervousness as Biruel when the ultimate automaton approached them. It was revered as Jared's ultimate creation, after all. Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 826. Most outers had only heard rumors of Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage. The only ones who had actually seen him in action were Biruel and Naren, and they were more than lucky to have gotten out alive. To think the most sophisticated automaton, the highest form a crafter could make a regular golem into, was the one who now stood in front of them. Damn it! Naren thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. I was wrong. His calculations had indicated that there would be more than enough time for them to escape. He had made all his assessments, and his predictions were usually accurate. Yet, not only did backup arrive sooner than expected, but one of the most powerful entities in this world was the one leading the charge. It was too bizarre to have been expected. What's going on? Did Jared and his group change their strategy? There had to have been a shift that I'm unaware of. It was too late to figure out the reason their plan had failed, though. At this moment, only the thought of survival was occupying his mind. How should I handle this? Gawain, the ultimate automaton, was walking straight towards them. His gait was slow, but that was simply on purpose. None of them could escape the encirclement set by the thousands of golems that Gawain commanded, neither could they even dream of fighting through them to get away. Not while this immensely powerful thing was present. In the end, they were at the end of their rope with nowhere to run or hide, and with limited power to fight. In the end, there was only one way. I'll be using my trump card, everyone. I'll buy us enough time to retreat. Naren turned in the direction of his group, wearing a strained smile. For a moment, his dazed teammates stared at him in shock. Their eyes widened, and a look of horror spread all over their faces, especially the female demons. It's the only W.A. W. What are you saying, Naren? You think I'm going to allow that? Carla's voice interrupted him, and a frightened look of disapproval permeated her face. Carla. I know, but... The choice wasn't easy for him too, however. After putting everyone's abilities into account as well as the fact that they were all exhausted, he could only rely on this method. Mana Overdrive. With it, he would be able to insert the artificial mana he developed into his body. This would grant him temporary access to the power that the world denied him from birth. However, the consequences of doing this were undoubtedly lethal. I'll die after 10 minutes, and considering how much I'll have to exert myself to fight Gawain, I'll probably not even last that long. With his current knowledge of magic, as well as his mastery of the martial arts that Edward taught him, he was at least confident in holding off his opponent until Seal was ready. 9 minutes. I'll do my best to hold out till then. Naren, no. If you're going to die fighting, I'm going to sacrifice myself too. Carla cried out, her eyes filled with tears. After the death of everyone she had called friends and family, all she had known was hate and despair. Yet, with Naren, she had been able to love again. He had brought light to her life. I can't imagine life without you. Her body was shaking so much that she could barely stand upright. I won't let you die alone. No, Carla. We can't afford to lose more than one member of the outgroup. We're already short-staffed as it is. Naren responded calmly. This was the most logical approach he could take. Even though it broke his heart to see the woman he loved in such pain, he would rather see her in tears than see her lying in a pool of her own blood. I'll do anything to protect my family. Naren gritted his teeth and prepared himself for the procedure. Once it began, there was no going back. You don't have to sacrifice yourself, Naren. You're our leader. Losing you would be a big blow to the outgroup. Let me do it instead. After the other members of their team protested, Edward finally got the last word in. I'm immortal, right? Let me do this. Placing his hand on Naren's shoulder, the young martial artist smiled boldly. Although, a bead of sweat trickled down his face, and it was clear that he wasn't at all in top form. Still, he did his best to put on a brave front for his friend. No. Naren replied, shrugging Edward's hand from his shoulder. His tone was cold and his gaze was focused on the approaching Gawain. The hundreds of meters of distance between them had now been reduced to a few dozen. If you were an option, I would have chosen you. Unfortunately, you're not. This really is the only way. Naren was hardly wrong about anything. That didn't make him perfect, but he was more insightful than anyone else on the team. Of course, Seal was an exception. It's not like I want to die willingly. I want to keep living. I want to see the end of this war, as well as the liberation of our people. However, the current circumstances had made things clear for their group. The only reason he and Biruel had escaped from Gawain back then was because of his TMP, which had disabled the automaton for just a minute so they could make their escape. Gawain would have been upgraded after that, so that trick wouldn't work anymore, even if he could try it. As regrettable as it is, I will have to die here. He controlled his emotions and tightly held onto the little white pill he would need to swallow. It has been a great honor fighting alongside you all. You're my family, and I love you. Naren's gaze went over every member of the team, before finally resting on his lover, Carla. I will always love you. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 827. Most of the outers were in tears. The few who weren't, either forced themselves to hide their overflowing emotions or were too focused on gathering energy to concentrate on anything else. Seal understands what needs to be done. I just need to do the needful. Naren smiled, raising the pill to his mouth in order to ingest it. His hands were trembling, and once again it registered within him that death was awaiting him the moment the substance entered his mouth. However, death was already coming for all of them. In this inevitable situation, wasn't it better for him to sacrifice his life for his friends? Yes. Farewell, everyone. It would be rough for them without him, but he had faith that they would pull through. They would gather new members and become stronger. Ultimately, they would stop Jared and return the world to its glorious state of peace and tranquility. I wanted to see it happen. He fought back his tears and willed his mouth to open. I'll watch over you all in paradise with the rest of our friends. He dropped the pill into his mouth. All of you must. The white, round object neared his lips as he closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Survive. Wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air, causing Naren's face to move with a jerk. The white pill bounced off his chin instead, forcing him to catch the precious item before it rolled away. Hha! Both Naren and the rest of the outgroup, even the enemy forces, looked above them to find the source of the sudden sound. It came from a young man who floated in the air. He had a darkened cloak and his blue hair unnaturally flowed behind him. He looked like a total stranger. Yet, that is. Naren could recognize him. They had met before, and while the lad was now putting on a new face, he could not mistake his presence. Jared Leonard. Jared, in this new form, was grinning widely, and he confidently stood above everyone, even the floating golems. As both friends and foes alike stared at him, there was only one thought on their minds. What is he doing here? Asterisk. 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 Moments earlier. This is good. Thankfully, the dysfunction my power was experiencing in this world didn't affect its internal nature. When I concentrated enough, I was able to sense all my cores and familiars. Lightnovel. Oh well, this is going to be a bit tough. My goal to transform my current cores into ether ones was simple, but also very difficult. I'll have to purify and condense my cores. That's really all there is to it. Thanks to Anna's groundbreaking discovery of ether, as well as its formation, I was going to awaken my ether by using this process. It's amazing how she figured this out. With this alone, she has surpassed me. Of course, Anna didn't see it that way. For her, her discovery was only a stepping stone. She wanted to make even more discoveries and inventions that would bury me. I suppose that was the true meaning of surpassing your predecessor. Welp, I'm rooting for her. In any case, I needed to focus on this task. It would be really draining, and I would end up starving afterwards. The outgroup never mentioned a kitchen to me, but if I was successful in doing this, I would be able to access my subspace through original magic and bring out something to snack on. I better get right to it, then. Hours in. Ah, yes. Finally, after condensing and purifying the cores for over 3 hours, I was able to do it my first actual ether core. Ah! I've missed this feeling. My primary core had now been transformed into an ether core, which would make it easier to affect the others. Still, to think I sacrificed over 1,000 mana, miasma, and fused cores just to satisfy the most basic requirements for an ether core, it was just crazy. The demand for energy was really high, but so were the rewards. If I turn most of my cores into ether cores, I should be able to apply spellcraft internally, and directly purify and condense my mana particles so they automatically get turned into ether. Once that happened, I would naturally be able to generate ether, and I could automatically form cores even during battle or rest. For now, though. I smiled, feeling the surge of energy within me and even externally. I can finally feel the energy around me. Not surprised, though. Ether was the very energy that represented the essence of this world. It didn't matter, the branch ether would still function the same way. In this world, there was no miasma. It was possible that other realities where there was no mana, or where everyone was inept, existed. I can't imagine how people can live without magic. Perhaps they'll rely on ingenuity to create technology that can assist them, rather than magic. However, one indisputable fact about all of this was the flow of ether. As long as I had that, I would be able to use magic. I'm not that hungry. Should I form another one? That would be nice. Maybe I can even. Suddenly, I received a signal from the micro-automatons I placed on all the outers. I did it so I could help them in case I got my magic figured out on time. Unfortunately, I couldn't even access them until now after developing my ether. It has been a great honor fighting alongside you all. You're my family, and I love you, I heard Naren's voice. It seemed troubled, and I could hear sniffles and voices of unease from the other outers. I couldn't completely decipher the situation, but one thing was quite clear. Something is wrong. My automatons instantly fed me the location of the outers, and the distance from my current position was considerably large. However, it wasn't going to be a problem. Original Magic, Great Sage's Memoir. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 828. Okay, wow. My thoughts trailed as I watched from my height. The thousands of troops that surrounded the outgroup were basic golems, and while their numbers were a bit worrisome, they shouldn't have been too much of a problem for the group. They look tired, though. Maybe that's why they look so distraught. It's a good thing I flew here as fast as I could. My body was coated in ether, allowing me to achieve the regular feats of magic without worrying about any dampening effects. Thanks to light magic, I was also able to swiftly get here. I would have teleported, but my arcanas couldn't directly interfere with the laws of this world. Their frequency was still tuned to that of my old world. To change that, I'd have to improve the arcana formula. That'll take time and energy. And while I would eventually have to do that, if I wanted to return home, now wasn't the time. Lightnovel, that meant most of the arcanas in my possession weren't going to be very useful at the moment. Not like I need them, though. A smile crept up on my face. I watched the several hundred golems floating in the air as they whirred and turned all their focus on me. It seemed they would be attacking very soon. I should also end things fast. Returning my gaze to the outgroup, I noticed Seal was in the middle of immense concentration. Perhaps she was gathering enough energy to teleport everyone. Fair enough. I'll just help them out until they make their escape. Grand Safe Haven. In a flash, a golden dome surrounded the whole group, encasing them in its glow. With it, none of the golems would be able to penetrate it. The only issue would be the automaton, but it seemed its focus was on me. Something about its platinum body and pristine design made it look familiar to me, but I dismissed the thought instantly. The golems in the sky were already charging towards me. Storm of lightning blades. In an instant, I rained down blue-colored blades that were made with lightning energy. They descended upon the metal golems, sending them into shock, as well as piercing their most vital points all in an instant. Bzzzzttttzzz. I could hear the sounds of their magic circuits frying, and watching so many metal puppets dance around me added a certain thrill to it. And that's a wrap. I smiled, looking at the enemies that remained. There were a few thousand left, and then there was the one who appeared to be the leader, which was the automaton. It really resembled the Gawain I had designed back in my original world, but what is your identity? Depending on your affiliation, I shall not engage. The automaton finally spoke to me, its tone warbling exactly as Gawain's usually did. I felt like my Gawain's tone was clearer, and this one's pitch was a bit off, less natural than I would have preferred, but they were certainly similar. And what would you do if I said I was with them? I grinned menacingly. It was possible that the automaton was stalling for time until more backup arrived, so I had to remain vigilant. However, this was my first conversation with someone who could be considered an enemy. Perhaps I could learn one or two things from it. Then, I shall eliminate you. Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage, declares it. Yet. It really was Gawain. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when I heard him introduce himself. So this world had a Gawain too, and while its design was a bit different from mine, it had the same aesthetic. How could I have been mistaken? Well. Do you understand now? You realize who you're crossing now, don't you? If you know what's best for you, then introduce your. Sorry, but are there other Gawains like you? I asked, itching my head a little. What? I mean, you're Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage, right? Are there other Gawains with other different titles? My major fear was that Jared had managed to mass-produce Gawain. If this was only one of the various versions of the ultimate automaton, and the others were actually running around causing havoc, then, that would suck. It would be no wonder this world was like that. What in the world are you talking about? I am the ultimate automaton, made by Lord Jared himself. How dare you drag a masterpiece like me to such a low estate? Ah, it seemed I was mistaken once again. This really was the ultimate automaton. The Gawain I built as a masterpiece. But, really? No, maybe this world's Jared simply programmed this Gawain to think that way. Someone as diabolical as the evil version of myself could simply employ such a strategy to throw his enemies off. Yes, that could indeed be the case. Or am I overthinking this? I glanced at the outgroup, specifically Naren, for advice. They knew this world much better than I did. Besides, if anyone could tell me more about this reality's Jared, it would be them. It's better than just assuming. Naren nodded at me in confirmation, his eyes depicting absolute seriousness. Once I saw it, I instantly knew that the automaton must have been telling the truth this whole time. It had just been me who found it difficult to believe. Can you blame me, though? I should have already expected this, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. It seemed I had worried for nothing, at least, in terms of this battle. Gawain, I am on the side of the outers. In essence, I am your enemy. Before I could complete my statement, the automaton lunged at me with full veracity. It appeared like he wanted to end me himself. But, well, that would be quite a problem. It wasn't because of anything, other than the simple thing I observed. The thing that made me doubt this thing's authenticity. It's too weak. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 829. Light magic was a very useful type of magic. Thanks to its properties, everything about me became faster, including my physical and cognitive abilities. I could engage in my thoughts for a long while, yet only a moment would have passed in real time. With this ability activated, it made sense that the world around me would slow down when I wanted it to. Nevertheless, this automaton is too slow. Was this the stuff that gave Naren and the outgroup trouble? No, it was probably because they were exhausted. I had no right to judge them since I was unaware of just how much they had pushed themselves before reaching this point. As the only line of defense against Jared's tyrannical rule, I had to give them props. Even if Naren was nerfed and the other members aren't as strong as before, it should still stand to reason that they can handle themselves in a fight. Something as mundane as this automaton shouldn't have been a problem for them. Should I try it? It's been a while since I used it. As a mage candidate for the Grand Mage title, there were many spells in my arsenal. However, I really liked using one in particular. It'll be great for clearing out the other golems that are standing in my way. Then, I'll take my time to thoroughly examine this Gawain once I'm done. As soon as Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage, got within range, I used the back of my hand to hit it. The impact sent him flying straight in the direction of the massive factory beneath me. There was barely any resistance at all. It seems to be coated with defensive magic, but the defense felt so paper-thin that it barely registered as one. Then again, it was operating on mana, while I had used ether. Despite this, I was currently limiting my ether usage, while giving part of my attention to replenishing my supply. It'll take some time to get used to condensing and purifying in the middle of battle. Thankfully, this can't really be called one. The thousands of golems beneath me whirred to life and would charge at me at any time. Unfortunately for them, I planned on ending their lives pretty quickly. The barrier I'm using to protect the outers should hold up. Ah, it seems Seal is already done concentrating. They'll be teleporting soon, Go on without me. I'll meet you guys back at the base. I yelled at them, yet they proved unresponsive. It appeared that they were frozen in some kind of trance, one I couldn't quite decipher at the moment. Oh, well, let's focus on the targets. Golden flashes of lightning burst forth from my fingertips, and a surge of power coursed through me, causing the lightning to swell in size. This was an original spell I had developed by merging light properties with lightning. It was quick, precise, and highly destructive. It was Grand Blitz. More than enough to take care of the rest of the small fries. Ah, it seems they've teleported already. Once I was done with the spell and looked in the direction of the dome, the outers were no longer present. I really needed them to teach me more about this world, especially for the sake of accessing my arcanas. Seal was the answer, so I would have to talk to her after all this. But first, I suppose I had to deal with Gawain. Let's see what else it can do. Asterisk. 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 What is going on here? Amid the rubble and dark crevices of the partially destroyed factory was Gawain, the Platinum Knight of Carnage. Yes, his name was dreaded by all of Lord Jared's enemies, and only a few individuals who were his allies could be called his match or his superiors. That was how Lord Jared had designed him. Other than Hugo, who is my match, there's also the 4 generals. Apart from them, Gawain could see no one else whom he wasn't confident about defeating. Yet, with a mere backhanded hit, he had been sent flying to the ground? How highly improbable was this? Unexpected. This is unexp. Before Gawain could utter another word, he heard a loud explosion, like the roar of a very fearsome storm. The intensity of the energy chilled him to his very wires, and he shivered like a frightened child. And no way. This is. In a flash, all of the fine golems under his control had been annihilated. A single spell had wiped them out. How was any of this possible? Gawain found his circuit getting hot as he tried to process something completely inconceivable. It was too much for his logic to handle. I can't sense the outers as well. Did they get away? I let them get away. Throughout his years of dedication, Gawain had never let anyone escape his hands. The only ones who had managed to do so had been Naren and Biruel, and that was simply because he hadn't been perfected then. I'm different now. I'm the ultimate. Yet, he had failed. He had shamed his creator, as well as their cause. Gawain couldn't really feel emotions, since he was an automaton. However, based on how he was programmed, his failure brought him great anguish. Glad to see you're still all right. A voice suddenly greeted the confused automaton, causing him to freeze in his position. The stranger that just attacked him suddenly appeared in front of him, looking as casual as one could be in their current situation. It didn't even seem like he was taking any of this seriously at all. Ah, wait. Your jaw is a little, crooked. The blue-haired young man said. Logically speaking, Gawain already knew he couldn't fight against this person. The only and best option would be to escape. He had to escape and inform his master of his wrongdoing, as well as the danger this man posed to their plans. Tch. As much as it hurt him to say, this was his final farewell. Self-destruct sequence. Activate. Asterisk. Chapter 830. I watched as Gawain activated its self-destruct protocol. I also realized that it really was quite similar to my own version, at least, in that respect. Once it detonates, all the information it has will be uploaded to whatever server the Jared of this world has prepared for it. In any case, everything that happened here will be exposed to him. Did I really want that to happen? Well, perhaps. I stared at the automaton in front of me, watching as its magic circuits began to overheat and fry. In a second or two, it would explode, swallowing me and the entire building we were within in its powerful eruption. I'm disguised anyway. It's not like my identity will be deciphered. Besides, a smile formed on my face as I looked at the battered thing. I'm curious to see how this world's version of me would respond to this. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I contained the blast within a magic barrier, preventing the explosion from spreading much further from the automaton itself. I could see the sizzling blast struggling to get out, but my magic barrier was far stronger than the struggling eruption. In the end, it died down without too much trouble. Guess we're done here. From the fight I just had, there were a couple of things I had deciphered. Firstly, this world's Gawain was far weaker than mine. The defensive magic it had on, plus the material it was comprised of, they were all subpar. Plus, it self-destructed. That means it was also aware that it stood no chance. I was tempted to project Gawain's weakness to its creator. Perhaps this world's Jared was not as strong as I had imagined? Perhaps I could handle him. No, let's not get too conceited. I have to be careful here. Just because this world's Jared was less skilled in making the perfect automaton didn't mean he was lacking in other areas. Besides, he had hidden knowledge from this world's Merlin. He most probably had trump cards as well, making the situation more difficult than I could imagine. Then there's also Spellcraft. I can't use it currently. But if he can, then I'll be at a disadvantage. In the end, I still needed more time. Alright, then. Why don't I take care of the other issue I noticed since I entered this building? A smile formed on my face as I looked at the far end of the factory. There was a hidden door that was made to look like part of the wall. Beyond the wall-like door was a special room, and someone was dwelling inside it. I wouldn't have known if I didn't move this close. My senses were also enhanced to their limits due to my being extra cautious. The person on the other side had to be skilled at using magic distortion. Perhaps there was a magic device that allowed for something like that there. Let's find out. In no time, I closed the distance between me and the mysterious hidden door. Concentrating my energy on my fist, I readied myself and bolstered my defenses just in case there was a trap. Here goes. In one burst of power, I obliterated the wall before me, revealing the moderately sized room within. It had a certain metallic smell, and I could see dim lights flashing around the room. There were shelves in every corner, and the center had a large, sturdy table placed there. Just one glance told me that this was a workshop, one belonging to a crafter, no doubt. Eek! I heard a slight shriek come from the other side of the room. A small figure was crouching down, trembling as she squeaked even more. She seemed to be the only person here. Her yellow blonde hair and the oversized lab coat she donned, brought back memories. She had a small stature, and even the high pitch of her voice sounded familiar. Almost like Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. 3 small flying golems lunged at me from behind. They were strengthened with magic, and each one would pack a heavy punch if they came into contact with me. Unfortunately for them, I was much faster and stronger. Electrodisruption field. The moment they drew closer, my barrier paralyzed them, frying all their magic circuits in an instant. My gaze returned to the little one who remained crouched. As soon as I stared at her, her skin jumped. She must have realized that her plan failed and she was now royally screwed. Eep! What now? It's your call. I grinned, drawing closer to her. The closer I got, the more she appeared smaller. This person looked very much like a child. An image flashed in my mind, but because she was wrapping her hands over her head, I couldn't see this person's face. PPP please. She suddenly slid to her knees and prostrated in front of me. Eat. Have mercy I. Her loud tone, an incredibly high pitch, made me almost laugh. It was so instinctive and natural that I did it without much thought. At this point, I already realized that my suspicions were correct. You may raise your head. I smiled at the little girl, or rather, the lowly Annabelle. Stiffening slightly, she slowly lifted her head, revealing the baby-like face of the girl I remembered. Her bright blue eyes were filled with tears, her nose was running and her soft cheeks were red. It seemed she really didn't want to die. Novel com. What are you doing here? I asked her, narrowing my eyes to imply that any false statements would mean her death. Of course, I couldn't possibly kill Anna, at least, not until I was sure she would be a threat to me. I work here, in this factory. She muttered, more tears falling down her cheeks. I see. I suppose I should have expected this. A smile formed on my face. No matter the world, it seemed Anna didn't really change. Her love of being a magical scholar, especially engineering, hadn't changed. The fact that she had this workshop proved it. She had to have been a key technological developer in this factory. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 831. I couldn't evacuate until I had taken all of my equipment with me. But by the time I was ready, everyone else was gone. Anna told me the funny story of how she had been left behind by her co-workers, many of whom were most likely her subordinates. In a huge factory like this, there were bound to be many ground workers, and then there were the superiors who handled the more complex matters. The fact that she had her own workshop, as well as projects that she had deemed worth saving. That meant she was someone pretty high up. She'll be useful. I smiled to myself. I'll do anything. Please just spare me. I have a dream I must attain at all costs. People would say anything to escape harm, especially something as grave as death. Anna could easily tell me anything to prevent me from killing her. Still, I wanted to hear what this dream was. Tell me your dream. I can't. She covered her face, blushing even harder than ever before. Why was she blushing when she was in danger? Was she really feeling embarrassed in such a tense moment? It had been a while since I had seen my world's Anna get flustered like this around me. She seemed all grown up now. Well, except when she's with Kuzan. Those two act like children all the time. I nearly sighed. This whole thing just reminded me of how much I missed my old world, and how concerned I was about the ones I got separated from. Speak. I deepened my voice in order to pressure Anna to reveal her dreams. I didn't have all day and neither did she. Well. Her expression slowly started to fall. The cute and flustered Anna slowly vanished, and her bright blue eyes darkened very fast. I want to have revenge. My parents and 11 siblings were all killed thanks to Jared Leonard. He took everything from the Fredericks, just because we never sided with his cause. He made my family an example to everyone else who thought of rebelling. Her tone was sullen, and I could feel my heart twisting just from hearing that. I wasn't home when it happened. I had to change my identity and my name. You called me Annabelle, but my new name is Liliana. Annabelle is the name I discarded, just so I could blend in and stop this monster. She clenched her fist, and I could see the frustration on her face. Using magic, I could also see that she was telling the truth. It was both sad and relieving, to hear her story. It turned out Anna wasn't a bad person here. Still, something bothered me about the entire narrative. Didn't you look up to Lewis Griffith's exploits? I asked, rubbing my chin. How do you know that? Her cute eyes widened in response to my words. I never told anyone. I just do. That was my response. As someone with a higher position of power, I didn't have to answer her question. Besides, if she ended up being an ally, she would eventually find out the truth about me. I indeed admired Lewis Griffith. It wasn't for his malevolent acts, though. I admired his magic genius, and so I began applying myself ever since I was young. Using everything, from knowledge to the practical use of magic. I strived to reach his level. So, in this world, Anna actually started using magic at a young age. That was a relief to hear. But, after his return, when Jared Leonard's army killed my family and he proclaimed himself the reincarnation of Lewis Griffith, I was appalled. It seemed Anna didn't know too much about the atrocities that Lewis Griffith committed in his past life. She probably didn't know about the demon extermination incident and the fact that this world's Lewis intentionally caused the extermination of 2 entire races. It took the death of her entire family to despise him. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. What of the Helmsworths? The Netherlores? The Crimsons? What happened to the other noble households? If perhaps they had rebelled or joined his side, I could find a way to sift through the people I knew, and the people that would mean trouble. Jared Leonard collapsed the entire nobility. The Netherlores fiercely stood against his rise to power, especially after he took over Inslark, but they were met with destruction. The other 3 major noble households joined forces and went up against Jared, but they all suffered the same fate. As it turned out, this world's version of me was so brutal that he even killed his new parents with his own hands. What in the world? I was already beyond stupefied. However, I couldn't show Anna how flustered I was. Well, I believe you. I choose to believe you, Anna. I moved closer to her, patting her head. Don't worry, I won't kill you. A smile formed on my face as I watched her blush and nod gently. She really was incurably cute. In any case, we should get out of here. Drawing her little frame to myself, I carried her in my arms. She's lighter than I expected. Has she been eating well? I asked myself. My world's Annabelle was definitely heavier. Or, perhaps, was she just eating too much? This whole thing confused me every single time. Where are we going? Anna shrieked, asking me with a flustered face. Honestly, just watching her act this way was well worth it. Igleznov 10 to the outgroup. Surely, you've heard of them. Why yes. An elite, mysterious force that fights against injustice and for the sake of the people. But no one knows where. No, don't tell me, you're one of them. Well, I wouldn't exactly call myself an outer. However, Anna was blushing so hard already, and I could see glimmers of stars in her eyes. How could I let her down now? That's right. I am an outer. I smiled wryly. Whoa. That's so cool. Before she could say any more, I accelerated my body with light magic, coating the both of us in ether. In no time, we were out of there. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 832. Silence permeated the dimly lit room as Naren and his allies sat. The lounge was a place they often sat down to discuss random ideas, or even silly ones. It was the one place in their invisible fort that was notorious for the amount of noise that leaked out of it, yet today, this place was quiet. Each member of the outgroup sat on a comfy sofa courtesy of magic and engineering, and they either looked too stunned to say anything, or too conflicted about where to begin. Seal wasn't present, though. After teleporting the whole team, she was too exhausted to move, so she was taken into her room to rest. All that was left were the rest of the team members, and none of them was speaking. This threatened to go on forever. However, I would like to apologize, everyone. I put your lives in danger, despite thinking I had everything planned out. I really am sorry. Naren was the first to speak, rising to his feet and bowing his head before every other member. He had a genuine expression to show how sorry he was, and his tone proved it too. Everyone either watched him with stunned reactions, or understanding ones. Naren, it's fine. I don't think any of us could have expected that outcome. The first to speak was, of course, Carla. It was expected that she would support him, though her tone sounded a little off. It was clear that she was angry, even though she said it was fine. Carla is right. Something must have happened that caused such a drastic shift in their security. Biruel added, rubbing his chin as he considered the options. Back when he ruled, Biruel was known as the Wise King. This was due to the fairness he displayed to his people, as well as the policies he enacted. He had to consider the strategy a ruler would utilize, especially when that ruler was Jared. Agreed, Biruel. It must have been a new policy from Jared. Vizer added. He too was revered among his people back when he was king, though it wasn't due to wisdom or anything of the sort. For beast folk, strength was everything. The moment he lost to Gerard, he had forfeited that right. He would have gladly stepped down had it not been for Gerard's affiliation with Jared, or rather, his subordination to him. As a result of his weakness as former king, his entire race was subject to such a tyrannical monster. That was why Vizer knew Jared's twisted wisdom when it came to leadership. Could it be something we didn't notice? We've been more concerned about this raid for some time now. I believe there could be some things going on behind the scenes. Kido added. He was his brother's counsel many times, so he was adept at giving insightful comments on matters like this. No matter how one looked at it, the plan was perfect. Naren wasn't at fault. They could have developed new magic technology to detect us sooner. Perhaps they already prepared for our assault. None of them even suspected the existence of a mole among them. No, that would be absurd. They were family. None of them had that capacity. Maybe it has to do with the other world Jared's return. Stefan suddenly blurted out, causing everyone to look in his direction. He looked nervous at first, but after a pat from Reed Sterling, and an understanding nod from Naren, he proceeded to divulge his thoughts. I was studying, back in Inslark, about the cosmological variance theory. It's a long experience, but it seems this world has its variables and constants, which won't be interfered with unless an external source acts on it. If that happens, the variables will shift. Naren completed Stefan's words for him, smiling at the young boy for bringing out something so insightful. Not even the adults had thought of that. He really is a genius, not only in magic, but also in study. It would be nice to see how far you can go. It all added up to Naren now. Everything about the absurdity of their recent experience became unraveled. Lightnovel they must have tightened security and focused more on their defenses than ever before. Who would have thought they would cease attacking the Midas region and halt their expansion? Even Gawain was dispatched, which means the situation is grim. At this point, Naren had to subscribe to Stefan's opinions Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Stefan is right. Jared's sudden appearance in this reality is what caused the active caution of the enemy camp. I knew that kid was trouble. Carla gritted her teeth and frowned, while folding her arms in anger. Relax, Carla. He saved our lives. Naren sighed. And in the most absurd way too. Finally. Are we finally going to talk about that? Edward jumped from where he was partially asleep on the sofa, his eyes now beaming with excitement. It was understandable, since he must have been exhausted from the fight, so no one had disturbed him. Who would have thought that he was waiting for everyone to talk about the new Jared? To think we thought that we could take him on. Biruel whispered, shivering a little. Did you see how he easily beat Gawain like he was nothing? That last spell he used, just before he vanished, do you think he was able to wipe out the rest? Based on that unbelievable intensity, I would say so. Simply astounding. Everyone was beaming with such surprise and wonder that most of them forgot the peril they had been in just moments ago. This gave Naren the perfect opportunity to talk to Carla. I know you're angry at me, Carla. I know you didn't want me to die back then, or to leave you alone. I broke my promise to you, that I would always remain by your side. He knelt as he spoke to her. Their eyes connected, and teats began to fall from the succubus's angry face. Why you? Her voice was shaky, but her frown easily melted to that of sadness and then devolved into a purely teary baby. Why you? Never do that again. She hit his chest, crying some more. Naren understood her frustration, and the overwhelming emotion she was feeling. After losing her family to Jared's evil plan, this group was all she had left. Naren was the anchor that kept her here, and his death would devastate her. He knew that very well, yet he told her to live on without him. In the end, I was just being selfish. Her tears soaked his shoulder, and as she cried loudly, her voice echoed into the noisy room. Even with the sound of the other outers chatting in the backdrop, Naren and Carla had their intimate moment. Everyone knew better than to interrupt them or pay any attention. They simply focused on the amazing sight they had experienced, wondering just how powerful this new Jared was. However, there was still a prevalent thought on their mind. Even with all that power, was he a match for the threat that plagued their own world? Could this newcomer beat the horrific existence born in their world? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 833. I'm back, guys. Appearing within the lounge area, where I had sensed all the outgroup members, I declared my presence to everyone present. It seemed that they had been engaged in a lively discussion moments earlier. Their odd stances and the noise they were generating when I initially appeared in the room proved that. However, immediately after I appeared they all turned silent and froze. Their eyes were on me for a moment, but they quickly moved in the direction of the girl beside me. The blonde with a childlike body. I mean, who is that? Naren was the first to break the uncomfortable silence in the room. I was still in his disguise, so Naren must have thought it was most appropriate not to reveal my name yet. That was a smart call. He, as well as the other outers, however, looked very anxious about my sudden appearance in the room. I suspected two reasons for their reaction. One was my display of power mere moments earlier. I must have shocked them with my level of power though, to be fair, I was the one who was more shocked by their lack of it. The second reason which I felt was the most pertinent at this point was the fact that I had a stranger with me as I casually entered the base. Based on the properties of the outgroup space, it had no way in or out. No doors or windows existed in the entire fort. It was also invisible and imperceivable from the outside. That was most likely how they had been able to avoid detection for so long. Even the outers teleport to their destination when they wanted to leave, and they teleport back using their predetermined coordinates. Plus, this area was chock full of different magic effects. One of them was time magic. I noticed it more when I awakened my ether core. This place slows down time, doesn't it? If I had to guess, I'd say the ratio was about 3:1. For every 3 hours spent here, only one would pass in the outside world. It wasn't the best, but at least that gave them more time to prepare and practice. It was fair enough. In any case, since I couldn't teleport thanks to my arcanas which are currently out of commission, I had to resort to the next best thing. Phasing magic. I could already detect them, thanks to my nano-automatons. Thus, it ensured that I wouldn't mistake their location for another. Once I had pinpointed their position and neared it, I activated phasing magic for both me and Anna. If I was the only one, I could have used my original magic to activate Damien Lawcroft's magic. That way, I would simply trade places with one of my nano-automatons. However, with Anna by my side, I had to resort to this. I understand your apprehension, but, please hear me out. I raised my hand in surrender, trying to show them that their apprehension was unnecessary. At this point, I knew I could best most of them in magic combat. Not only were they weakened, thanks to their earlier mission, but their expressions proved just how amazed they were at my display of power earlier. I could show them even more. But, we're at their base, so I'm sure they have many defensive measures in arrays in case it becomes necessary to fight. I was going off track in my thoughts, though. Currently, there was no need to fight or anything. I was on their side. Hopefully, Naren would be able to understand that. That girl's lab coat has the insignia of Jared's empire on it. The uniform she has under the lab coat is also the staple wear for the workers at the factory we just attacked. Naren added, obviously refusing to back down so easily. I appreciate the fact that you saved our lives. Words cannot express that. I am also glad that you are well. However, bringing a member of Jared's empire to this place is... Naren drew closer to me, his intimidatingly taller physique daunted me a little. I could feel the pressure exuding from his naturally charismatic aura. Ha, let's hear it. I waited for him to chew me out. Simply amazing. This is astounding. Naren suddenly beamed, causing me to doubt if I had heard him right. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. Iat. He placed his hands on my shoulder, grabbing them with such energy and vigor that I felt they would fall off. We've been trying to capture one of them for so long now, yet you got one. That's awesome. He appeared genuinely happy, which was totally unexpected. It wasn't just him, though. The other members of the outgroup looked pleasantly surprised. It almost felt like I had brought a gift for all of them to enjoy. Well, haha. You're welcome. I didn't know they were searching for a hostage. Now that I considered it, though, that was a good idea. Hostages, especially compliant ones, were very useful. In fact, one of the reasons I brought Anna with me was because she could divulge the information I wanted. It must have been the same for the outgroup. How did you do it, though? We were sure they had all evacuated. Naren's excitement nearly caused me to start laughing stupidly as well, though I controlled myself. It reminded me of how my world's Naren and I often joked about many things, magic included. We even talked about our past lives often after the 3 months. Despite what I initially thought, Naren and I had almost nothing in common. We were polar opposites in many areas though, of course, there were a few things we shared. And even that was mostly affiliations with people. I guess I didn't really know the true Naren until he got his memories back. Brushing aside my thoughts about my world, I explained how and where I found Anna. As expected, everyone was impressed with how I was able to find the place and also how Anna, despite her small frame, had a workshop all to herself. So, you actually managed to get an executive staff of the factory? That's beyond amazing. Naren shared my sentiment as well. Having a higher-up was far more useful than simply capturing a foot soldier. Anna's voice suddenly interrupted our conversation. I'm not an executive staff or anything like that. What was she talking about? Did that mean she was in an even higher position? I didn't want to overestimate her capabilities in this world, so I assumed she was simply of a high rank. But, with what she was saying, your workshop appeared small, though. Or was that just one of your workshops? Then that makes sense. It was possible that the place I found her was simply where she kept her secret stash. If that was the case, then it was possible that Anna was even more impressive than I gave her credit for. How impressive, though? I was about to find out. I'm just an ordinary factory worker. For a moment, Anna's voice did not properly register in my head. It appeared to be the same for Naren. However, the moment we heard this, both of us widened our eyes at Anna at the same time. What? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 834. Okay. I hadn't expected this. As I looked at Anna's face in shock, she fidgeted uncomfortably, blushing and looking hesitantly at the ground. Could she sense my surprise? My disappointment? But, you had a workshop, right? There was no way a workshop would be given to an ordinary factory worker. Unless I made the workshop myself. It's a secret one too. No one has ever found me there, except you. Her tone became softer as she kept speaking. I collected scraps and parts disposed of by the factory to develop my tools. Sometimes, I stole some of our raw materials. So that was how she had been able to achieve it. It seemed I had assumed too much. When we got the alarm that we were being attacked, I couldn't just leave everything I had worked for behind. I thought I could quickly retrieve them, but the backpack Anna carried behind her was where all of her items were. She must have used some form of structure alteration magic to reduce the size. I remembered the Dragon King had one of such magic though, his was probably more advanced. I see. I understand, then. I smiled, drawing closer to her. She tightly shut her eyes while clenching her fist in turn. I wondered if she felt I would be disappointed by the sudden revelation. I mean, I am a little disappointed, but Anna wasn't completely useless yet. The fact that you could make amazing inventions from scraps further proves your value. You should be proud, Anna. I patted her head once more, gazing warmly into her eyes. Looking at how cute she was, and how she responded with a nod, I grew nostalgic. Honestly, I had missed Anna's cute days. In any case, it's time to get rid of my disguise. There's no longer any reason to keep it on. I was beginning to wonder when you would. Naren replied with a light chuckle. In any case, the moment of truth was at hand for Anna. I just hoped she wouldn't freak out too much. My blue hair faded into yellow and my facial structure reverted to its original more handsome form. Yes, my original Jared look was definitely superior in terms of looks. As a light mist rose from me, the transformation was undone, and I was back to my original form. The first person I glanced at was Anna, trying to confirm if she was all right. JJJ. L. Lord. J. Jared. As expected, she wasn't. Sweat broke out all over her face and her bulging eyes were filled with fear and stifled rage. As I watched all the color drain away from her face, I decided to quickly resolve the misunderstanding. Forgive me, Lord Jared. I honestly did not mean any of the things I said earlier. That story was false. I am your loyal servant. Please. Spare my life. Wasn't it a bit too late for that, though? At this point, she must be thinking something along the lines of this being a test of some sort. Anna was very calculating, so I expected this much from her. She would probably think of ways to guarantee her escape and would operate on the assumption that I wouldn't believe her anyway. It would have been fun to tease her some more, but there's no time for that. Anna, relax. I'm not the Jared you know. I sighed. I mean, why would the Jared of this world be working with the outgroup? This had to be the first time, but Anna's bright eyes widened as she looked around her, seeing all the outers that were presently occupying the lounge. I had no idea if she didn't notice earlier, but her face suddenly lit up in surprise. That's true. But wait, what do you mean by the Jared of this world? It was time to explain this again. Fortunately, I had magic which could just relay the information I wanted to her without much effort on my part. This shouldn't take too long. Asterisk. 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 I see. After experiencing layers upon layers of my memories, Anna must have already gotten the gist of everything. Of course, I only showed her the parts relevant to the discourse, so she didn't know much else about me. I am sorry for doubting you. She muttered. It's fine. I understand why you would react like that. At this juncture, with the outgroup already aware of my capabilities and with Anna already up to speed about the gist of the situation, it was time to bring up the true reason I brought her into the fold. Fortunately, based on all I had seen, that reason was still valid. Anna was a brilliant magic scholar in my original world. She developed countless devices, discovered a new energy source, and defeated many people who were stronger than she was. She was the perfect culmination of skill and knowledge. I looked at this world's Anna with a smile plastered on my face. You haven't changed in that regard, even in this world. That is why I want to suggest making Anna a member of the outgroup. Not only did she have a good motive for wanting Jared gone, but she was also very skillful. Besides, I sort of didn't want to let her out of my sight both for practical and conventional reasons. I still don't understand how this world's mechanics work. Technology, magic, almost everything here is a mystery. Having her around should make it easier for me. Of course, with Naren and the others here, I could most likely make do without her. That was why this was most probably more personal than practical. Then again, wouldn't Naren be busy? It's still a mix between the two. But if Anna joins the outgroup, she'll be busy too. I finally decided to cease my mental back and forth. The decision was not mine to make, it was the outgroup's. And so, as I looked at Naren, casting my gaze on everyone as well, I hoped they would make the right call. I don't know what I'll do if they don't. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 835. She's been able to achieve a lot by collecting scraps, while also working as a regular factory worker. I said, attempting to convince the outers of my opinion. This is just a guess, but the reason she didn't ascend to a higher position is most likely because she was hiding her skills, and she was slacking off in her main duties. Anna's focus must have been constantly divided between work and her personal activities, yet she balanced both pretty well. That was plenty impressive. She also has a motive. Besides, you guys are understaffed. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra hand on deck. But she's just a child. We're not desperate enough to start involving kids. Stefan suddenly burst out. His face appeared very concerned, and I could tell that he was worried about Anna. The outgroup faces death in every mission. It's never a piece of cake. We're not going to endanger a child just so. I'm 16, for crying out loud. Anna's voice suddenly peaked above Stefan's, causing everyone to let out shocked gasps. Their jaws dropped, and their faces were very comedic to watch. Even Stefan, who had been advocating for her safety, froze in place. F for real? He muttered, still unable to recover from his shock. Yes. And by your own standards, aren't you pretty young too? You don't look any older than me. Stefan would be the same age as Anna, if I wasn't mistaken. In essence, if Stefan could join the outgroup as a legal adult, so could Anna. Hold on, didn't Stefan join since Lark's collapse? I asked, a little confused. No. He only recently joined when he became an adult. Before then, he was training and practicing his magic. Naren answered. Ah, I see. But what of Seal? Isn't she a? You know very well that Lady Seal is an exception. Naren snapped, falling for my bait. After his response, he realized how I was pulling his legs, and we both smiled. In any case, the decision is up to you. Is that fine, Stefan? I glanced at the slightly blushing boy. Anna was also looking at him, so he must have felt a little embarrassed. Why yeah, it's fine. I apologize for making assumptions about your age. That was very presumptuous of me. I wouldn't exactly fault Stefan for arriving at that conclusion. I mean, anyone would pretty much think the same thing if they looked at Anna. Still, it was pretty cool how he apologized politely. It's fine. I get that a lot, so I'm not bothered. Thanks for worrying about me, though. Anna gave Stefan a bright smile, to which he responded with a hard blush. I kind of felt happy for the boy. Now he had someone his age to whom he could talk to. Well, this decision is a very important one. We'd like to have some privacy to decide. Even though Naren was the leader, it seemed he ran a democratic administration. This would make the process slower, compared to autocracy, but I could understand the appeal. Everyone trusted Naren's decisions, and he trusted them as well. It's not that bad. I smiled, wondering if I could have found better ways to lead my team, whether against the demons or the Nether cult. We'll be going to the other room to discuss. Make yourselves comfortable here in the meantime. Fair enough. I smiled, watching as the outers exited the lounge to go into the strategy room, most likely. I still had my automatons on them, and I could most likely eavesdrop on their conversation. But why bother? It didn't really matter. I also trust Naren's decisions. Asterisk. 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 After what seemed like barely 5 minutes, the group returned. That's fast. I thought to myself. Perhaps the strategy room had a greater time magic ratio than the other rooms. Or maybe they were quick in making their decision. Either way, I wanted to hear the verdict. We've decided that I will take her under my wing. Anna is very good with crafting devices, correct? Naren glanced at her, causing both her and me to nod. We badly need technical support on the team. Currently, I'm the only one with that level of skill. Biruel knows a bit, but his speciality is magic. It's a bit too much designing equipment and managing resources alone. Ah, I see. Just how hard was Naren pushing himself every day? Not only was he the leader, but he was also their mechanic and developer. He was the strategist as well, and he even engaged in combat with the rest of the team. He's spreading himself too thin. I'm sure this will be affecting some of his research and designs. It was one more reason why the team needed Anna. If you're interested, we can learn from each other and grow. Since you must have some ideas I do not possess, and vice versa, we can grow together and make sure that the world benefits as well. What do you say? Anna must have been completely caught off guard by Naren's words because she suddenly froze. Before long, her body trembled, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Her wide eyes glistened like the sun shining on the surface of the sea, and her cheeks took on a light shade of pink. It was both a marvelous and emotional sight. I wouldn't want it any other way. She sniffled, trying her best to compose herself into forming a smile. Thank you for the opportunity. Naren smiled and nodded at her. Not long after, though, he cast his gaze upon me. Jared, we also had a discussion about you. I expected that to have happened eventually. It was a good thing he was getting to the point instead of beating around the bush. First, though, I would like to ask you what you plan on doing now. Based on your reply, I'll consider what to say next. My lips curled up to form a grin before I finally revealed my intentions. I will simply do whatever I can to help this world, while also striving to return home. That is my goal. Naren nodded slightly, his smile unchanging. That's good enough for me. The outers also nodded, smiling in their respective ways. Even this world's Carla, who seemed to hate me the most, wasn't scowling or staring daggers at me. That was a good thing, right? We would like to invite you to join us as an outer. What do you say? Naren spoke, stretching his hand towards me for a handshake. Our world really needs you. Will you help us? Asterisk. 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 Chapter 836. Deafening silence echoed in the lounge as Naren stretched out his hand to make his offer. Rho Alpha D Alpha NL. I stayed silent, almost as though in silent contemplation. However, even before he said anything, my mind had already been made up. Surely, he must have noticed it as well. Watching all of you right now, being unable to even scratch the surface of your full potential. It's honestly hard to watch. How can the martial blade god be this weak? How basic are his martial arts? And the rest of you, how come you haven't developed more techniques or grown any further than this? I wasn't particularly talking to anyone, but I could sense some uncomfortable fidgeting among my audience. Honestly, it's insulting, almost like a bad joke, seeing them like this. We risked everything to stop the Nether cult, yet this group poses very little threat here. And the worst part is that they're the good guys. Perhaps if they were stronger, I would have simply focused on using them to achieve my goals. Unfortunately, it seemed they needed my help even more than I needed theirs. Other than Seal and Naren, I don't think I can benefit much from the rest. Then again, a smile formed on my face. I think I just want to help them out. I'll join your group on one condition, I said, my eyes brimming with enough confidence to cause even more fidgeting in the seats by everyone present. I'll need to observe how magic technology and other things have developed in this world. I'll also need to learn spell formulas from scratch. Seal will have to guide me on that. I need to learn how to acclimate the arcana spells that are in my original magic to this place. Learning things from scratch, how fun. What is your condition? Naren finally asked me. It's simple. I want to be placed in charge of training. Currently, the outers were too weak. But, that could be fixed. As long as I taught them what I knew and shared some of my techniques with them, they were going to be fine. It's for your own good. I smiled at everyone around me. I see. So we're that weak, hey? Sadness crept up on Naren's face for a short while, but it quickly vanished. I'll need to discuss this with Seal, but I personally agree with your condition. If it will make us stronger, then I am more than willing. I reached out my hand to his outstretched one, finally shaking him. Glad to hear it. Let's do our best together. I'll need to spend more time with Seal, trying to figure out how to sync my arcanas with this world's system. I'll also need to train everyone here. Finally, I'll need to work on my ether cores. I was finally about to fully form my second one. Just a tad bit more concentration and I would achieve it. There's a lot of work to be done, and very limited time. I said. My presence here must have alerted this world's Jared, so they'll probably be on high alert. As a result, it's possible that they'll be very cautious at first. We'll use that to our advantage and train as hard as possible during that period. Going out on missions now was risky. As much as I wanted to test the waters, I had to be careful. If the Jared of this world was working together with Merlin in order to tap into Nether, my extremely frugal ether wouldn't stand a chance. I say we do some intensive training here for 3 months. That's the barest minimum. Thanks to the time ratio that's going on here, only 1 month would have elapsed in the real world, am I right? You know about the time ratio too? Amazing. Naren appeared genuinely surprised, but that only served to raise his opinion of me. Seal helped set it up, right? Yes. She has access to ancient magic, and her connection to this world, while extremely limited now, allows us to achieve certain law-bending effects. That must be this world's definition of arcanas. I smiled to myself. As expected, Seal was the key I needed. It's going to be a hectic couple of months. I hope you're all prepared. A wide, intimidating smile spread on my face. Many shivered at the sight of it. After all, they had seen the kind of power I wielded. However, I could also notice the level of excitement written on their faces. They wanted to grow. Will we be able to use powerful spells like you after the 3 months? Is it really possible to grow that fast? Stefan asked with a puzzled, yet eager expression. Even as a genius in this world, he must have realized the limits of growth that every person had. How could he advance so quickly? I'm sure everyone is curious about it too, how they can develop very fast. Without speeding things up any further with my Hermit Arcana, this was as far as we could go. Even in my own world, reaching the level I desired for them within a mere span of 3 months was asking for too much. But, it wasn't impossible. I'm going to teach you all a special technique. It will serve as your ultimate weapon, your trump card. The time had finally come to pass on my most guarded secret. I would have preferred another method, but for their quick growth and this world's survival, I was going to do it. You all will be the first to learn it, so be grateful. I haven't even taught this to those in my original world yet. I couldn't use it yet since I hadn't synced with the signature of this world's energy, but it would be easier for them to get the hang of it. Perhaps watching how they did it would help me out in harnessing the power as well. I'm going to teach you spellcraft. With it, you'll be invincible. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 837. Within the depths of a massive castle that stood tall in the Eastern Kingdom's capital, now known as the heart of Jared's domain, the vast throne room rang with silence. No one was present there, save for the young man who sat on his throne. At first glance, it would seem as though he was sleeping, thanks to the way he drooped his head, resting it on his hand while sitting on the golden throne. However, upon closer inspection, his lips could be seen to be moving. Was he talking to himself? No, there was someone else present. Or rather, something else. Even now. I can't forget how we met. The young man whispered, not bothering to look at the ghost that hovered beside him. If it hadn't been for you back then. The young man on the throne, Jared Leonard, was recollecting his miserable past back when he had been the poor inept called Lewis Griffith. He had always loved magic since he was little, and watching others perform it fueled his desire to one day utilize spells himself. He read all manner of books provided for in their little town, and he impatiently awaited the time when he would awaken. You can do it, Lewis. You're our joy. His parents had encouraged him every step of the way, and they had supported him in his journey to become the greatest grand mage in the Eastern Kingdom, no, ultimately the world. Unfortunately, it appears Lewis is inept. He won't be able to form any monocore or use magic. I truly apologize, but your son will never be able to become a mage. Those words remained etched in his soul, and even now the mere thought of that day stung his heart. The trauma from the revelation caused him to remain silent, unable to utter a single word. His dreams had been shattered, and his hopes had been dashed like they were nothing. Nothing made sense anymore, and at that point when he had been at his lowest he looked up to his parents for their support. What? Are you serious? Then why have we been feeding you all this time? Why did we bother raising a deadbeat? His mother had said. If only you'd had more children for me. Curse your womb, woman. How will I be able to revive the Griffith name if your seed is inept? His father had replied. Apparently, he had been born into the lineage of a fallen noble family. The Griffiths suddenly lost their ability to use magic, thus they were excommunicated from the noble hierarchy. Since they were mere viscounts, no one cared for their little family. Still, the Griffiths never gave up. They kept trying, for generations, to revive their fallen family and reclaim their place in the social hierarchy. What they needed wasn't merely a magic user, but someone with immense, indisputable talent that would pave their way into the luxurious and respectable life they had once enjoyed. And they all thought Lewis Griffith would be that person. My brothers also gave birth to useless children, and now you. Aren't you all useless? Shit, even incest isn't working. The Griffiths had done their best to keep their family lineage pure. They had squandered the small fortune they had in trying to do anything to restore their magic abilities. Unfortunately, everything ended up going down the drain. All their efforts were null. Useless child. After receiving a lot of harsh beatings from her husband, his mother stared at him like some kind of animal. No, something even lower. Why were you even born? She had said. Rho Alpha D Alpha NL. They got ready to leave the capital that very day, and after a few days on the road, they arrived at their destination. He remembered dreading every second of the journey. The harsh words of his parents had damaged him irreparably, but he knew that even more would come from the townspeople he had looked down on. He wasn't wrong. Pfft. Even Jared is inept? Looks like there's no hope for your branch too, Lista. Better luck next time. Buahahaha. Cheeky kid. You would think he had some talent to support his claims. So he was inept all along. Look at his face. Such a disgrace. Why did they bother bringing him back? Should have just left him in the city. TCH. He remembered wanting to scream at the hypocrites for criticizing him when even they were mostly inept, but he had no courage to do so. Even his parents didn't bother responding to the taunts and insults of the crowd. They merely directed their glares at him. This is all your fault, Lewis. TCH. Useless son. Didn't you say you would make me proud? It was at that point that something broke inside him, something he had never been able to repair. Ever since then, he had despised his name and everything his past stood for. He ran away from this town merely a few months after the incident, unable to bear the indiscriminate torture and starvation he was put through. They all shunned him. They all treated him like dirt. First, he felt shame, then self-pity, then self-loathing and finally despair. However, everything changed when he mysteriously found the ancient cavern of dark secrets. It was there he met the remnant of Merlin's soul, and he gained access to the hidden knowledge no one possessed. And so, as he grew and learned under the tutelage of Merlin, the Dark Apostle, his despair slowly transformed into something else. It turned into pure rage. Enough to let him slaughter every single person who had doubted him and insulted him. Killing his parents felt particularly satisfying. Those who didn't wrong him were spared from immediate death. He had needed subjects to experiment on, after all. After learning all he could from the cavern, performing all sorts of atrocities in isolated research, he traveled the world and went to other sites all over the world where he encountered more materials from the other Dark Apostles. He learned spells, though he remained incapable of using them. Although, unfortunately, only Merlin's soul survived whatever skirmish happened so long ago, but that didn't matter now. As long as he could learn more, he had been more than willing to continue. When his journey around the world came to an end, he enrolled in Lark Academy at 15 years old, the standard age at the time, and gained access to more mainstream knowledge and information, thereby strengthening him further. Soon, he became dissatisfied with the limited amount of knowledge he could obtain. The limits were frustrating, and even modern magic at that time had not advanced enough to satisfy him. To make the advancement he had desired, there was something he'd had to do. Something no one else had been willing to undertake. Dark magic. I'll do it. Whether it came about by human sacrifices, experimentations, or whatever vile means, he was ready to do everything it took to reach it. The very peak of magic. He'd made allies in his past life, thanks to the knowledge and manipulative tricks that Merlin taught him. He had also been able to bring a lot of them to his side, and anyone who stood in his way was eliminated. Finally reaching the limits of his mortal life, he decided to undertake the risky venture of reincarnation. He had studied this his whole life, in addition to Merlin's guidance as well. And he finally perfected it. In my next life, I'll finally do it. If I don't do it by that time, then, I'll just have to keep trying. Again and again. Until I have everything. Magic. The world. Everything. I want them all. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 838. We've come this far already. Jared Leonard's dark voice echoed in the throne room. Rho Alpha D Alpha NL. The person he was speaking to remained silent, simply floating beside him as he muttered his thoughts out loud. The dead weren't expected to speak much, or even at all, but Merlin was usually more talkative. What's wrong? Having second thoughts? Jared asked, stealing a glance at the old ghost. I'm just considering what your automaton reported. The man he faced, doesn't he bother you in the slightest? For a moment, Jared said nothing. He closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. His eyebrows became creased and a scowl appeared on his face. I am. Gawain was his best creation. Even though Hugo rivaled him in power, Gawain's speed and energy output efficiency was higher. He was the pinnacle of magic engineering, built upon many years of research and a conscious effort to achieve the best. It's difficult to compress the power Gawain possessed into a small artificial core. Usually, you'd need them to be as big as Hugo. Plus, with the overheating and energy consumption, making it an automaton would ultimately overload its magic circuits, so it's much better if they're golems. It had been difficult to solve all of these problems while creating Gawain. He had also kept evolving the automaton, using only the best materials to achieve his current state at least, before he went and self-destructed. Gawain's code wouldn't let him self-destruct unless the enemy was overwhelmingly stronger than him. It bothers me that someone like that appeared, especially soon after we sensed the anomaly. They're clearly connected. The worst part remained that this individual was on the side of the outgroup. Even if Gawain were to have been sacrificed, I wanted him to at least take out Naren and those pests. To think they survived annoys me to no end. He clenched his fists. What of the one who was swallowed up by Gawain's explosion? Do you think he survived? Merlin's cold words echoed in Jared's head. That remains unclear. The moment Gawain self-destructed, they lost connection with whatever happened after. The site was investigated by drones just recently, though. It seems the factory is still standing. The explosion was supposed to level everything. We'll have to live with the assumption that the enemy survived. It angered him to no end, but Jared maintained his calm. Interferences were inevitable, but having an unknown variable suddenly appearing right when their plan was in its final phase made him incredibly uneasy. Will he get in the way of the project, though, this new variable? No. We've had interferences from the Midas Empire and the Outers, but none of them can stop what's about to come. Merlin's wrinkled face morphed into a smile and Jared joined him in it. Whether or not we can eliminate them before it is concluded is irrelevant. Closing his eyes once more, Jared broke into an evil grin. He remembered how much time and effort it had taken for them to finally arrive at this point. Once the project is finalized, it'll be over for all of them. Asterisk. 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 3 months later. I walked into the strategic planning room for the first time since I arrived in this world, seeing that everyone else was already present. Looks like I got a bit carried away and lost track of time. Smiling, I entered the room, observing how moderately vast it was to allow for free movement and proper expression of ideas. This was where the outgroup usually planned its operations. The only reason I hadn't come here before despite being an official outer was because there had been no need for strategic planning for the past 3 months. Other than training, learning, and constructing, nothing much was happening here. Exactly as it should have been. I apologize for being late. I told everyone, watching as they shifted their gaze to me. They all looked a little different from the first time I saw them. Perhaps it was just sentiment, or maybe it had to do with the fact that they were currently wearing well-polished gear and the aura around them felt more impressive. Either way, I was satisfied with what I was looking at. It's fine. Naren just finished briefing us about the plan. Carla said with a slight nod, a small smile on her face. It had been 3 months, and I was glad our time together had been enough to give her a more favorable impression of me. However, if there was something I hadn't been expecting, it was the fact that she was Naren's lover in this reality. I shall never speak of this when I return. I closed my eyes and nodded, maintaining my smile as I banished the image of the couple making out. And? Have you all mulled it over? I asked, glancing in the direction of the leader. Not yet. They appear to have some issues with it, so I was hoping you could articulate it better. Naren's dark hair swerved as he smiled warmly at me. He was currently wearing his usual dark cloak, with golden embroidery on it, possessing all manner of effects that made me think he was overgeared. Is that so? Then, as you wish, leader, I will explain the plan in greater detail. I returned his smile. Naren had probably wanted this outcome from the beginning. Perhaps it was because I came up with the whole thing, therefore he wanted it to be me who presented it in front of everyone. Even after the past few months, he always ensured I had a major role to play within the group's core functioning. I stepped forward, eyes on everyone present. Naren, Carla, Edward, Kido, Stefan, Biruel, Reed, Vizer, Anna, and finally Seal. Everyone was present and accounted for. I've been monitoring the affairs of the outside world for the past month. It's time for the outgroup to make their first appearance in a while. I could see excited smiles forming on their faces. We were all itching for some outdoor activities. Besides, I could tell they were curious about something. How strong have they gotten? I'll explain it quickly, so pay attention. My voice echoed throughout the hall and my heart swelled with equal excitement. We're going to the Midas Empire. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 839. We've all gotten stronger these past 3 months. We've trained hard and studied hard too. I began, addressing my audience with a serious tone. However, for us to overthrow the man known as Jared, we'll need more allies than this group of outers. To make a real difference and also to eliminate his control over practically the whole world, we'll need help from the most powerful allies we can get. I glanced at Kido and he seemed a little anxious. I can't blame him, though. Even in my previous life, the Midas Empire didn't take any side during external conflicts. The only reason I was even banking on the idea of getting support from them this time around was that Jared was a common enemy. As we all know, the Midas Empire is situated in the northern continent, and they are already allies with the magic beasts who live there as well. Forming an alliance with the Midas race will grant us access to the magic beast army as well. Once that was done, the first part of the takeover could be considered settled. All things considered, I didn't have the time and luxury to play the long-term game, so I was aiming for a short and decisive victory against Jared and his allies. I can recognize the worry that is pervading this room. You might all have doubts. However, I want to assure you that this was well thought out by Naren and me. With that in mind, anyone that has a question can ask it. I do. As expected, the one who spoke was Kido. Yet? What are your concerns? I smiled. How certain are you that Kyuzan will accept to join hands with us? Also, what are you going to do if he refuses? I could see concern written all over Kido's face. Inasmuch as Kyuzan was being a brat, according to what I had heard, he still cared a great deal for him. I won't do anything to him. It's his choice. However, we just have to be very persuasive when we ask him. Persuasive? In what way? A wide grin formed on my face, and it seemed that the flustered Kido felt even more uneasy the moment he noticed it. Well, It's better I tell you now. Asterisk. Asterisk. Rho alpha d alpha nl asterisk. After I explained the things that were needed for the mission, it seemed everyone finally became satisfied with it. Kido still looked a little nervous, but he didn't object to the plan either. I also don't like rushing things, but it's better this way. The meeting was practically over, so it was time to get the mission underway. I glanced in the direction of our spellcaster, nodding instantly at her. Ready whenever you are, Seal. She had the coordinates to the Midas Empire already, thanks to my prior preparation, so she was going to teleport everyone to our destination. Her control over teleportation has improved a great deal. Plus, she can use it at will now. A smile formed on my face as she responded with a confident nod. After spending months with the Outers, I had grown to like this world's version of Seal. I had initially been suspicious of her, but after some time I realized that I was allowing my knowledge of the other Seal to affect my view of this world's version. She's very kind, considerate and selfless. I could only imagine the loneliness and pain she'd felt, being the only one to stand against evil in the past. Yet, she reincarnated and did her best for the team as well. Before my arrival, she would always drain herself for the sake of the team Rho alpha d alpha n nu om. Needless to say, after spending a lot of time researching magic together, I grew to like her more. We had a lot of interesting conversations, and I was truly glad I got to know a woman so kind. Let's gather around. Naren told the team, and we all huddled together within moments. He stretched out his hand, smiling at everyone present. I could already tell what he was about to do and so could everyone present. We all brought forth our hands as well, with each of us forming a fist while converging in a small circle. I could feel the spark of energy that formed as a result of our combined fist bumps. Let's all do our best. Naren declared. Yet. Let's. Once that was concluded, Seal closed her eyes, and an instant burst of power encircled us. The mana that swept through us encircled our group, creating a spatial distortion in moments. I watched as the blue shimmers of light glowed ever so brightly and the transition from our location began to happen. My vision slowly blurred, and everything around me began to warp. In mere moments, I found myself in a different location the same as my allies. Looks like we made it. A smile formed on my face. We were currently standing on the outskirts of the northern continent, and I could even see the golden barrier that covered the entire piece of land from a distance. Even the sky was colored in a golden hue, as the protective dome spread through all of its environs. Seal managed to get us inside. She doesn't appear tired too. It seems my theory was correct. Utilizing arcana-based magic was enough to bypass the Midas ultimate barrier. I was able to teach Seal how to use the arcanas, just as she was able to show me the way this world's magic worked. It felt good watching the result of our research, and her constant efforts at training, play out so well. I don't need to expend my ether. That's a relief. Unfortunately for us, my victory was cut short by the immediate reaction of the Midas Empire's impeccable security. In a flash, multiple individuals who donned golden attires and possessed staffs and staves along with magic beasts beside them suddenly surrounded us. Intruders, halt! I could see about 100 robed men at least who were already glaring at us while emitting strong mana signatures that threatened to pulverize us at any moment. Take one more step and you perish. The one who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, a deep glare on his face. You are trespassing on the Midas territory. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 840. Immense tension filled the air, and I could only watch in silence while donning my blue-haired disguise. The 100 or so men that surrounded us already had their mana flowing through them, and I could tell just how powerful they were. If we were to take a single step, they would try their best to subdue us instantly. Whether they'll be able to succeed or not is another issue entirely. Why you are, the outgroup. The leader of the squad muttered, his staff warbling with a deep golden hue. He had long golden hair and his hair was in a ponytail which was tied behind him. He looked like a young man in his early 20s, at the very least. His golden eyes, along with his flawlessly clear skin, indicated to me that he belonged to the royal family. Also, Kalile, stand down. It's me, Kido. Our outgroup ace finally stepped forward, speaking in a low, calm tone. Why you? What are you doing here? No, how were you guys able to get past the barrier, to begin with? It appeared they knew each other, after all. They must be panicking. No one has been able to penetrate their barrier since the start of the conflict, yet we achieved it. It's in their best interests to eliminate us, but they're probably wondering if they can achieve that. This situation sort of reminded me of how it was when I first arrived in this world. We come in peace. We've only come to see Kuzan. Kido added. Please, Kalile, let us pass. The golden-haired chief guard seemed conflicted about what choice to make. His hardened face seemed to soften a little, and I could sense hesitance in his strong gaze. I can't. Even if it's you. Sir Kido. The Emperor has told me to guard this place with due diligence and to put down any unlikely insurgent that is powerful enough to so much as partially breach the barrier. Besides, ever since you left, he said that he no longer considers you a part of our empire. How troublesome. Things seemed a bit tighter than I had expected. You can't make any exceptions. Kido looked conflicted, clenching his fists in frustration. I simply watched the whole exchange in silence. I pretty much knew how things would end at this point. If you leave now, I'll pretend I never saw anything, so please. Gasps escaped from the others that surrounded us. They were probably shocked that he was being so lenient. The fact that we can bypass the barrier means we can most likely do it again and again. It's safer to eliminate the threats than give them the chance to cause another breach in security. I couldn't tell if this Kalile was being overly generous, or if he was just ignorant of the implications of his actions. It didn't matter either way, though. We couldn't retreat after coming this far. Apologies, Kalile. That is not an option for us. Kido took another step forward, an imposing aura already coming off of him. Kalile and the 100 guards braced themselves. He clutched his staff tight, quickly activating a defense spell to protect himself from whatever attack Kido was going to unleash. Unfortunately for him, though, this wasn't an attack you could block. Stand down. The moment Kido said this, the bodies of all the armed men instantly tensed, and a powerful aura came over them after his command. Drop your weapons. Instantly, they did as they were told. Each of them, even Kalile, let go of his precious staff. As their weapons fell on the ground, we were left with nothing but complacent soldiers. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Kido appeared conflicted about doing this, but I appreciated the fact that he recognized the need for such action and did it anyway. He was way too nice, after all. Ask them where Kuzan is. For all we know, he might not be in the palace. Naren approached Kido, speaking calmly. Where is the Golden Emperor? The moment Kido spoke, Kalile opened his lips and divulged everything without hesitation. He remains in his palace. He is currently having a meeting with the Dragon King, Zark. The Dragon King was most likely the leader of the magic beasts in this world as well. That meant they were planning something big. It was a good thing we came at this particular time. How lucky! Thank you for your help. Now, then, resume your guarding duties and forget you ever saw us. You understood? Kalile and the other soldiers kept standing as our group passed beside them, all completely still. They probably wouldn't be able to move until Kido's influence over them wore out. What a scary power! I heard him whisper to himself. This had to be the first time he was using it on so many people, but he didn't appear worn out. As expected of the results of his efforts in training and practice. He still needs to speak to exert his authority, but it seems he's pretty much gotten the hang of the Emperor. Since I had all the arcana spells in my original magic, I pretty much understood the structure. By obtaining Seal's help in transcribing them to suit this world's frequency, I was able to evolve their function to acclimate it to different frequencies. In essence, even if I wasn't in this world, I would be able to switch frequencies to use them so long as I utilized ether when doing so. It's still a theory, but it should work. As for why Kido had an arcana, it was simply because I gave it to him. No, not just him. Each member of the outgroup had been given a specialized arcana spell. It was just that me and Seal knew more. Though Seal's knowledge and control were only limited to about 5. Since arcana spells consume a lot of energy, and they have to cast them by themselves, I only told them to use it in special cases. I watched as the glowing brand of the Emperor on Kido's hand dulled. His influence was probably losing its potency, so we had better hurry. I guess we better make it to the meeting fast. Though, I doubt Kalil and his guards will remember ever seeing us. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 841. Lord Kuzan, you can't be serious. The deep, loud voice of the Dragon King, Ziark, echoed within the vast golden palace. The ornaments and jewels that complemented the walls, ceilings, and floors made it absolutely breathtaking, but nothing about the unbelievable beauty of the Midas throne room mattered at this point. Ziark, now donning his miniature form as a small-sized dragon, was currently appealing to the one who sat on the absolute golden throne. His gaze contained disbelief and his clenched fist showed that he strongly disagreed with the person on the throne. It was due to this frustration that the Dragon King finally spoke up. You want to risk the lives of our combined forces just to carry out an immensely risky attack on Jared's domain? That's madness. The more Ziark thought of the decision, the more illogical it appeared. We're safe within this barrier. As long as we further strengthen our defenses and build our strength, we'll be safe from harm. Ziark realized that this was a selfish move. His rationale condemned the rest of the world to suffer under the mighty hand of a tyrant. However, that appeared to be the most reasonable path for his people. Even if we were to attack, we have to build our strength now and bide our time. Only when Jared's domain became weak and careless could they even think of striking against him. From the little information we were able to gather, we know that Jared has tightened security and his guard is even higher than ever. What you're suggesting, there's no worse time to carry it out than now. He could only hope that the Emperor he was appealing to could see reason in his words. For the sake of the united magic beasts and also the Midas race, war had to be avoided at all costs. Are you done? The young, calm voice of the seated Emperor finally rang out, causing Ziark to tremble a little. His gaze was lowered, but he could still see the cocky smile of the child that sat on the throne as the ruler of his people. How long do you think we can rely on this barrier to shield us from the filthy reaches of those savages? The Emperor began. The mere fact that they have tightened their security means they are hiding something. I can tell that they are making preparations and we must not allow them to finalize it. But this is the most logical thing to do. His golden hair danced as he spoke, and his clear skin depicted the purity of his royal lineage. As he stared at Ziark with his golden eyes, the latter could sense something much deeper than mere logic. He may sound like he's doing the most rational thing, but we both know why he wants to attack. Now that Ziark had reached the very end of his rope, he only had one final thing he could appeal to. Emperor Kuzan, please reconsider. He cried. Please consider your people and... Bam! The moment Ziark uttered those words, Kuzan banged his fist on his armrest, creating a deafening echo that sent an aura of dominance surging through the whole room. I am considering them. This is for them. For the Midas who have perished because of that bastard, Jared. For my parents who suffered death at his hands. I will never forget. I will never cease in my consideration. In the end, this was what everything boiled down to, Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. What would you have me do, Ziark? Forget the tragedy Jared has wrought? Ignore the evil he brings upon the world? How can you stand here and talk like this when you know how your people were persecuted and hunted down due to that man's madness? If it hadn't been because of the Midas race who offered you sanctuary, you and your people would have been long dead. Ziark bit his lip lightly, creasing his eyes as he powerlessly listened to Kuzen's words. Most of what he said was true. No, perhaps all of it was. We offered our allegiance to the Midas in our time of desperation, making us a vassal state under them. We've been ordered around and we're subject to your rule as a result. He hung his head powerlessly. In his eyes, he could hardly see much of a difference between Kuzen and Jared. He and his people had simply picked the lesser of two evils, choosing to be subordinated to the peaceful and isolated Midas Empire than actively engage in the conquest led by Jared. But now, even the Midas Empire wants to court war with Jared's United Nations. My people can't bear this. But, what can we do? We are bound to serve the Midas Empire, as long as it doesn't directly mean our extermination. Thanks to the loophole that existed in their arrangement, the Midas Empire could always order the magic beasts to do anything. All they needed was a justifiable reason that proved to benefit both parties. You bloodthirsty, childish emperor! You'd throw so many lives away just to satisfy your thirst for revenge. Ziark felt his blood boil, but what more could he do but hang his head and bow in submission? I am the Midas Emperor. I decide what's best for my people. I have chosen the next course of action. He rose from his throne, a charismatic smile etched on his youthful face. We will strike Jared and his forces at full strength, and overwhelm them with our power. Once we get to the heart of his domain, I will personally fight with that filthy monster. I will make sure he dies by my hands. Kuzen Midas gave a maniacal grin, already drunk on the ecstasy of his imagined outcome. The one who will kill Jared Leonard, is me. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nui, CM Vuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuyuy and space warped on a particular point. In a flash of blue light, a group of people suddenly appeared, and in front of them was someone who could never be forgotten by the Midas race. He had the same kind of golden hair as Kuzan, and his golden gaze had the same glow. Other than the difference in their age, they appeared very similar. "I'm back, Kuzan," the man whispered. "It's good to see you are well. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 842. Oh boy! Is this Kuzan? He looks funny in that emperor attire." I nearly burst out laughing when we finally got transported into the palace by Seal's magic. He had this large golden robe, with tons of ornaments on it. It looked extremely funny. Too funny to even describe, as it looked to be wearing him instead of the other way around. Ziark looks pretty much the same, though. Could it be that this is how Midas emperors dressed back in my world? I have to ask Kuzan. Honestly. Fortunately, I was able to establish enough self-control to stop myself from laughing out loud. Pfft. I ended up chuckling a little, though. Fortunately, it didn't seem like anyone heard. "Kido, what are you doing here? No, how did you get here, to begin with?" Kuzan's tone was harsh and his eyes were ablaze with fury. He glanced at the rest of us, donning a gaze of arrogance and conceit. It almost felt like he saw us as animals, no, maybe even worse. "You even brought your filthy comrades with you. How did you outers manage to get in here? Could this be the work of a mole? Tch, those. Who are you calling filthy? Don't forget the land that you now claim as your own belonged to the demon race. Why don't you evacuate from here since it's so filthy?" Carla burst out in anger, her violet eyes turning crimson with animosity. "Tch. Our race has purified this place. It is no longer filthy because we exist here. Do not seek to sully our pure utopia with your presence. That's enough, Kuzan. Carla, please calm yourself. This isn't worth it." Kido finally spoke, raising his voice as he pleaded for silence. Even though he wasn't using the effects of his arcana spell, Both parties fell silent. Impressive. Such good charisma. See, Kido? You can do it if you try. To be honest, Kido seemed like he would make a better emperor than Kyuzan. At least, according to what I've seen and heard about both of them. Also, judging by their exchange, it seemed that this wasn't the first time the outgroup had interacted with Kyuzan. Maybe they bumped into each other a few times during missions? Yeah, that makes sense. Since they shared a common enemy, it was more probable that Kyuzan and the outgroup had a history. Unfortunately, based on the drivel that just came out of Kyuzan's mouth, I could already deduce that their few interactions hadn't been pleasant. That's enough fooling around. Let's get down to business. Naren sighed, stepping forward as the leader of our little squad. I agree. Finding out how you managed to make it this far can wait. For now, though, I'll simply capture you. Kyuzan's grin grew wide instantly. Get them, Ziark. Without hesitation, the Dragon King lunged at our group, heading on a direct collision course with Naren, who was currently in front of everyone. In a flash, the Dragon King assumed his massive form, ready to crush Naren and everyone else with his massive power. Considering Naren was inept, he was mostly right to assume he was fodder. Ha! Even faster than it took the Dragon King to reach him, a sudden pulse surged from Naren's body. His hair turned white, and flashes that appeared to look like electricity covered his body. His eyes glowed a brilliant blue and his skin brightened. He stretched out a hand, easily stopping the powerful charge of the Dragon King at that moment. Without even moving an inch, he caught Ziark by the head, holding him in place. Wah! The Dragon King could only bark in shock, feeling his body become completely paralyzed by a foreign influence of mana. Yes. Mana. The Dragon King and Kyuzan must have already known of Naren's status as an inept. They must have assumed he could be easily taken care of, thereby striking a deadly first strike on the outgroup. How wrong they were to assume that. I said, enough fooling around. Naren whispered, before crushing the thick scales that covered Ziark's head. The poor Dragon King seemed like he was going to scream judging by how bloodshot his eyes became, but his jaws were forcefully shut tight by Naren's pure exertion of force. MMMPPPHHHHH. For a few seconds, Naren remained in this state, his intense gaze properly accentuating his signature deadpan expression. A mix of fear and pain seemed to rise from the depths of the Dragon King's heart, and I could even see Kyuzan become petrified by pure shock. None of them had expected our dear leader to possess so much power. As casually as Naren stopped Ziark, he finally flung him away, causing him to land right at the feet of Kyuzan with a heavy thud, of course. Boom! Fortunately, none of the fancy stuff was damaged. Naren remained right in front of us, and Kyuzan appeared flustered with the defeated Ziark groaning at his feet. That made Naren's statement abundantly clear. Let's get down to business instead. Asterisk. 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 It only took a brief moment of silence before Kyuzan called for the guards, but it was useless. I cast a displacement spell the moment we got here. No one is going to hear you. Seal replied, smiling triumphantly. By using the tower to a degree of mastery, you could make something beyond spatial perception. It was the whole logic behind my unknowable spell. Why you think you scare me? I am the Midas Emperor. I can take you all down, no sweat. Kyuzan yelled, still flexing his superiority like the idiot that he was. I can't tell if he's doing this intentionally, maybe to let our guards down, or if he's really this stupid. Watching this imbecile speak just desecrated the cool image of Kyuzan I had in my head. It was pure sacrilege. It seems you are yet to listen to reason. Then, why don't we allow our newest member to teach you some manners? Naren spoke calmly, now glancing in my direction. Yet. This wasn't part of the plan, but that didn't mean it was against it as well. Still, To think Naren was going with this. It was totally awesome. Words could not describe the kind of emotions that currently swirled in my heart. To think Naren was giving this round to me, how could I ask for any more? Kuzan and I have fought twice before and he beat me both times. It was embarrassing now that I thought of it. A young kid like that kicking the ass of an old man. However, I already learned my lesson from those 2 fights. I used those losses to learn new things, and thanks to the humiliation I suffered, I was able to grow even further. Are you looking down on me, filthy outers? Sending your weakest to? Then it shouldn't be a problem. Since you're going to deal with all of us eventually, there's no problem starting with our newest member. Naren seemed to be enjoying himself as he spoke. I took his cue and stepped forward, resting a calm gaze on Kuzan. "Tch. You filthy barbarians! I'll show you!" he murmured, finally returning my gaze. "I'll make sure you regret that chuckle you gave." Ah! So he did hear me back then. I nearly flinched in surprise. In any case, a Midas was still a Midas. Just because this Kuzan was an absolute brat compared to the one I knew didn't change their lineage. He's the emperor. I have to treat him as such. My gaze narrowed as I caught his prideful smile. Will I need to go all out? Asterisk. Chapter 843. Kuzan's heart raced as he watched the outgroup in sheer annoyance. Filthy, they're all filthy. His thoughts rang. Why were they here, sullying the royal palace with their impure presence? To him, it was a crime worth disposing anyone of. No, not yet. I need to know how they achieved this. The Midas Empire's defenses were by no means a walk in the park. They had a very powerful warding barrier, for starters. Even the immensely powerful Jared Leonard could not find a way to go around or disable it. Furthermore, they had powerful guards stationed everywhere. I made sure even the royals served as leaders among the guards. Cousins, uncles, and aunts. Even Kido was meant to be a guard before he went down this foolish path. If the royals were guarding the Midas Empire, it only made their security tighter. How then would anyone be able to get this far into his precious domain, especially if they were the outers? And now they're challenging me. These bags of filth. There was a time when he never really had an opinion of the other races. He hadn't considered the difference in power and prestige between his Midas race and the other races as a cause for discrimination. However, weak-minded savages that fall for Jared are all inferior. Whether it was the annihilated demon race, the humans, or whatever other race. All of them succumbed to Jared's influence. All of them were too weak to do anything about it. Only the Midas Empire stands tall. We are this world's only hope. They had to wipe out the evil known as Jared Leonard from the face of the world. It boggled his mind why no one understood such simple logic. Were they idiots? Yes, that was most likely the case. I'm the strongest and wisest person in the greatest empire. I'm the only one fit to destroy that evil monster, Jared. I will wipe out that monster and then lead the new world into prosperity. The outgroup had always been a thorn in his side in his quest for perfect balance. It was most likely for the best that they came to visit him. I'll end all of them and then torture the last one so I can get the information I desire. That way, nothing would stand in the way of his goals, his perfect picture of restructuring the world once Jared was defeated. Don't these idiots realize it yet? Kuzan scowled at his enemies with malevolence. They can't save anything. The only one who can make a true difference, is me. Then again, he had to consider the right strategy to employ. Yes, he wasn't simply going to charge towards them like some complete amateur. No, as a brilliant emperor, he was built better than that. Seeing as Naren can easily defeat Zarke, I have to assume he's the most powerful in the group. Has he been hiding his powers? Or did he just use his trump card? No, I doubt it. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu EC0M. Someone as shrewd as Naren wouldn't use his trump card so readily. Besides, he looked completely fine even after subduing the Dragon King, so he couldn't have exerted that much power, at least, not very much. Maybe he's just acting fine. Yes, that's most likely the case. He's pretending to be fine and he's trying to restore his strength. Or maybe he used a one-time use magic item, and he can't use it anymore. That means he's still an inept. Kuzan's grin was already broadening at this point. Knowing how sly Naren is, he's trying to manipulate me into thinking otherwise. Keek, you can't fool me. Your silly little tricks won't deceive me. Kuzan's pride began to swell the more his thoughts dwelled on the events that just occurred. There's also a chance that Ziark went easy on him because he expected him to be inept. Honestly, there are so many things that point out that Naren is still weak. The most obvious was his recent taunt. He wants me to fight their newest member. Why else would they sacrifice their weakest comrade, if not to test the waters while avoiding the most sacrifice? Kuzan could see right through their obvious tactics. They're simply reaching, at this point. Their desperation is obvious to me. The more Kuzan thought of it, the bigger his confidence became. He considered his chances and realized the battle was absolutely in his favor. The most troublesome ones are still that white-haired lady and Kido, though. He thought to himself. When the outgroup teleported here, he had sensed the energy signature coalesce on her. Besides, she was the one who cut off the Throneroom's connection with the outside world. That was enough to settle it. Anytime he encountered the Outers, she always seemed like an important figure to them. That told him something. She's dangerous. As for Kido, he was a Midas Royal, and between the both of them, he was the older one. And unfortunately, that stood for something. Unfortunately for him, he's not as adept towards violence as I am. Plus, I have the ultimate power on my side. As the absolute emperor, he had gotten gifts from both his parents, the secrets behind the Midas royal authority. The source of their great strength. Only a few throughout history had ever possessed one of these two kinds of gifts, but he actually had both of them. And, they were of the utmost grade, considering it had been passed down from generation to generation by his prestigious family for millennia. It was time to teach these fools once and for all the true might of the Midas Empire. I'll show them why they're nothing but filthy trash and why I am the only one who can stop Jared to save the world. Kuzan grinned, now diverting his attention to the first one he would eliminate in order to initiate the chaos that was about to ensue. First, he would kill the blue-haired idiot. And then, he would proceed to dispose of everyone else, except Kido for old time's sake. He had everything all figured out, and there was only one way this whole thing could end. In the end, victory is mine. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 844. I eased my breathing and kept a focused gaze on Kuzan, ensuring to keep my ether cores prepared at all times. The Outers had already taken a considerable step back, moving some distance away from both me and Kuzan. Even the Dragon King limped away from what was now seen as the battleground. The rest of you should not bother running away. I'll deal with you all next. Kuzan had even said not too long ago. It concerned me a little. Even though we've isolated him, and the Dragon King was easily beaten by Naren, he's very confident. Why? There was one explanation that kept pounding in my head. And it made me even more tense as I considered the battle that would ensue very soon. He's strong. Why else would he be so confident about taking down all the Outers? He must have had enough justifications to prop up this aura of dominance. That meant I couldn't underestimate him. It was a good thing Naren chose me to fight this guy. If any other Outer had done it, then they most likely wouldn't stand a chance. If I'm correct, then this is indeed the best arrangement. Of course, this was all pure speculation. After all, I had already noticed a lot of issues that were incompatible with the power Kuzan supposedly possessed. For example, why is the barrier around the Midas Empire so weak? I mean, it's not extremely weak, but it should be way better. It bothered me a lot that even my evil version hadn't invaded this place yet. Then again, perhaps evil Jared was more concerned about other things and simply didn't think the Midas were that much of a threat. But if Kuzan is this strong, then he is supposed to be taken as a threat. What if evil Jared is even far stronger than Kuzan, which is why he doesn't see him as someone worthy of his attention? The outgroup also mentioned how they were always very careful to ensure evil Jared and his forces would be unable to decipher their movements and capture them. But if Kuzan was this strong, it meant evil Jared was far stronger, which meant he would have been able to easily defeat the outers. Is he letting them get away with it? Am I just overthinking things? Yes, that was probably the case. I was making too many assumptions without any substantial evidence to back them up. Rather than thinking about all that, let's focus on what's in front of us. Using my magic to perceive my opponent and sense their energy wavelength, I could decipher how powerful they were. Of course, it was possible for someone to hide their true strength, but it was worth a shot. He doesn't appear very strong. This Kuzan also had a special core grade, but something about it felt unfulfilling and weak. Was he hiding his true strength? In my world, Kuzan has a range of abilities, ranging from original magic to bond and fusion magic, to pretty much a superior use of magic compared to most mages. He is also more adept than most experts in martial arts. In essence, he was a golden boy in all fields. Even if I have confirmed that arcanas don't exist in this reality, the Midas royalty must have trump cards that should make this battle tricky. I wanted to avoid using my full strength since I was conserving my energy, so I would only be responding to his heightened powers if he used them. Everyone I've met in this world has been weaker than I expected. I mean, it's to be expected given how magic hasn't really advanced that far. Magic technology was still limited. There were no such concepts as familiars. Original magic and mage mode were extremely rare. Not even the outers could use them. The disparity went on and on. However, there were certain exceptions to this rule. For example, even though things were not as advanced here, there were certain things that existed here that I had no knowledge of in my world. For example, Naren's overdrive pill that will temporarily grant him amazing mana abilities before ultimately killing him. Or the fact that he was able to develop a serum using Edward's blood and his magic research to decrease his aging and increase his physical strength. Naren in my world used time magic to keep himself from aging, but this world's Naren used extensive research to achieve the same result. He's merely slowing it down, but still. There were many other innovations this world had that didn't appear in mine, which made me all the more cautious. Besides, this is the Midas Empire. Magic innovations, technology, and extensive research are their forte. I can't afford to get careless. Even Kido didn't know the true secrets of the royals since he wasn't the heir. When I asked him, he said only the one to inherit the throne was blessed with the hidden knowledge and power of the Midas rulers. I just have to operate on the assumption that he's stronger than what I expect. I'll prepare every countermeasure and make sure I win this, no matter what. I leaked out a diluted form of my ether, mimicking the mana of this world, so as to hide my cards. I didn't want him to consider the possibility of me possessing even more power. Hehe. I see you're already set. Kuzan stepped forward, descending from his throne as he shrugged off his ridiculous robe. He revealed his regal garment, a simpler white shirt and trousers which were also imbued with golden designs. I'll end this quickly. He grinned mischievously, and I braced myself. How far do I need to go? If push comes to shove, I'll surprise him with my familiars. Currently, I had a massive amount. If I caught him off guard, then... No. Let's see how far he pushes me first. Special purple bolt dot. In a brilliant burst of power, I witnessed a flash of powerful light radiate from Kuzan's fingertips. Rho alpha d alpha and L cackles of purple electricity danced on his fingers, and I instantly felt a coalition of surprising emotions wash over me. This is... Asterisk. 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 Chapter 845. ZZZZZTTTTZZZZ. As the brilliant spark of lightning crackled, I saw it charge in my direction. It rushed towards me like an unstoppable stream of water, threatening to consume all that it touched. The dense quality of mana residing inside was immense as well. For an intermediate spell, that is. Is he being serious right now? With a mere sigh, I deflected the assault with a barrier. I was already beginning to feel agitated, not because of the spell in particular, but because of the thought process behind it. I really don't like being underestimated to this insulting degree. I suppose this works to my favor, but still. Kuzan must have thought an intermediate spell would be enough to destroy me, which was why he used the purple lightning spell to attack first. I thought he'd use something flashier, you know, to strike fear into everyone. I guess I was wrong about him, though. Who would have thought he was considerate enough to severely dial down his magic power when fighting me? He could also be conserving his power for the big guns. There was also the possibility that this wasn't entirely an act and that perhaps I was the one overestimating him. For now, I decided to walk on careful ground. I'm impressed you repelled that. Kuzan's voice suddenly distracted me, snapping me out of my inner thoughts. It seems you're not as weak as I thought, are you? Before he could conclude his statement, I utilized the watered-down ether flowing from me to create my own spells. Airstrike Barrage. Before he could finalize his taunts, which I thought were to simply buy time for himself for reasons unknown, I decided to take the first step. If he's strong enough, he'll sense the spell and he'll be able to avoid it. My thoughts trailed as I watched him. Surprisingly, though. Bam! Wham! Boom! The slap and blows of multiple wind strikes were sent to Kuzan, and I saw his shocked expression as it connected with his body and he writhed in pain. Yet. That was just a moderate advanced spell. I was using it to test the waters, but... to my surprise, Kuzan took it on. Did he do it intentionally, or? No, at this point, I'll have to stop finding excuses for him. While it was best to remain cautious, I could no longer operate with my earlier theory. If the unforeseen occurred, I would just have to revert to my initial position. However, for now, I had to act with the assumption I had fought so hard to ignore. This world's Kuzan could also be weak. It made logical sense, and so far as this person had given me no reason to think he was more superior than he appeared, both from his external and even what I sensed from his internal self. I can think of millions of ways to beat him, but something is off. He had only shown one spell, so I couldn't get too cocky. Why you? It seems I went too easy on you, et. Suddenly, several flashes of lightning began appearing around him. Violent winds also blew, and it seemed as though he was covered in a very deadly storm. I won't make the same mistake again. The Kuzan I knew would only mess around if he wanted to have fun, and he was pretty decisive in his actions. If he had been in the shoes of this person, he would have already done what he could to eliminate me, and then go after the other outers for the same purposes. No, he probably would have just fought against all of us on his own terms. But this guy... Divine Lightning Maelstrom. Forming a massive spiral, the violent whirlwind charged at me, coated with brilliant bursts of electricity. The ground shook and I could feel vibrations all around me. Despite the effects it was having on my surroundings and the obvious threat it would pose, I couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. This is an advanced spell. But it's still very lacking. With yet another but more concentrated surge of my power, I was able to deflect the spell with a barrier. TCH. Kuzan's face twisted into a rage. What kind of defensive artifact are you wearing? Ah, I see, so this was your plan, Naren. What the hell was he saying now? No wonder you wanted me to fight this one first. You already made him a sophisticated defensive artifact, didn't you? Ah, is this guy for real? I nearly rolled my eyes as he continued his theatrics. You must really think you're clever. Do you really think that if you hold out for long, you'll be able to escape me? You think you'll resist my power for a long time? I glanced at Naren with a raised eyebrow, but he just smiled and shrugged. Did he know something I didn't? In any case, this whole thing was now bordering on the ridiculous. Maybe I should just get this over with and then we'll get the plan underway. It's not like we have all the time in the world. I'll show you, then, the difference between us. Suddenly, I felt a rupture of mana that put all the earlier attempts to shame. No, since my arrival in this world, this was most likely the strongest amount of mana I had ever sensed emanating from a single person. It was golden, glorious, and highly concentrated. The bountiful flow caused me to marvel at its beauty. I will now reveal one of the two gifts I received thanks to my ultimate position as the Absolute Emperor. The purple flashes of lightning around him turned golden, and his appearance slowly changed. Suddenly, he now had a large golden necklace, and a large crown floating on his head. Bangles covered his right arm and rings littered his left fingers. A golden scepter made its way to his grasp and a golden cape floated behind him. This form is. My eyes widened as I recognized the mana signature and transformation process. If I wasn't mistaken, then I will show you the ultimate ability of the Midas. The true dominant race of this planet. Feast your eyes on the last thing you'll ever see before your inevitable demise. I wasn't wrong, after all. There was no way to mistake this. Rho Alpha D Alpha NL. My Emperor Mage Mode. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 846. Why? Why in the world was this idiot putting Emperor as part of the title? Wasn't this just plain old Mage Mode? Was this how his predecessors had dubbed it? How narcissistic could they have possibly been? This stuff could be used and learned by anyone with enough talent and skill in magic. Yet, it seemed like Kuzan thought he was something extremely unique for having it. This is troubling. The art of Mage Mode being passed down, like some sort of special secret, must have been one of the causes behind magic's slow progression in this world. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu EC0M. Everyone hoarded too much information and the few who could use strong magic like Mage Mode and original magic began to act as if it was exclusive and special to them. As a scholar and a mage who had dedicated himself to the art, I could only say I was utterly disgusted by this. I only kept Spellcraft, as well as a few theories and designs like multiple mana cores because the world simply wasn't ready for it. I also couldn't prove a lot of those theories right or wrong, so there was no way I could publish such content. As a scholar, I had to have empirical, well-researched, and accurately described results, before I could put anything out there. I didn't have that luxury. Also, if I had just left it lying around, it's possible that the people might cause even more harm than good just from using it recklessly without my supervision. That was why I buried my secrets. Someone would have been bound to find it eventually, and by then the world would have either figured out what I discovered, or they would have advanced to the point of properly testing and utilizing the things I left behind. But that's not what I see here. I glared at Kuzan's haughty smile. The elite thought they could keep the strong magic for themselves, thereby creating a gap in the knowledge and practice of magic. It's disgusting. I muttered. What did you say? Before Kuzan could complete his statement, I rushed towards him, ignoring all the defenses and buffs provided for him by the artifacts he donned. I instantly distorted the purple lightning that flashed around him, quieting them instantly. In one quick swoop, I grabbed his neck and fixed my gaze on his. You're disgusting. I had no idea why I was feeling so annoyed. Maybe I did, but chose not to think about it too much. One thing I knew for sure, though, was that this person I was holding tightly was a disgrace. TTCH. Why you? He managed to slip away thanks to short-range teleportation, finally creating some distance between us. I watched as he appeared and flung an intense surge of magic at me. Light magic, and it's this pure. I thought to myself. Swiftly coating myself in light magic, while also intensifying my body's enhancements, I evaded the bright bursts of power. He's using it so crudely. So much mana, yet he's throwing a great deal of it away. What about molding the energy to form a more desired, efficient result? Simply shooting blasts of intense mana wasn't going to help his cause. Just, He condensed the golden light in both of his palms, forming something akin to an unstable overflow of golden energy. It was like an ever-morphing orb that contracted and convulsed. That is a lot of mana. Kuzan directed the spell at me, causing the very air to vibrate as it approached me. Unfortunately, it's just that. Simply mana. After watching this person use his immense power so foolishly, and seeing how he always avoided any close-range fights, I could already tell that he had no real battle IQ. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu Om. His martial arts skills were most likely non-existent and his control over his spells was basic, at best. Maybe I should show him. A smile formed on my face, and so I decided to use the very first transformation I was able to achieve. Elemental Chamber. Instantly, a wind sphere enveloped me, and it was coated and encircled by the basic elements, fire, water, earth, and lightning. The level of control required to utilize so many contrasting elements in such a stable form was only really possible with multiple cores. Though, with his special core and that energy in his possession, surely he should be able to find a way to mold his mana into something similar. Even if it's just 2 or 3 elements. That was what I was hoping he would see. What is that? How do you have the same power he does? Same power as who? This world's Jared? I mean, we were sort of the same, so I expected that he could at least do this much. Elemental Chamber is still basic. There's the Grand Elemental Chamber as well where I can use even more elemental attributes. But that'll be overkill for now, I was satisfied with just this. My hypothesis of Kuzan had already been proved. He's weak. However, I wasn't done. There was one more thing I wanted to see. Until then, I would keep this up for as long as I wanted. Pentabomb. I generated a floating orb that seemed like a miniature elemental chamber. The orb was made of wind and had a center that was rich in energy. That served as the core of the spell, just as I was the core of the current elemental chamber. With the center of gravity established, the other elements swirled around the orb to form the bomb. It all happened in a flash, and all 5 elements coalesced to form my new technique. Yes. I just developed it on the spot. Water, earth, fire, air, and lightning. I mumbled while staring at the obviously frightened Kuzan. Prepare yourself. I stared down at him from my superior estate, preparing to launch my spell. Of course, I was giving him enough chance to react. Why? Because I was waiting for something. Let me see it, Kuzan. Show me your second trump card. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 847. What is going on right now? Emperor Kuzan, even when arrayed with powerful artifacts while being in his Emperor Mage mode, found himself trembling slightly. As he raised his head and witnessed the amount of power condensed in the ever-growing multi-elemental orb floating on the palm of his opponent, Kuzan felt a degree of intimidation that he hadn't experienced since the tragic day he lost his parents. He had vowed never to suffer defeat at anyone's hands ever since that moment, and he couldn't break that promise now, not to this newcomer. TCH. What trick did those outers pull? Now wasn't the time to dwell on those matters, but Kuzan was certain they were using underhanded means. It doesn't matter, though. A smile formed on Kuzan's face. Even though he hadn't expected himself to utilize this power yet, it seemed he was left with very little choice in the matter. The pentabomb descended from Jared's palm, moving rapidly to decimate Kuzan. He felt the pressure from the orb as it approached him, but his gaze showed a conviction that defied the impending danger. I'll blow them all away with this, my second trump card. After his fight with this current opponent, he was going to use this ability to decimate everyone else. It was an ultimate ability that was bound to destroy any target, the original magic of the royalty of the Midas race. Midas Touch. Instantly, a golden glow appeared all over Kuzan's body, and the radiation spread around him, turning everything into the same color. Before the pentabomb could even get to him, it turned into nothing but a golden statue before falling to the ground and becoming a golden dust that danced away like sand. Above the swirling sand was the young Midas in his newfound power. With his body now golden, every single aspect of himself had improved. He was at the very pinnacle of magic. Ha ha ha! How about that? Kuzan looked at his opponent with widened eyes, watching as he expressed immense shock. As expected, even the haughty outer had finally realized the difference in their strength. Sure, elemental chamber, or whatever the guy called it, was impressive, but this power far outscaled it. The Midas Touch was a transformative original magic, the rarest kind that changed everything about the caster, and also their surroundings. Unrivaled in strength, and unstoppable in dominance, he stood tall. Plus, there was the hidden card of petrification for anyone or thing that became exposed to his radiation for too long. If I touch the target, the speed of petrification intensifies, and they will become blocks of gold in merely a few seconds. It didn't matter what kind of power they possessed. As long as they existed, they would become golden statues. The certainty of his victory caused Kuzan to cackle, basking in his golden aura. It is my victory. Asterisk. 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 What am I looking at here? Kuzan was now golden and he was emitting some dangerously strange power. His surrounding environment was becoming petrified, and it seemed like he was directing the same radiation in my direction. This looks like Kuzan's transfiguration ability, doesn't it? The power that Kuzan possessed in this state was beyond amazing. Plus, with his upgrade after his initial death, he was practically invincible in this form. He doesn't petrify the surrounding with radiation, though, so is this different? Perhaps this was a more dangerous form of that. If that was the case, then I was in danger here. My power still hasn't reached the level I want it to yet. I'm not confident in fighting against my world's Kuzan like this. However, unlike him, the energy signature I was sensing from this Kuzan seemed far weaker. Logically speaking, I felt like I could still take him down. It can't hurt to be careful, though. It was far better to understand the variables involved. I still hadn't confirmed if he had the ability of permanent petrification, or even the conditions for said ability. There was a lot to consider, so I couldn't be making any assumptions now. Rho alpha d alpha n nu For now, let's test him. The pentabomb attack failed, so I would have to go stronger. Let's do this. A smile formed on my face and I chose my next course of action. Instantly deactivating my elemental chamber, I entered a new state, martial state. My blue hair turned white and I could feel an immense surge of energy flow through me. White bursts of energy surrounded me, and I could finally sense everything at a much larger scale. All right, then. I grinned, staring at the glaring Kuzan. Let's do this. Asterisk. 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 As expected, he's an impudent fool. Kuzan thought to himself as he watched the opponent undo his long-range assault state, and choose this new form. Hasn't he noticed my petrification attribute? If he draws closer, it'll be my win. As if reading his mind, the white-haired fool suddenly dashed towards Kuzan, emitting a dangerously powerful aura. Kuzan instantly poured a great deal of his strength into his fist, sending it flying at the enemy who was also launching his fist at him. The impact of their attacks sent shockwaves flying through the hall, and the swell of power was enough to push the spectators back. NNG. Kuzan could feel his body recoil from the shock. From what he could tell, even with Mage Mode and Midas Touch, this person was still stronger than he was. It defied logic, but that was the case. He's most likely the most powerful among the outers. His thoughts echoed as he felt his arm throb with pain. Even with the pain, though. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He began laughing. Kyuzan laughed so hard as his fist opened up, and he tightly grabbed the opponent. It's my win now! He screamed, now awaiting the effects of petrification that would descend upon his opponent. Silence. The silent gazes of everyone in the hall descended on Kyuzan, including the one who was supposed to have become a statue at this point. Why? Kyuzan could only croak amid the silence. His heart raced, and a certain amount of doubt and fear arose within him. Why isn't he turning into gold? Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 848. Kyuzan could feel his nerves stretching thin. Sweat formed on his golden brow and his widened eyes sought an explanation. Right in front of him was a person who was supposed to have become a statue, but was perfectly fine. How was such a thing possible? How could it happen? This was the ultimate technique of the Midas race. No one was supposed to be able to resist it. Yet. Why isn't he petrified yet? Here he was, watching an exception to the absolute rule. I see now. A voice appeared from behind him, and someone suddenly materialized. So that's how it works. Before Kyuzan could even react, the hand of the oddly familiar voice landed on his shoulder, sending a very domineering feeling coursing through him. Why you, how are you? Kyuzan knew he was holding the opponent right in front of him. Yet, why was there another one standing right behind him? See clone. Close, but not quite. The voice came from behind him, and suddenly, the one he held became nothing more than particles of light. The particles found their way to Jared, and they fused in no time. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. The young man behind him added, instantly driving Kyuzan into a state of rage. How dare you! Before he could even complete his sentence, and pour out his abundant energy, the hold of his opponent suppressed everything. Kakok. He couldn't even leak out a single word. I thought I would be careful, so I decided to use this means, but it seemed I overestimated you. Kyuzan could sense the condescending tone being used on him, the absolute emperor. He couldn't take it. It infuriated him to no end. But, well, I suppose something good came out of this venture. I was able to scan your Midas touch. It's an interesting ability. With just enough tweaks, I can. Kyuzan's eyes instantly widened when he heard the sound of the wind echoing in his ears and saw the golden aura that emanated from the outer. In moments, the outer was now in the same form as Kyuzan, golden all over, with a brilliant smile on his face. Disbelief was etched in Kyuzan's eyes, and he found his heart slowly turning mellow. His body collapsed like jelly, and he quickly lost the will to fight. The hidden technique of his family had been easily copied by a mere outsider. Why you, filth? Even though Kyuzan said this, there was hardly any animosity in his words. It felt so weak-willed that it was almost sad. If I use this as a base and add it to other magic effects, I should be able to develop something good. As I thought, there are some innovations that are still worth keeping here. As if that wasn't enough, the defeated emperor heard the outer mutter words like, Kyuzan is going to be so shocked when he sees this. He would have questioned it, but he was currently too broken to utter any word. He was stuck in the pressuring hold of his opponent, who could easily replicate his trump card. What more was there to say or do? He knew it well enough. It's my loss. Asterisk. 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 I didn't think it would be this easy, but everything worked out in the end. While Kyuzan had been basking in his power, I used Unknowable and the Moon to create an invisible clone. Then, by activating Martial State, I swapped places with the clone, allowing me to be completely undetectable while Kyuzan fought the duplicate. Calling it a duplicate sort of watered down what it was meant to be. Simply put, I extracted a portion of myself and made it into another me. The clone that fought against Kuzan was simply another me. The reason I chose to use the arcanas in my fight with Kuzan was because of my caution. I could have even sought any simple cloaking spell, but I chose unknowable. That was how careful I decided to be. Thanks to going through that route, though, I was able to confirm something important. The Midas touch affected mana on the same wavelength as anything native to this world. Since mana existed everywhere here, Kuzan could petrify the mana itself, thus affecting everyone and everything by extension. Even inepts still breathed air that had fragments of mana. Plus, their souls had mana. As long as the concept of mana existed, the Midas touch would affect it and petrify the object of attention. Unfortunately for Kuzan, I don't exist in this reality, so the wavelength is different. I also remembered that the ether transformed my soul into pure ether, so it wasn't mana-based any longer. Once I turn all the mana cores that exist in my body into ether, and my soul pumps out more ether, the leftover mana particles in my body will eventually vanish and become ether. In any case, his ultimate power wasn't going to work on me, which was kind of sad, considering the petrification was the only thing about the Midas touch that really worried me. It looks like I win this round, Kuzan. I smiled at the broken youth, though no form of satisfaction really coursed through me. There was no way I could take satisfaction in beating someone as weak as this. Even Naren, who had been inept just a while ago, would be able to defeat this Kuzan. The petrification will be a problem, but knowing Naren, he'll be smart enough to figure it out. Seal would also be able to win. Edward and Carla as well. As for the others, well. With arcana spells, it was sort of cheating to even compare their powers with Kuzan, to begin with. I deactivated the Midas touch, deciding to practice its use later. For now, it was far preferable to continue the talk we were having right before the interruption. Since we won, Kuzan would have to hear the outgroup out. Everything is going as planned. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 849. Now, then. I glanced at Naren, stepping back to join the remaining members of the outgroup. The rest is up to you. Naren returned my smile with a nod, stepping forward to approach both the defeated Kuzan and the shivering Dragon King. Based on the short exchange between our parties, it was clear who had the upper hand. TCH, whatever. I suppose I'll hear you out. Kuzan gritted his teeth as he returned to his throne. He put on his emperor's robe, doing whatever he could to regain his dignity. I wondered if he was so lacking in self-awareness to understand that it was already too late. Thank you, Emperor Kuzan. I will be representing the outgroup in this discussion. I apologize for just barging into your palace, but such measures had to be taken so we could speak with you. Well, you could have at least. As expected of Naren, through his eloquent speech and expert use of words, he began to reduce the tension that permeated the throne room. Before long, even the wounded pride of the emperor seemed to have been restored to a considerable extent. By appealing to subtle flattery, and these other means, Naren is priming this childish version of Kuzan to be more susceptible to our message. Whether or not this would be sufficient for our goals was another matter entirely. Still, I trusted his method of executing our strategy. The outgroup seeks an alliance with the Midas Empire and the Magic Beasts. We plan on making a coalition and stopping Jared before he expands his influence and power even further. Naren declared. The moment he said this, I could already see the dazed expressions of Kuzan and Zark. Now, then, what will their decisions be? Asterisk. 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 Even the outgroup wants to attack Jared's domain. We were just discussing the matter before they arrived. Zark's thoughts echoed as he glanced at Kuzan. He could tell that the young emperor was trying his hardest to hide his emotions, but his expression gave away his look of satisfaction. Kuzan must be happy that even the outgroup agrees with his reckless strategy. But still, we shouldn't go down this route. It's too Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nui, CM it's too risky. You want me to risk the lives of my people, and the entire magic beasts to attack Jared Leonard at this point? The security measures in his territory have skyrocketed recently. In terms of manpower, we are sorely lacking. Not to mention, we're safe in this haven. Jared's forces haven't managed to invade this place yet, and they never will. Ziark's jaws nearly dropped when he heard Kuzan give his opposing reasons / Those were my exact reasons. Why is he repeating what I said? Didn't this mean that Kuzan already knew that he was right? He had simply wanted revenge, after all. However, now that the outgroup came up with the same solution, he was adamant about accepting their proposal. In the end, the most rational solution would be to build their forces and wait for a sign of weakness from Jared's unified nations. Do you really think you are safe here? Do you think your people will remain safe from the outside forces forever? Jared and his allies have conquered every single place in this world, except this one. Do you not see that it is only a matter of time? This place is special. Don't compare us to the others. We will never fall. We were able to penetrate this barrier pretty easily. Do you really think it's that impossible? Well. At this point, Kuzan was at a loss for words. He glanced at Ziark, but even the Dragon King was speechless. After all, the outgroup had indeed easily broken past their defenses as they had claimed. Our group isn't confident of stopping Jared alone. It shows how powerful we think he is. Logically speaking, he should be able to penetrate your barrier already. Unless... Naren rubbed his chin and gave Kuzan a knowing look. What are you saying? Are you telling me he already has his means, but he's biding his time? You're saying the barrier isn't a problem for Jared and his forces. The likelihood is high. And so, I ask, are you willing to take the risk, even if there is only a slight chance of it happening? Gulps escaped from the throats of Kuzan and Ziark, but they did their best to hide their discomfort. Isn't it more prudent to build our forces first? Instead of haphazardly attacking, we can wait until we're ready to. And what if the enemies attack while you're preparing? Not only would you be ill-equipped, but you'll be fighting on their terms. Besides, the longer you wait, the more you push yourself to the point of disadvantage. Naren proclaimed, his voice rising steadily. Jared grows in power with each day that passes. He amasses more power, and his ambition peaks to greater heights. In essence, he becomes a much bigger threat the longer you stay dormant. Naren's words commanded silence in the throne room, leaving both Kuzan and Ziark dazed. Had they been so short-sighted all this time that they hadn't bothered to consider the consequences of postponing coming to a decisive action? I told you, Ziark. Do you see? My idea was right all along. We need an all-out assault on Jared's domain, and then we'll take him down. Kuzan suddenly changed his position, now staring at the Dragon King with feigned superiority. Finding a way to remain absolved from any blame, he attempted to deflect, while passing the blame to his powerless vassal. We should attack the heart of his empire. Strike the head, and the body will. No. That's not what we're talking about here. Naren suddenly interrupted Kuzan's glorifying words. Huh? Wasn't that what you meant? The young emperor stared in confusion. In response, Naren shook his head. You seem to be misunderstanding something very fundamental here, Emperor Kuzan. A dark glint appeared in Naren's eyes as he spoke with all seriousness. We aren't simply aiming for the capital, but for all of the kingdoms under Jared's banner. Shock and disbelief spread through the two parties, but that only served to broaden Naren's grin. It's not just the head. We're going to be taking down the entire body as well. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 850. What? The expressions of the Midas Emperor and the Dragon King morphed into that of shock when they heard Naren's absurd statement. What exactly are you implying? If what I heard is right, you're trying to indeed. We will launch a well-coordinated and simultaneous assault on the various territories that Jared controls. Once again, their faces displayed puzzlement. They appeared downright stupefied by Naren's logic. Are you stupid? What kind of dumb plan is that? I actually made the plan. Hearing that these people were bad-mouthing my creation so much would have hurt my pride, but I completely understood where they were coming from. It sounded insane to challenge the most powerful person in the world by splitting our forces to all the areas he controlled while leaving a less than desired number to face him. When cutting down a tree, you don't have to take down the branches first. When killing a person too, it's best to use the most efficient method to end their life. However, we weren't simply concerned about ending evil Jared's life, or his rule. By the time one considered the various people who were under his control, it became easy to imagine many scenarios where they could be threatened if the situation was handled with care. By spreading out and ensuring every territory was accounted for, we wouldn't need to worry about the fates of the innocents who would get dragged into the conflict. I'm sure Naren will explain the rationale perfectly well. I smiled at our dear leader as we all watched him address the issue. Jared has major factories and bases stationed all over his allied nations. He has innocents working under him, and he controls their very lives. Our priority isn't merely to stop Jared, but to ensure their safety as well. But by focusing our attention on Jared and ending his reign, we can guarantee their security. Both goals aren't mutually exclusive. Kuzan argued, as expected. Just as Kido told me, he was really more interested in defeating Jared than anything else. I mean, my alternate self was a genocidal maniac, so I understood the hatred Kuzan hatred toward him. I understand your line of logic, but it is flawed. When two elephants battle, the grasses always end up being trampled. While I do not consider myself superior to anyone, our joint forces will end up being a powerful force that stands against Jared's forces. Ultimately, weaker groups and individuals will end up suffering the brunt of our assaults. That was why damage control was important. Naren was hitting the nail on the head. By ensuring we cover Jared's entire territory, we can launch attacks on the several bases and strongholds of power. We will emancipate the people, then we will deliver righteous judgment on Jared's forces, leaving no chance for them to recover. There will be no chance of retaliation or any hostage situation. In one clean sweep, we will take care of all the problem's branches, stem and root. There was a lot to discuss in terms of logistics and practicability, but this was just the basic overview of the plan. You may sound smart, but... Kuzan's low tone interrupted the silence that accompanied Naren's calm presentation. The frown on his face showed irritation and I could sense elements of animosity. As an absolute emperor used to having his way, he was most likely displeased by Naren's opposition to his selfish plan. That said, though, there was one major flaw with all that Naren had said so far. Based on my predictions, Kuzan had most likely spotted it. Rho alpha d alpha NL, he's going to use that to try to resist Naren's proposal. You claim this and then say that. Yet what do you have to show for it? At the end of the day, all the things you spouted are just idealistic. Jared's army far outscales anything we can produce. Kuzan was mostly right. The plan was idealistic. Do you understand how much land we'll need to cover? Have you considered transportation? Or the total resources we'll need for the potential expenses? Once again, Kuzan hammered on the plan's impracticability. You lead a little bunch of people, so I don't expect you to understand. Leading an entire empire is far different from the image you're painting. The fact that we're up against the combined forces of nations shows just how large the scale of this conflict is. Don't get in over your head. Perhaps he was right. Were we too arrogant in our plan by assuming that we could take such a route and still end up victorious? There was a lot to consider and the requirements that we needed in order to fulfill the conditions of victory seemed too impossible. We should just go with my... No. It is indeed possible. Naren's voice interrupted Kuzan's, a smile plastered on the former's face. My grin widened upon hearing his response. That's right. My thoughts trailed. With magic, anything is possible. Based on the calculations we have made, we need over 5 million members in our forces in order to stand a chance against Jared and his forces. Naren began. To guarantee overwhelming victory and the safety of those we want to protect, we are raising the number to 6 million. Can you hear yourself? Kuzan instantly scoffed in response. The Midas forces, in addition to the magic beasts, barely exceed the 1 million mark. While you lot are certainly formidable, your numbers leave very little to be desired. Even if we were to draft citizens and choose to squeeze in the most capable of soldiers, we'd hardly reach the 2 million mark. What Kuzan had just stated were brute facts. I was stunned to hear the number they had in their forces. Looking at Naren, he was stunned as well. I thought they'd be way less, but it seems we will have no problems, after all. He smiled, provoking even more puzzled reactions from the dumbfounded duo. Can you even listen to the drivel you are uttering? Are you mad? I'm perfectly sane, I assure you. Naren stepped forward, oozing confidence. My confidence simply stems from the fact that there appears to be no need for concern. What? Kuzan and Ziark seemed to think Naren was retarded. Considering the fact that all of us outers looked completely unfazed by Naren's words must have made them conclude that we were all nut jobs. But was that actually the case? We currently possess 5 million forces at our disposal. The problem was that additional 1 million, which, fortunately, you possess. Silence followed Naren's assertion, and I could sense the disbelief, no, utter bafflement that grew thick in the hall. Too bad they don't know of my pocket dimension and the number of constructs I have inside. From automatons to golems. We have an ample supply of soldiers. We only ask for your cooperation in supplying the rest. Surely, Kuzan and Ziark were smart enough to realize the implication of our offer, and our claims. Not only can the outgroup infiltrate the Midas Empire at any time, but we also have an army that's more than twice the amount that they can ever manage to muster. Unless they were complete idiots, the only answer they could give was a resounding yes. Asterisk. Asterisk. Asterisk.